Hello, everyone. Welcome to Delphi Timeline Live. And today we are raising money for Abby's Angels. Let me start over. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Delphi Timeline Live. Today we are raising money for Abby's Angels. Abby's Angels is a charity run by Anna Williams through Samaritan's Purses, Operation Christmas Child. Samaritan's Purse has collected shoebox gifts filled with toys, school supplies, and hygiene items for children around the world. Since 1993, more than 198 million children in more than 170 countries and territories have received an Operation Christmas Child shoebox. The project delivers not only the joy of what for many kids is their first gift ever, but also gives them a tangible expression of God's love. And I'm going to pop up on the screen here ways that you can donate. So let's see here. The type of things that go into these shoebox are school supplies like crayons, colored pencils, markers, thin 8-pack, erasers, ink pens, pencils, non-mechanical, pencil sharpeners, small notebooks. Personal items and hygiene, chapstick, non-liquid. Yeah, don't include any liquids in the boxes. Bars of soap, Band-Aids, combs, small brushes, individual packages of tissues, hair ties, clips, and headbands, socks, t-shirts, and shorts, underwear, toddler size 14, small sewing kits, and then for wow items, doll, Barbie, soccer ball or football with manual air pump, small stuffed animal, small musical instrument, little box puzzles, like tiny little puzzles that come in tiny boxes, yo-yo, stickers, Play-Doh, card games, jump ropes, Matchbox cars, Slinky. Monetary donations are also acceptable, and I'll put an address up on the screen here in a second for you. Because there's a $9 shipping cost per box. And then remember, all items must be shipped in a shoebox. Items must be new. Drop off by November 12th. But what I'm suggesting you do is send money, and I'm going to put an address up on the screen here. So you can send checks to WMRS Radio Station, and I want to thank Brandy from WMRS for getting back to me so quickly with all the information so I could be promoting this throughout, I think, the past month or so. So this address on the screen, WMRS Radio. Attention, Abby's Angels, 132 North Main Street in Monticello, Indiana, 47960. Checks can be made to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels, or Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. So if you want to donate, I suggest doing so. If you're feeling generous, and this is the giving time of year, and it's a really good cause for kids. Yeah, like I said, I was reading in the description earlier, this is sometimes a child's very first gift that they're ever receiving. So, and I'll be bringing this information up periodically throughout the stream. I'll just leave that on the screen here for a moment so you can all see. So you're probably wondering, what in the world am I going to be doing for the next 24 hours? And over the past couple days, I've been actually wondering that myself. When I had the idea for this, I was like, hell yeah, 24 hours, let's do this. And then I went and I scheduled the stream and I clicked publish, and immediately afterwards I was like, oh my god, what have I done? 24 hours. But I've had time to work my way back around to, hell yeah, 24 hours. Let's go. So what we will be doing for the next 24 hours, from noon today till noon tomorrow, is we'll be going through all the news footage that we can fit in. Later on today, I might take you guys on a golf cart tour of the area in Florida that I'm living. Or not living, but staying temporarily for vacation. And maybe we'll go through some of my videos from when I was in Delphi. Play some Christmas music periodically. We may have some guests on later. I see that, let me catch up with the chat. Graz says, is it possible to donate if the only thing you have is PayPal? So I had asked this question, if a Cash App or a PayPal was available, and there wasn't. Like as of a week ago, it's already ended. There was a Facebook fundraiser that was on the Abby's Angels Operation Christmas Child Facebook page, but that fundraiser has ended, and I believe it made it somewhere around like $430 in the short time that it was up there. So I don't think this year. Maybe next year they'll set up a Cash App or a PayPal. But yeah, right now I'm suggesting you send checks to WMRS Radio at the moment. And if you're in the area and you can fill one of these shoe boxes, you can drop off the shoe boxes. I believe, let me bring this back up, by the 12th of November. And I believe it's the 19th of November is when they're going to be boxing all this stuff up. They're, I believe it's like a veterans hall they're doing it at. Yeah, it's going to be like a boxing party. So yeah, that should be fun for everybody to get together and do that. So yeah, we're gonna perhaps have some guests at some point, and yeah, we're gonna go through the case and hopefully not have too much audio or video issues along the way. Let me switch this background. Okay. So yeah, I just kind of want to repeat that we are trying to raise money for Abby's Angels, which is a charity run by Anna Williams, the mother of Abigail Williams. And so yeah, this should be fun. I'm going to be one tired boy at the end of this, but yeah, this should be fun. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I did reach out, and I did ask about either the Cash App Avenue or the PayPal Avenue, and it's not available for this year. And I don't know. Maybe later on we can figure out a solution to that. But yeah, right now, yeah, just sending the text to WMRS Radio. They're handling all the middle stuff, you know, making sure it gets to who it's supposed to get to. And as you can see here, it says checks can be made to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels, or Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. So it is going directly to Anna Williams, so you don't have to worry about that. She's just using the radio station as kind of like a middleman to help. So yeah, pop that up there. Yeah, well, I'll try to look into it, but I don't think that it will be available that way. Maybe you can PayPal another person who you trust the money, and then have them write the check. Kind of like a chain of charity. And then maybe you can twist their arm to write a check themselves. Something like that. But anyways, so I had always wondered, how much time would it take to watch all of the news footage that has come out? Yeah, look into that. Yeah, you should look into that. Yeah, so I guess I'm just gonna pop the timeline up here on the screen, and we're just gonna start going through the news, and I'll give you guys some context as we go along. But we're gonna start right at the beginning. I know that I've done this before not that long ago, but we did not have the context of Richard Allen, which we now do. So we'll see how everything fits within the context of all of this. So and I haven't, as you'll see here, like, there's a lot of stuff that's missing that's new because I haven't been able to plug it in yet, but a lot of stuff is here. So Kegan Kline, born, who cares? But Libby German was born December 27, 2002. Abigail Williams is born June 23, 2003. And then I have all their birthdays on here. They got so few of them, so I had to add them. Let's see, where's the first video we come across here? Actually, I already passed it. So this isn't like the first news video, but I'll play them in order. We can go over the timeline at another point. We'll go through just the news here. We'll do it in the order that it came out. So we have to go to the next day. Actually, we can start with this. We can have Becky Patty explain what that day was kind of like. And this is a Gray Hughes Investigates video.
Mm-hmm. From the well, they were out of school that day because it was a snow makeup day. And Abby had spent the night. They slept in because...
We'll go back a little bit here in a second. I just want to put this in the description or the comments here.
On my podcast, if you can. You know, they were getting ready to go to the, well, they asked if they could go to the bridge, right?
Mm-hmm. From the well, they were out of school that day because it was a snow makeup day. And Abby had spent the night. They slept in because they were up half the night, you know, teenage girls. And they got up about 9:30 or so. Derek made them pancakes, so they ate breakfast late. Libby they were kind of bored and come out and said, what is something we can do? And I said, well, I got some filing you can do. So I told her we would do something later on if she would do some filing for me. So her and Abby were out here doing some filing, and her older sister had a job, and she came out. It was about 1 o'clock. Said, hey, I'm going to go to a friend's house. I'm going to stop by a friend's house before I go to work. And Libby jumped right up and said, "Hey, can we go to the trails? Can we go High Bridge?" And I told them, well, first I said, "No, what about the filing?" And she said, "Yeah, we'll finish it when we get back." And I said, "Well, I'm working. I can't come pick you up in a little bit. You're going to have to make sure you have a ride home." So she said, "Okay." They left here about 1:30. We used phone records later to go back through and get our timeline as close as what we can. Kelsey dropped them off. She got a phone call from her boyfriend, which was about 1:38. I found out later that Libby didn't call her dad until about that time. But I know it's because she knew that her dad wouldn't tell her no. But he told her when he got done doing taking some pictures for me that he would pick them up on his way back. So they were dropped off at about 1:38. At 3:15, Derek was on his way, or 3:11, Derek was on his way back, and he made his first phone call to him to tell him that he was just down the road, and there was no answer. And when he got to the trailhead where he was to pick them up, he called them again. That was at 3:14. Still no answer. So he got out and he walked down towards the High Bridge, and he met a guy there, and he asked them if he saw a couple of young girls up on the bridge, and he said no. So Derek at that time walked down. There's a split in the trail. He took the other trail to go down to the water to see if maybe they were down there. He called me about 3:30 and said that Libby wasn't answering her phone, and asked if we would try to call her. And so in the meantime, he's walking. My daughter and I kept trying to call her and text her and call her and text her. And by just about 4:00, we decided there was something wrong. That's not Libby. She doesn't answer her phone. So I called, Tara went ahead and left, and I called my husband at work and told him that Libby and Abby were out at the trails and they're not answering their phone, that we were heading that direction. We were going to start looking for them. And he said, "I'll meet you there." So as I was pulling out, my son come pulling in and asked what I was doing, and I told him. And so he jumped in the car with me, and we didn't go straight there. We knew that if Abby and Libby were going to work too, they could have walked. So we took both ways that they would have potentially walked to just see if maybe for some reason they were walking home. They weren't there. So we got there, and the whole family, we were looking. Cody, Kelsey, the bridge, and they went on up on the other side to the houses on the other side. There was somebody out in the yard. They started asking people up there if they had seen the girls. About 5:15, because the phone call to the police was at about 5:20. Mike come walking up, and which is my husband, and I told him then, I said, "It's going to get dark. We've got to call the police." And I had been trying to get a hold of Anna also, and I hadn't been able to get a hold of her. So I told him that I was going to leave and go find Anna. And he called the police, Mike called the police, and they came out right away. We got a phone call and was told, Anna and I, to go up to the police station. So at that point in time, her and I went straight to the police station. We looked. Law enforcement, there was a large search that night, and about midnight, it was right at midnight, they called me back and said that they had to call the search off because of weather and
All right, we're going to pause that there. Because that's where the news comes in. Right around this time, the news starts coming to report on it. So let's see. Well, I guess I could play this real quick. This is the FBI video. So that'd be Richard Allen, from what I gather. I mean, there's nothing officially said yet, but I don't know. The way they talk, it makes it seem that way. All right, so where are we? The news comes in kind of later at night. So we're going to go way down. Yep. The first person I believe that was there is Alexis Mulberger. And she's reporting from the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, which is kind of in town. It's not far from the area, but it's not kind of close either. It's like, I don't know. Anyways, Alexis Mulberger is at the Carroll County Sheriff's Office reporting.
Top story tonight, 2 Carroll County girls have gone missing near the Monon High Bridge Trail in Delphi. News 18's Alexis Mulberger joins us live and reports how several law enforcement agencies are looking for them. Alexis.
Brittany, the 2 13-year-old girls went missing hours ago and were told they haven't been answering their phones ever since. The Carroll County Sheriff's Office say the girls were last seen around 1 o'clock this afternoon near the Monon High Bridge Trail. Liberty, or Libby German, and Abigail Williams were dropped off by a family member. When she came back to pick them up around the arranged time, they never showed up. The Sheriff's Office was then notified around 5:30 tonight. And right now, several deputies are out looking for the 2 girls and are even using drones to help locate them. We're also told that DNR is out by the water searching and trying to locate the girls as well. Police are asking for the public's help. If anyone knows anything about where they could be or where they were last seen, they are encouraged to contact the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. We will be following this story and will bring you updates as they become available. Reporting live in Carroll County, Alexis Mulberger, News 18.
All right, and then I think that's also on the next page too. All right, no, I don't know. If it is, we'll just skip it. I think this comes next.
Story tonight, 2 Carroll County girls.
Oh no, that's the same video. That's the same video, right? Wait a minute. What is this?
This guy.
And on the same trail Thursday.
Oh no, that's a later video. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting confused here. So that was the first video. And then this is the next one. It's like 4 a.m. So 4 a.m., reporter Naomi Peskovitz is at the trails doing a live report. Now, I believe Naomi Peskovitz is no longer Naomi Peskovitz. She got married, so I'm bringing up her Instagram here. Her Instagram name is Naomi Peskovitz, but it says her name on here is Naomi Rachel Ruchim, Ruchim. So Naomi Ruchim. I have no idea if she still goes professionally by Naomi Peskovitz, though. No clue. But it says on her Instagram her name is now Naomi Ruchim.
And this breaking news, 2 13-year-old girls are missing from Carroll County this morning.
They disappeared yesterday afternoon in what we're told is a treacherous area just outside of Delphi. That's where Naomi Peskovitz is this morning with more on the search effort. Naomi?
And Ben and Julia, this is a story, these pictures you will see online today as you wake up and look through your feed, because everyone who knows these two young women is desperately hoping to find them. This is the entrance here to the trail where they were last seen. We know family members have been out here for hours. Right now, though, the search has been suspended while it's been dark. Police, though, telling us they do plan to pick it back up in the morning. But right now, no one knows where these 2 13-year-olds might be. So we want to show you their pictures so you can better look. Here's a look. Liberty, or Libby German, is described as 5'4" with a heavy build, shorter shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes. She was wearing a tie-dyed shirt that's fringed at the bottom, gray sweatpants, and unknown black lettering on it with some black Nike shoes. Abigail, or Abby Williams, also 13, is 5'4". She has a small build, medium-length blonde hair, and hazel eyes. She was wearing a gray zip-up sweatshirt with a burgundy t-shirt underneath and then blue jeans. They were last seen around 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon near an abandoned railroad bridge. It's known as the Monon High Bridge. It's here just outside Delphi, right where we are. They were supposed to meet up with a family member to pick them up here, but when that family member got here, they were not here to be met by that family. Meantime, we've been sharing these photos online, Facebook, Twitter, anywhere you see them, please share them as well. We did speak with one of the young women's grandfather. He'll be speaking with us in about a half an hour to share what they've been doing to help find these girls. But in the meantime, right now, the search has been suspended because it's just so dark. There's not much to see. Ben and Julia?
Okay, Naomi, thanks to you guys for your efforts to get there this morning and bring us the latest. Obviously, we'll follow it all morning here on Sunrise. Thanks.
And yeah, I agree with the search being called off, because I've been on these trails, and yeah, you don't really want to be messing around out there at night. Dangerous. WTHR reporter Naomi Peskovitz is at the trails doing a live report, and also the interview with Mike Patty airs.
On that breaking news from Carroll County.
Police continue to search for 2 teenage girls who went missing early yesterday. Now, Naomi Peskovitz, she is in Carroll County gathering information and joins us with what we know so far and about where those girls were last seen. Good morning.
Ben and Julia, good morning to you. This is the entrance to the trail where those 2 13-year-olds were last seen. Officers, law enforcement, they have stopped the search for the night. But in the meantime, other folks have come out. We've seen family. We just saw a group who didn't even know the girls come out here because they heard the story and wanted to come out. They're here with flashlights, searching for them, doing anything they can. There's been so much pressure to try and find these 2 young girls since they went missing yesterday afternoon. In the meantime, we do want to give you another look at these photos. This is so important so that if you do see them, you can let police know. Both of them, again, 13 years old. They're both about 5 feet 4 inches tall. Liberty, or Libby German, she has shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes. She was wearing a tie-dyed shirt, some gray sweatpants, and also black shoes. Then there's Abby, or Abigail Williams. She's also 5'4", with medium-length blonde hair and hazel eyes. She was wearing a gray zip-up sweatshirt and some jeans. Meantime, this search started again yesterday afternoon. The 2 actually had the day off school yesterday, so they decided they wanted to have some fun, spend some time on the trail, and take some photographs. They were dropped off by a family member. They were supposed to be picked up around 3 o'clock, but when that family member arrived, the girls were not here. They weren't answering their text messages or phone calls. Libby's grandfather tells us the search started right away.
We started going through all the social media things, picking up, looking at Facebook. Has she talked to anybody, or had the girls been talking with anybody, Snapchatting or whatever the kids do today, back and forth. And really didn't find anything. The last message I think we found going out was like at about 2:30, which was a Snapchat of a picture of them out there on this bridge on the trail system. That was the last communication we've had.
And that bridge is a hallmark of this area, the Monon High Bridge. It's on this sign behind us. It's a place that's frequented by folks who live around here, but still the conditions of the bridge may be dangerous. Libby's grandfather is going to tell us why. That's coming up in our next half hour of Sunrise. In the meantime, we've shared these pictures online. If you see them, please help the family and share those photos as well. Ben and Julia.
All right. Yeah. Hopefully this will lead to finding those girls. Thanks.
All right, so 5:01 a.m., less than a half hour later, a report from Alexis Moberger is aired. In the report, she covers the search efforts and interviews Mike Patty, Anna Williams, Eric Williams, and another volunteer. So this video clip in particular has been played a bunch of times for various different reasons over the years.
This morning, our top story this morning happening right now in Carroll County. The sheriff's office and community members continue to look for two missing girls last seen near the Monon High Bridge Trail in Delphi. News 18's Alexis Moberger reports how many have spent hours searching, and they say they will not stop looking until the girls are found.
We're just praying for their safe return.
13-year-olds Liberty German and Abigail Williams went missing Monday. The girls were last seen near an abandoned railroad bridge known as the Monon High Bridge around 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
A little upset, confused, obviously very distraught, just worried. All I want to do is have the girls get home safe.
The girls were dropped off near the bridge to walk around and hang out. They had made arrangements to be picked up by a family member later in the afternoon. But when it came time for the girls to be picked up, they never showed up.
Getting scared now.
Abigail's mom, Anna Williams, has spent hours worrying, just hoping to hear her little girl is okay.
It's getting cold. Been out a long time. They don't know what time they ate last.
The girls haven't answered their phones since around the time they went missing.
Missing, abducted, we don't know for sure. Cell phone has been pinging around town here. There's a cell phone tower, but the ping was last noted about 5 or 6 hours ago. They say the phone's now dead.
The last Snapchat from one of the girls was from 2:07.
Text, I saw a text where they got delivered, but they never got read.
Very scary situation right now, and I just want her home.
Now many are on an extensive search to find them.
Ravines, ditches, trash cans for phones, any sign of the girls, and anything we can find to just find them.
Deputies, firefighters, and local police are checking every crevice and nook.
Looking for answers, looking for the girls.
But so are others from the community. And many of them say they won't stop looking, even if it takes
daybreak, fall over with exhaustion. Honestly, I hope they're just hidden up somewhere, scared to be in trouble.
Alexis Moberger, News 18.
Here they are. Police say Liberty German is 5'4", has a heavy build with blonde shoulder-length hair and blue eyes. She was last seen wearing a tie-dyed shirt, gray sweats, and black Nike shoes. Abby is 5'4", small build with medium-length blonde hair and hazel eyes. Abby was wearing a gray zip-up sweatshirt with a burgundy t-shirt underneath and blue jeans. We will certainly keep.
Yeah, I just kind of want to remind everybody that this is still an ongoing investigation according to the police, and the tip line is still open. So if you feel like you have any information about either Richard Allen, about the Anthony Schatz account, or anything else that you might feel is involved with, anybody might be involved with this as well, please call the tip line or the email, the tip email. Yeah, please keep on calling in the tips. Next one is 5:04 a.m. And this has like several different clips throughout the day, so I'll try to keep it in order here.
5 o'clock this morning, the Carroll County Sheriff's Department are setting to regroup and start to search back up for two missing girls. 13-year-old Abigail Williams and Liberty German were reported missing yesterday. The family dropped them off to go hiking near High Bridge. When the girls didn't show up for their arranged pickup time, family and friends started a search. They were last seen yesterday afternoon. Police, sheriffs, firefighters, and the Department of Natural Resources are all involved in the search for those teenagers right now.
Oh, that wasn't the one I was thinking about. That one was a short clip. Yeah, I haven't seen that particular clip anywhere else on YouTube, so I uploaded that to my other channel. I found that video on one of the old news articles, and I couldn't find it anywhere else on YouTube, so I just threw it up. At 6 a.m., WTHR reporter Naomi Peskovitz is at the trails doing a live report. An interview with Mike Patty airs. The report shows flashlights in the woods.
This is breaking news from Channel 13 Eyewitness News.
And we'll get a look at weather and traffic for you in a moment. But first, we do want to get to that breaking news from overnight. A desperate search to find two young teenage girls reported missing.
Two Indiana families filled with uncertainty this morning. Our Naomi Peskovitz is in Delphi right now, where volunteers searched, Naomi, really late into the night trying to track down these girls. What's the latest on the situation there?
Yeah, and Ben and Julia, we've seen people walking into this trail over the last hour or so, volunteers who don't even know the family. Also online, folks are saying they are still out searching, even though it's dark, it's early in the morning, and the official crews, law enforcement, they have stopped their search for the evening, and they'll continue when the sun comes up. Meantime, we want to give you another good look at what these two girls look like. Both of them are 13 years old. They're both 5'4". Libby, or Liberty German, she has short, shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes. She was wearing a tie-dyed shirt and black shoes. Abby has medium-length blonde hair and hazel eyes, wearing a gray zip-up sweatshirt and jeans. Folks asking, why were these girls on the trail yesterday? Well, they had the day off from school, so they decided they want to come out to this trail here, take some pictures, have some fun together, goof off a little bit. They were dropped off by a family member. They had a time and a place to be picked up, but when that family member got here, they were not here. They were not answering their phones. They weren't answering any text messages. We did speak with Libby's grandfather earlier this morning, asking him if it was common for his granddaughter to do something like this. Listen to what he said.
Because we got a lot of people putting, they're putting their lives on the line really out there. There's some pretty rugged trails in some of this. No, absolutely not. She's, I don't want to say she's a perfect angel, but she's really a good homebody kid, very, straight A kid, straight A student. She's involved in a lot of things, sports, swimming, softball.
And there aren't any lights out there on the trail, but they were near a bridge, and that's where they were taking those pictures. That bridge may not be very sturdy, but even this morning, we're seeing some flashlights off in the distance as folks continue that search. Some of those volunteers out here very early into this morning. Meantime, you brought up the question about an Amber Alert. We do want to address that. Carroll County saying they do not believe there was any foul play. They don't have any reason to believe these girls are in immediate danger. And when an Amber Alert is issued, it's because there's been a confirmed abduction. That's why they have not issued one, but they'll be back out here this morning. We'll continue to ask questions and see if they've learned anything else. The best thing folks at home can do, and this is a request from the family as well, is to keep sharing these pictures of Libby and Abby, so that if anyone has seen them, maybe they've wandered off onto another part of the county, they can find them and call Carroll County Police. Ben and Julia.
Yeah, very good to know. That's the age of social media. Can certainly be a big help, especially when the sun rises too. Might help in that search. Naomi Peskovitz, live for us in Delphi. Thank you.
Yeah, again, you guys remember the unverified screenshot of the guy saying that they were out in the woods and they heard screams. No idea whether that was true or not. Phil Benson posted a photo of the Mona on High Bridge to Twitter, and I believe I think this is the guy who lost his job because he took a picture of the crime scene or something like that. I could be wrong, but I think this is the guy. About 9:20 p.m. Well, let's just say that's in the wrong spot. Either that or it should say AM. I'll have to figure that out, but I'll read it anyways. Ron Logan contacted his cousin Redacted. Logan asked Redacted to tell police that Redacted came to Logan's home between 2 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. on February 13, 2017 to pick Logan up. Logan further told Redacted to say that Redacted drove Logan to an aquarium store in Lafayette, Indiana. Logan told Redacted to say they returned home to Logan's house between 5 and 5:30. So I believe that the reason why he's asking the cousin to lie for him is because he drove to that aquarium himself, and he wasn't supposed to do that. He wasn't supposed to be driving as part of his probation. So yeah, I think that's why he needed an alibi. But who knows at this point? Who knows at this point? This is about noon on the 14th, which is around the time that the girls' bodies were found. This news report is airing.
Very scary situation right now, and I just want her home.
All right, an update now on our top story. Those two missing girls in Carroll County. The Sheriff's Office and members of the Delphi area community continue searching for those missing girls in the Delphi area, saying now they won't stop until those 13-year-olds are found. It's been nearly 24 hours, of course, since they were reported missing. 13-year-olds Liberty German, Abigail Williams, last seen around 1 o'clock Monday afternoon near the Monon High Bridge, that abandoned rail bridge just outside of Delphi. And News 18's Brad Oppenheim joins us now live from Carroll County, where that search continues at this hour. Brad?
Jeff, like you said, Liberty German and Abigail Williams were last seen yesterday afternoon when they were dropped off near that bridge. Now, they had made arrangements to be picked up by family members later that afternoon, but they never showed up. Now, a staging area has been set up at the Delphi Fire Department, and since I've been here, I've seen hundreds of people come in and out of this staging area. We are told that volunteers will be sent out in groups where they will comb the area in efforts to find these two girls. I was able to actually catch up with Abigail Williams' mother, Anna Williams, and she says she is amazed by the outpouring of support from the community. I also spoke with the Carroll County Sheriff, Tobe Lesenby, and he says they are working with officials on getting an Amber Alert issued. Just in the last couple hours, I have been at the staging area. I've seen and spoke from volunteers that don't even live in Carroll County, including one man from West Lafayette who came over and joined the search. He said he has a teenage daughter himself and wanted to do what he could to make sure those girls make it home safe. Now, as we continue to learn new information, we will keep you updated online, and we'll have more information on News 18 at 5 and 6 tonight. For now, reporting live in Carroll County, Brad Oppenheim, News 18.
Okay, I just want to say hi to the people who have joined us in chat so far. I guess Kelly Bergan, or Kel Bergan, they commented before the stream started. Real Chill Graz stopped by for a moment. He may even be still here right now. Who knows? Rain Dancer was here, and don't feel obligated to stay the entire time. I know you got things to do. But yeah, check back in periodically throughout the day. See how I'm doing. See if I'm still holding up. And then we got day one here. Hello and happy Tuesday. Just wanted to say thanks for this. It will be great for perspective. Rain Dancer's still here. Smiley face. Alrighty. So let's move on with the timeline here. Will the stream last not any more longer? I actually have no idea if a 24-hour live stream is possible. So at some point this may cut out, and I'm gonna have to go and start back up. So it'll be like part 1, part 2. But yeah, I'll be going from noon today, which was almost an hour ago, till noon tomorrow. So yeah, if Jerry Lewis can do it, I can do it. So actually it's at almost the top of the hour here, so I'll just bring let me see here. Just remember we're at noon on the 14th. So we are raising money for Abby's Angels. Abby's Angels is a charity run by Anna Williams through Samaritan Purses, Operation Christmas Child. Samaritan's Purse has collected shoebox gifts filled with toys, school supplies, and hygiene items for children around the world. Since 1993, more than 198 million children in more than 170 countries and territories have received an Operation Christmas Child shoebox. The project delivers not only the joy of what for many kids is their first gift ever, but also gives them a tangible expression of God's love. And I'm going to show you how you can donate here. Like if you live around the area, you can drop off a shoebox, and all items must be new. And this is also in the description below. So if you want to look at this flyer yourself, it is in the description below. So it's stuff like school supplies, personal items and hygiene, no liquids, no candy, because these kids aren't going to be getting this stuff until Christmas, and you're sending them now. So nothing that would go stale or nothing that could break open and destroy everything else in the shoebox. Nothing messy. I think Play-Doh is as messy as it gets, but usually Play-Doh, it comes in like a sealed package to keep it from getting everywhere. But yeah, try not to put anything messy in there. Nothing that can go stale or ruin anything else in the box. I believe no toothpaste either. But yeah, you can check the description below to get this flyer for yourself. And I'll bring up here the address where you can send checks if you are feeling generous. It is sent to the radio station, but goes to Anna Williams. And again, I want to thank Brandy at WMRS Radio for helping me out with this information. So you send it to WMRS Radio, attention, Abby's Angels, 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. Checks can be made to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels, or Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. And you can send at any time. So if you can't donate now because you don't have the money or for whatever reason, and you want to later, anything that doesn't get to them by time they're starting to box these things up, they will use those funds for next year. They'll hold it over. So you can donate later if you want to. If you're feeling generous. I mean, it is the giving season coming up. You know, it's all about family and raising other people up. So please consider donating. And I'll be bringing this up top of the hour every hour, unless I am out somewhere on the golf cart. But I'll try to bring it up anyways. But yeah, we're gonna continue here with the timeline. So Rich Van Wyk is reporting on the search efforts from the Delphi Fire Station, 101 South Union Street, Delphi, Indiana. An interview with Mike Pattier. So this is 12:31. This is after the girls' bodies had been found, but nobody really, but I think the family were aware of it at the moment.
Where are Libby and Abby? These two teen girls have not been spotted in nearly 24 hours. That's where we're starting today at 12:30, the ongoing search for Libby German and Abby Williams. This story is unfolding right now in Delphi. That's in Carroll County, about 20 minutes northeast of Lafayette. Now, I want to show you the view from Google Earth. The girls were last seen near an abandoned bridge known as the Monon High Bridge, just outside Delphi. The area, as you see, is heavily wooded, and there's a creek running through it. Rich Van Wyk joins us live from the command center in Delphi. Rich, you've been talking with people out there. What's the latest there?
Well, the sheriff just briefed us a little while ago. He gave us details on the search, just how many people are involved. The fire department is now the command center for an exhaustive search that's covering a great swath of the county. More volunteer searchers are arriving here. They're ready and willing and able to start relieving some of the people who have been searching most of the morning in some of the wooded areas. From what we've heard and from what we've seen, there are probably about 200 civilian volunteers working with police, firemen, and others. They're searching woods, streams, fields, and buildings. The area, according to the sheriff, covers 20 to 25 square miles. Some of those areas, it's tough going. There are steep.
We've apparently lost our connection with Rich Van Wyk, but the video that you're seeing here gives you an idea of how rugged this particular area is. The vantage point, that's more than 200 people right now are searching for these two girls. Again, these two girls have been missing since yesterday about 1 o'clock. And you can again see this abandoned bridge here leading through Carroll County and a heavily wooded area. And we talked to a family member about what they think.
I see it's a small community that everybody pulls together. It's really heart-wrenching, you know what I mean, to see that. It's very touching, very moving.
You have trouble looking over there.
Yes, I do.
Because
it's a rough time right now I'm going through.
Our hearts go out to the families as this search continues there in Carroll County. We're covering this story on WTHR.com. We've got a lot of information there. You can see pictures of the girls, the search area, all on WTHR.com. And of course, our coverage continues throughout the day on our website.
All right, so Rain Dancer asked, did it make you kind of sad to be in the near of such a crime scene? I can imagine that. Oh, okay, I understand what you mean. Did it make me feel kind of sad to be in Delphi? Yeah, I wouldn't describe anything I did out there as fun. It is creepy. It is depressing. I'm out of shape, and it wasn't fun doing all that walking, and yeah, it wasn't a good time. I was just there for research purposes and try to help everyone better understand what Delphi actually looks like. And yeah, it is sad. It is sad knowing that it's supposed to be a fun spot where you're at, but now it's just shrouded with this awful event that happened. Yeah. It's definitely not, I don't know. I guess if I was there under different circumstances, it would be better. But, yeah, I was out there alone, and it was creepy. and being on the bridge is frightening. I guess later we can play some of my videos when I was out there, and you can, take a look at that. Let me catch up on, we got some new people. Oh, Miss Thang, my Pokemon friend, how are you? Miss Thang is super helpful. She knows a ton about this case, and she's right on top of it. She is right on top of it. Miss Thang is awesome. Where's Jacqueline? So Jacqueline earlier said, what type of items do they require, Bill? I heard that people can send a kind of a shoebox of things. Yeah. So in the description of this video, there's a couple of links you can click on. One of them is the list of items, and one of them is an address. Yeah, you can send like fun stuff for kids, hygiene items, stuff for school, stuff they can use for school, like pens and paper and yeah, stuff like that. But yeah, you can find that in the description below, and I'll bring it up at the top of the hour every hour. Let me see who else is here. I saw somebody else. Nope, I think we're all caught up with everybody who's chatted so far. Thank you for spending your time with me. I appreciate it. I hope that you all consider donating. It's a great cause. It's about helping kids understand God and Jesus Christ, and they get a fun gift that they can that is actually really helpful. They can it helps them with their education, and helps them have a good time, you know. So yeah, definitely consider donating. So Rain Dancer, no, I mean in the near the creek. I didn't go in the creek. Yeah, I wasn't trying to have wet feet. I didn't go there planning to go in the creek, and I didn't go in the creek. But other people have. Someone just did recently and said that they were soaked up to their like knees or whatever. Yeah, I wasn't trying to do that and ruin my shoes, and yeah, that wouldn't have been a good time. Let's see. Beautiful nature, nice people, and then a monster among them. Yeah, it's terrible. 2 miles from that crime scene. Lived about 2 miles from that crime scene. This thing. Thanks for the kind words, Bill. I appreciate what you're doing for the girls. Big hugs to your better half, Susan. Yes. So Susan right now is at one of the pools that we have here where we're staying. And she is just probably just sitting there either watching Judge Judy or reading a book or trying to see if dolphins pop up, because occasionally dolphins pop up where she sits. But she'll pop in later. She's contractually obligated to say at least one sentence, and it's part of her contract. I pay her in kisses, so she has to say the sentence. But anyways, I think we're all caught up here. I appreciate everybody who's stopping by. Don't feel like you have to stay for the entire time, because yeah, 24 hours is a long time. But yeah, check in periodically. See how I'm doing. Check in on you, boy. But anyways, we're going to continue on with the timeline here. So, at 2 p.m. there's a press conference. Let's see which one of these is longer. That's 10:26.
Riley, I'm with the
10:26. They're both exactly the same length. But I think it's this guy's channel here. What's his name? Patai Gibbs? I think that's who Graz was talking about earlier. Let me do this. So this video is by Patai Gibbs, and I believe this is the person who filmed this press conference. I'm not 100% sure about this, but this video was uploaded before the WLFI video. So I think this guy gets the credit. Patai Gibbs on YouTube. And after this video, I'll show you his YouTube page. Give him credit. So again, this is let me see here. This is at 2 p.m. on February 14, 2017. So this is well, you'll see.
Everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Sergeant Kim Riley. I'm with the Indiana State Police. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Lafayette Post.
Steve Mullen, Delphi Police Department, Chief of Police.
Total SMB, Carroll County Sheriff.
Basically, we're going to make this, it's going to be short and sweet. We don't have that much at this point in time. Basically, what we've got, we have found 2 bodies. Is that the Sugar Creek?
Deer Creek.
Deer Creek, sorry. In Deer Creek, about a mile east of town. We are investigating this as a crime scene. We suspect foul play. We have not made positive identification of the 2 bodies, so we're not going to be releasing any information on them at this point in time. We've got the Indiana State Police is assisting the Carroll County Sheriff's Department and the Delphi City Police Department in the investigation here. We also have the FBI Crime Scene Investigation Group here out of Indianapolis. And one thing the family asked us to do is to thank all the communities around Delphi and the people here in Delphi for assisting in attempting to locate these the 2 young children that were missing earlier. They just wanted to say thank you to those people, and thank you. They were just wanted to express their gratitude toward the hard work that was done in helping search for these children.
Has the search been called off for these 2 teenagers?
Not officially, because we have not positively identified the bodies at this point in time.
Do you have people still searching the woods and creeks?
We still have, there's still people out looking, but it has been scaled back. Let me just put it that way.
Are the bodies of the 2 individuals discovered, are those of young female children?
I'm not at liberty to give that information out as of this time.
Who found them?
I'm not going to say at this point in time.
Why do you believe that there was foul play?
Just the way the bodies were found. That's about all I can say at this point in time.
Were they in the water?
They were on the edge of the water, from what I understand. That's about the best I can tell you.
Any outside injuries?
I'm not going to make a comment on that at this time.
What time were they found?
That I'm not sure. 12:15? 12:15. About 12:15 this afternoon.
Are there any either suspects or persons of interest being questioned at this time?
We have not gotten that far into the investigation, so I cannot comment one way or the other.
Sheriff, you are from this community. Talk about the toll this search and this apparent recovery has taken on your county.
It's been a long several hours. It's played tremendously on the emotions of the community, but the plus is, the positive is the outreach of love and support for the families involved. And I think that's been fantastic. It speaks highly of our community.
You've talked to the families. There's been no identification, but we could hear that this was a sad meeting.
There is some sadness, yes.
how long do you think it's going to take, of what you know so far, how long do you think it's going to take to positively identify?
I can't speak for the coroner. He's the one that will take care of that part. That's not something I can give you that information at this point in time.
How far down was it from the bridge? Downstream.
Probably more than a mile, or less than a mile, rather.
I'm going to say somewhere between half and 3/4 of a mile. I'm guessing. The road curves back in there, so it's really hard to tell as the crow flies how far it is, but I'm going to guess about a half to 3/4 of a mile back there.
It wasn't that far from where the search started. You mentioned hours of searching, hundreds of people. So were they not in plain sight in that area, that it would have taken a long time for you guys to find them?
We really don't want to comment on that at this point in time. We don't really want to put out too much information at this point in time. Something I will do, if you follow me on Twitter, I'm going to probably put tweets out approximately every hour on updates. It may be as much as that I'm just going to say we have nothing new at this time, but I will try to do that for at least the next 4 to 6 hours.
How do you suspect, do you presume that these are the two people you were looking for?
I really can't comment on that at this point in time.
Were there any visible injuries or other signs of trauma to the bodies that were discovered?
We're not going to make any comment on that either. I know we're not giving you much. I understand that, but I mean we're at the baby stages of this case. At this point in time, I cannot release really much more information. As soon as I can, I will be more than happy to put stuff out.
Who's the lead investigator?
Carroll County is actually the lead.
Office.
Is it fair to say the search has been drastically scaled back?
Correct. I will say that, yes.
Sheriff, are you classifying this as a homicide investigation at this stage?
It's a death investigation of unknown sources.
Chief, you have not said anything yet. This is your town. Talk about the impact this has had.
It's had a terrible impact on our community. The people who participated in the search, people who have participated in all the efforts to try to find the victims in this case are very much appreciated. But I know that's had a terrible effect on our people, and we are grieved that this sort of thing would happen here in our community. I am pleased to see the community come out and help us the way that they have. I'm very pleased to be part of a community that has done everything they have done to help us out in this case.
Going forward, you're going to do everything. Obviously, you can't find out who was involved in this. And then earlier when we talked, pretty much all the law enforcement's been holding back tears because these young girls and families and the whole search has really taken a toll on you. So are you going to do everything, exhaust every option, just like you did in the search, to find out who was involved in this?
Yes.
Anything to say to the community?
Huge thank you.
Yes, thank you for all their help.
Should people in the community be afraid right now based upon what you've seen and you know?
I think people are smart enough in our community to draw their own conclusions about what they should feel and shouldn't feel. Our people are very smart. We have a very good community, and they are very strong. And they are able to draw their own conclusions about this whole situation, I think, quite successfully. Thank you for the question.
Because, and the reason I ask is I hear the words foul play suspected. And people might be wondering if there's somebody running around this community preying on people that they need to be afraid of.
I understand what you're saying.
Should they be?
I do. I think people are able to draw their own conclusions about this situation, and they are smart enough to figure out that what the situation warrants them to think. So that's all we have to say about that.
And you said you scaled back the search completely. So the hundreds of people, even they were coming up a little bit ago, can I offer my help? Can I get back out there? At this point, do you guys not want more people heading out in that area? What's the advice for people who do want to be involved in the search?
They can continue to help in the way we need the assistance at. I am not at the scene, and I'm not aware of what's going on out there at this point in time. So I can't really say what we're going to use them for. We may be just telling them we thank you for your help, and we may just be sending them back. So, again, it's we believe what you believe what you can, and then we got to go with the truth that we have. So that's what we're working at.
One final thing. You started off with a statement about finding bodies. Can you say that over again with the right creek?
Oh, Deer Creek. The bodies were found in the Deer Creek area, just east of town, about a mile from the 3/4 to a mile east of the
Freedom Bridge.
Freedom Bridge. I know I didn't help you much there, but
South from Freedom Bridge or the Monon
High Bridge.
High Bridge.
I'm not sure which bridges.
They're two separate bridges.
I know. So
Yeah.
Freedom Bridge is on the Heartland, and the High Bridge is the bridge that's right up that used to be the railroad
So
bridge.
how far from High Bridge? I think that was the last known location.
Within probably 3/4 of a mile or so.
Okay. And how close were they to the area where they were supposed to be picked up by their relatives?
Within that 3/4 of a mile or so.
Is that with the flow of the creek or against the flow?
It would be upstream.
Upstream against the flow of the creek.
All right, so I believe this is the guy that uploaded the video. Oh, I don't know, maybe not. Anyways, we'll give him credit because this video. Oh no, we're not gonna play SpongeBob. Yeah, we'll give him credit. Patai Gibbs on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is the person who filmed it, but all right, so that. And share this. Or you can attribute to WLFI. I'll show you here. WLFI News 18. So that's interesting here. It says, during the press conference, police say 2 bodies were found in Deer Creek in Delphi. And I believe this information here comes from one of the news articles from back then. It's just copy and pasted portions from there. But yeah, it was interesting that they were saying found in Deer Creek early on. That might have caused some confusion. And then how long is this? A WRTV helicopter is flying over the search area recording footage. And I believe this is short. It starts shortly before the girls' bodies were found, and then it goes on after. I'm not sure. How long is this? It's about a half hour long. Do we want to play a half hour of helicopter footage that shows the area? I don't know. What do you think, chat? Do we play the 35-minute helicopter footage? Actually, you know what? It was part of it. It happened that day. I mean, it's part of the timeline. Yeah, I say we play it. We got 24 hours. What's a half hour out of it? You know? So, I mean, yeah, it happened that day. Let's play it. Sorry, Rain Dancer. Yeah, we got to play it. I mean, it's part of what happened. I'm playing the news footage. This was news footage. I believe, I'm not sure if this actually aired live on RTV6 or if this was on their website. I think this might have been live on their website. So I believe that is Freedom Bridge right here. It leads off into the trail system. You know, it looks like they're blocking access off to the area. Yeah, I think these helicopter people think this is the bridge that they're supposed to be filming. Because there is two bridges and overpasses. So I believe this bridge has the words Monon High Bridge Trails or something painted on it now. Or maybe it's from the other angle. There's a Delphi water tower. Right there. Abandoned CPS DCS building is right down the way from there. Yes, Nathan, are you talking about a person named Gardner, or are you talking about a person who has a profession as a gardener? Like, do you mean the gardener, like a person who did work on their garden or yard, found something? Is that what you're implying? Or is it a person named Gardner? Yeah, so these roads are like super narrow. And yeah, I bet parking was just a nightmare. There's the cemetery, and there's the bridge back there. So you got the cemetery here. I think you can see the bridge back there. Are we frozen? I don't know if that was me or if that was the camera. No, it's like the reverse shot. They're on the other end. That's the cemetery that they're looking at right here. And like over this way to the left is kind of where the girls were dropped off. Like over here. Like right over here. It's kind of the trail system. There's the creek, and you can see people are in there searching. I think that's DNR. So it looked a lot more shallow when I was there in September. It didn't look anywhere near that deep when I was there. Yeah, as you can kind of see there with that shot they just had, how flat Indiana is. But then you look at this area here with the creek and the woods and all that, it is like radically different terrain. Yeah, there's some like extremely dangerous like drop-offs. Oh man, how scary. I would never want to go in a helicopter. I do not do heights. Yeah, it is pretty beautiful the way it's kind of like patchwork or something, like a quilt, the way it's all set up. It looks really cool. Yeah, and when we were in Tipton, Indiana, on our way down south, we saw like a plane flying around, like spraying some sort of stuff on the crops. It was pretty cool. Kind of scary too, because it was pretty close, just flying around. Yeah, that's not me glitching, I don't think. I think that's just the video feed. And this helicopter seems to be really focusing in on this cemetery here. Oh, I can see why. They're kind of using it as like a parking lot. Yep, there's the bridge. Yeah, whoever's controlling this camera probably really doesn't know anything at this point, so they're just kind of trying to look at everything. Yeah, this is probably the first of many searches done in the creek. Yeah, I'm sure there's people out there right now looking at this helicopter footage super close, frame by frame, trying to see if there's like a tiny little pixel somewhere going away from the scene while all the other tiny little pixels are going, towards the scene. Yeah, this is the next day on the 14th, so he's long gone by now. Well, it makes me wonder if it's true that he inserted himself into the investigation. Did he insert himself into the search? Oh, yeah. Oh, very likely. Very likely. But sometimes you have to re-examine things. Because when new information comes out, it makes you see things in a different way than you did when you were previously looking for something. Like if you have more specific details of what you could be looking for, just better perspective, I guess, going into it. Yeah, you could be right, though. Yeah, man, that's that scary bridge. Rhonda True, how are you? Rhonda says, this is Midwest. A lot of farming goes on there. Ranches, stuff that land is perfect for. Now I love in the mountains. Yeah, you know, I traveled through Colorado once, and so I saw the mountains like kind of peripherally. But yeah, I'd love to, you know, maybe go hiking someday. I don't know if I have the energy for it, though, to be honest with you. Being a smoker doesn't help as well. Yeah, I imagine living up in the mountains is absolutely gorgeous. Just hang out, relax, mountain lions, drinking your moonshine. You know, if I go traveling someday, I've heard that, yeah, Austria is absolutely beautiful. You should post some videos on your YouTube channel. Show people like a little slice of life of what it's like in Austria. Does anybody know what news company that helicopter belonged to? Miss Thang, my Pokemon friend, says, my daughter visited Austria on a school trip a few years ago. She fell in love with it and will be moving there after college. Interesting. So does that mean mom is moving there with her? That's quite a distance away. Green Dancer says, Miss Thang, that's nice. I hope she will enjoy the time here. Well, I hope so. She's going to be living there. Looks like they're doing some sort of like conga line type of thing. Probably like a grid search of some sort. Or what you could do is you can I mean, suppose you could always FaceTime, but they make those they make like these I don't know, it's like a giant iPad type deal where you can see a person's face, like the exact size it would be, kind of like a family chat type deal. Get one of those, or you could just use your cell phone and FaceTime. It's so much easier to actually see the person's face that lives so far away with technology and whatnot. But yeah, I imagine it'd be pretty hard to be away from your kid that distance. So if they screw up, you can't whack them on their ass. Me too, Rain Dancer. All responsible individuals connected. Yep. All individuals connected. And yeah, I want to bring up the investigation is still ongoing. The tip lines are still open. So if you have anything that you feel could be useful to police, whether it be about any information you might have on Richard Allen or any information you may have on the Anthony Schatz account, or any information at all that is related to this case that you feel the police should absolutely know. So yeah, the tip lines are still open. Sherry Vincent, hello Sherry, how are you? Says, hi everyone, Garage shared your info yesterday. Yeah, I saw that. I was on his live stream commenting on what he was talking about. He's been going through a podcast as of late, trying to apply any new information that we've learned to what we used to know, or what we still know, but now have a different perspective on, I guess. Let me see. Is this still going? Yeah, it's still going. I'm not sure why it's. Not sure if it's a me issue or if it's the camera feed. I don't think it's me. I think it's the video. Let me just fast forward. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I know a bunch of people who use WhatsApp. My Susan's cousin went to Italy, and that's the only way we were able to get a hold of her was through WhatsApp. Yeah, Sleuth Intuition, he's my boy. I love Sleuth. He's the best. Yeah, Diana Sizzy says, Sleuth Intuition shared your video of the private drive and your page info too. Yeah, Sleuth is the best. He is the best. So if you're not subscribed to Sleuth, go subscribe to his channel. I'll bring his channel up later. But yeah, Sleuth is the best. That's a car on the private drive, I think. Let's see. Do we see Shoe Tree? Shoe Tree's kind of right around the bend. I don't know. This might not be the right area. Let me see. Where are they? Yeah, that might have been private drive. Yeah, I think that was the private drive they were going down. I'm not sure if that was somebody who lives there or if that was police going down there. Yeah, I'm not sure who is that. I thought I saw a 3 on the side. Yeah, I'm not sure what that other helicopter is. I'm wondering if is it police or is it another news agency? Just turned 21. You better tell them about the dangers of alcohol. When I turned 21, wow, this was before I turned 21, but yeah, when I turned 21, I was like, whoop, party. Yeah, if you're not already a member of Sleuth's Discord, what you can do is you can go over to Sleuth Intuition on YouTube and you can become a member. And when you become a member, you get access to a private Discord. And all you got to do is say, hey, Sleuth, let me get the Discord code. And he'll give you a private link. And you can join in on the conversation. Got about 4 more minutes left in the video. Yeah, and I'm not sure if this is me or if this is just the way the video is. Let me try to skip forward a little bit. Yeah, I guess that's the way it is. Yeah, okay. Let's see, who did this come from? So this is from MB on YouTube. Just paste this into the chat. And just pin that real quick. Sorry, I got like a whole system here. It's yeah, it's actually pretty good. So, MB, yeah, she posted the RTV6 helicopter footage of Delphi, Indiana, search for Libby and Abby. And I believe that the helicopter footage came from the website where they were streaming live. Because even though some of these channels, they only go on at certain times of the day, you know, like 5 o'clock in the morning, noon, 5 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night. Sometimes they'll have a website where they're streaming news all day long. Kind of like a live news network, just online. And that's actually, I use the Fox 59 live stream feed from their website when we all watched the Richard Allen press conference stuff together the other day. Yeah, it's just nice and convenient. And we also saw some news reporter. He was like blowing on an owl. They had like an owl in studio, and it wasn't moving or doing anything. So I think the reporter was just like leaning over and going, trying to get it to move, not realizing that it could have clawed his face. But anyways, that was from MB/RTV6, WRTV. Back. And I'm not sure when exactly that footage was taken. I have it down here at about 3:50. Oh, no, that's not even the right video. My bad. Where are we here? Right here. I have it at about 4:58 p.m., but I'm not entirely sure exactly when that happened. Watch the press conference. So this is around 4:59 p.m. WTHR coverage of community reaction of 2 bodies being found.
This is as a crime scene. We suspect foul play.
And this is still on February 14th. This is news from February 14th, and this is just shortly after the girls' bodies were found. I believe I said, yeah, this is 4:59 p.m., so this is roughly 5 hours later.
And that is the Carroll County.
This is as a crime scene. We suspect foul play.
And that is the Carroll County Sheriff's Department breaking the news. 2 bodies found east of Delphi. That discovery made during the search for 2 13-year-old girls, Libby German and Abby Williams. Now, this is the area we're talking about, Delphi, Indiana, a tight-knit community here in Carroll County, and they came out strong searching for these girls today. Now, the sheriff, again, is not identifying these bodies found as those of Libby or Abby. This whole situation has been going on for about 24 hours now. And Eyewitness News reporter Rich Van Wyk spoke with the family, spoke with searchers today, and some of the folks in town about what's happening here. Rich?
John, the firehouse was headquarters for this search. Hundreds of volunteers coming through here, along with police and firefighters and searchers. The bodies, they were found about 2 miles from where we are standing. This is an area east of town by a couple of miles. The most recognizable landmark is the Freedom Bridge. The crime scene, though, is along Deer Creek, a remote area well off the popular trails and scenic walkways used by many of the people in Delphi. The hope among hundreds of searchers turned to heartbreak. Well before authorities announced that 2 bodies were found, the faces and tears of firemen, lawmen, and volunteers told the tragic outcome.
We are investigating this as a crime scene. We suspect foul play. We have not made positive identification of the 2 bodies.
The bodies were found shortly after noon outside of town along the banks of Deer Creek, about 3/4 of a mile upstream from the teenagers' last location. A Snapchat photo taken by Libby German put her and her friend Abby Williams on the abandoned Monon High Bridge early Monday afternoon. They were enjoying a day off from school. The pair never arrived at a location a relative was supposed to pick them up.
It's been a long several hours. It's played tremendously on the emotions of the community.
So if you can group up, like somebody's got a pickup truck or something.
Hundreds of volunteers joined firefighters and police from across the county. They searched and researched a 20-square-mile area, walking through creek banks, the remote woods, wide fields, and buildings. Many of the volunteers know the girls and their families.
Yeah, we do take it personally. We don't know what's happened here.
Hours before the bodies were found, we spoke with Libby's grandfather, Mike Patty.
Very, very good kids. I mean, they're sports oriented. That's their relationship together. They play a lot of sports together, volleyball, softball, baseball, whatever it is.
Investigators wanting to protect the evidence are releasing few details. The presumed murders occurred in a popular, well-used hiking area.
Should people in the community be afraid right now?
Delphi Police Chief Stephen Mullen.
I think people are smart enough in our community to draw their own conclusions about what they should feel and shouldn't feel.
We expect that police are going to be processing that crime scene, John, until they run out of daylight. In addition to local police officials, they're getting help from the FBI. Autopsy results should perhaps provide some answers to the questions a lot of Delphi residents are asking.
Yeah, the response here has been overwhelming by law enforcement agencies. Thank you, Rich Van Wyk, tonight.
We are 2 hours in. 2 hours and 4 minutes, actually. 2 hours out of 24 hours. And as you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Delphi Timeline Live. Today we are raising money for Abby's Angels. Abby's Angels is a charity run by Anna Williams through Samaritan's Purse's Operation Christmas Child. Samaritan's Purse has collected shoebox gifts filled with toys, school supplies, and hygiene items for children around the world. Since 1993, more than 198 million children in more than 170 countries and territories have received an Operation Christmas Child shoebox. The project delivers not only the joy of what for many kids is their first gift ever, but also gives them a tangible expression of God's love. And I'm going to show you here kind of what goes into these shoe boxes. You got school supplies like crayons, color pencils, markers, erasers, things of that nature. Personal items and hygiene, chapstick, bars of soap, Band-Aids, combs, small brushes, tissues, different stuff for your hair, socks, t-shirts, underwear for toddlers, small sewing kits, and then toys, wow items like dolls, Barbies, soccer ball or football with manual air pump, small stuffed animal, small musical instrument, little box puzzles, yo-yos, stickers, Play-Doh, fun stuff for kids. They're going to learn a little bit about God and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and they're going to get some fun stuff that they can play with on Christmas and use afterwards for school and stuff like that. So it's a really good cause, and if you're feeling generous and you have the money, I highly suggest you donate. And I'll bring up a address here where you can send checks. And it goes through the radio station in Monticello, Indiana, WMRS Radio. And again, I want to thank Brandy over at WMRS for helping me out with this information. And you send it to WMRS Radio, attention, Abby's Angels, 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. Checks can be made to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels, or Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. So if you guys are feeling generous and you have the money, I highly suggest that you do something nice for these kids. It really is a good cause, and it'll make you feel all warm inside if you help out. So if you've always been wondering, man, I wish there was a way where I could help out these families. Well, this is one of the ways you can do that. So I highly suggest heading on over to the old checkbook and doing something nice. And I will be bringing that up on the top of the hour every hour, unless I am out and about and don't have access to the computer I'm using, because I do plan on if the hurricane doesn't come and dump a bunch of rain on us, there's a tropical storm Nicole that is within a couple days of approaching directly above where I live, or where I'm staying right now, and it's supposed to reach Category 1 hurricane by time around the time it hits land, or maybe even shortly before it hits land, but then going across. Before it starts to weaken down. So we might be getting a whole bunch of rain here. I'm not sure. So that might kind of spoil the whole golf cart ride. If I start hearing chairs move outside, I have to run. I'm going to have to pause the stream for a moment so I can run outside, and I got to flip some patio tables and put some chairs off to the side so they don't go flying away or breaking. But yeah, so we will get right back to the timeline here. So I believe this is clips throughout the day. So this, I'm gonna play this all the way through, and then but it goes beyond where our timeline here, so it kind of skips around throughout the day. So here we go.
2 bodies found east of Delphi. That discovery made during the search for 2 13-year-old girls, Libby German and Abby Williams. Now, this is the area we're talking about, Delphi, Indiana, a tight-knit community here in Carroll County, and they came out strong searching for these girls today.
John, the firehouse was headquarters for this search. Hundreds of volunteers coming through here, along with police and firefighters and searchers. The bodies, they were found about 2 miles from where we are standing. This is an area east of town by a couple of miles. The most recognizable landmark is the Freedom Bridge. The crime scene, though, is along Deer Creek, a remote area well off the popular trails and scenic walkways used by many of the people in Delphi. The hope among hundreds of searchers turned to heartbreak. Well before authorities announced that 2 bodies were found, the faces and tears of firemen, lawmen, and volunteers told the tragic outcome.
We are investigating this as a crime scene. We suspect foul play. We have not made positive identification of the 2 bodies.
The bodies were found shortly after noon outside of town along the banks of Deer Creek, about 3/4 of a mile upstream from the teenagers' last location. A Snapchat photo taken by Libby German put her and her friend Abby Williams on the abandoned Monon High Bridge early Monday afternoon. They were enjoying a day off from school. The pair never arrived at a location a relative was supposed to pick them up.
It's been a long several hours. It's played tremendously on the emotions of the community.
So if you can group up, like somebody's got a pickup truck or something.
Hundreds of volunteers joined firefighters and police from across the county. They searched and researched a 20-square-mile area, walking through creek banks, the remote woods, wide fields, and buildings. Many of the volunteers know the girls and their families.
Yeah, we do take it personally. We don't know what's happened here.
Hours before the bodies were found, we spoke with Libby's grandfather, Mike Patty.
Very, very good kids. I mean, they're sports oriented. That's their relationship together. They play a lot of sports together, volleyball, softball, baseball, whatever it is.
Investigators wanting to protect the evidence are releasing few details. The presumed murders occurred in a popular, well-used hiking area.
Should people in the community be afraid right now?
Delphi Police Chief Stephen Mullen.
I think people are smart enough in our community to draw their own conclusions about what they should feel and shouldn't feel.
We expect that police are going to be processing that crime scene, John, until they run out of daylight. In addition to local police officials, they're getting help from the FBI. Autopsy results should perhaps provide some answers to the questions a lot of Delphi residents are asking.
Yeah, the response here has been overwhelming by law enforcement agencies. Thank you, Rich Van Wyk, tonight. Now, not just the law enforcement agencies, but the people here in Delphi have been quite affected by this. If you do a search of crime statistics, crime rates are low here in Delphi.
Very upsetting. So this is a small community, and you just don't expect things like this to happen to your community.
I don't know how I would react if it was my own child. You know, it's hard to explain.
It's sad what our world's come to. You know, 2 little girls can't walk home from school without getting home safe.
Neighbors still waiting for final identification of those bodies.
Nevertheless, Superintendent Greg Briles met with staff late this afternoon to tell them it was a good possibility the 2 bodies found did indeed belong to their 2 missing students.
It's tough. You know, any kind of situation like this, you learn to cope with it, but they don't teach you how to deal with this in superintendent school, and they don't teach you how to deal with it at principal school or teaching school or anything like that. You kind of lean on those who have had similar experiences in the past, and you just keep leaning.
The superintendent says they never gathered students around today to discuss with them what they were hearing. They said they wanted to leave that to students' parents tonight, but if this is what they believe it is, they will have counselors available here for the rest of the week and beyond. And Delphi United Methodist Church is also opening its doors tonight at 7 to offer the community here support.
And there are a lot of police presence here. In fact, about 40 members of various police agencies are in the area where these bodies were found, including policemen and officers from the FBI, from the state police, the county sheriff's department, and the city police department. Even the superintendent of the Indiana State Police came up here to Delphi today to be part of this search. And here's what he had to say.
Tremendous coordination with an event like this, and we still don't know exactly who these folks are. But this is a small community in rural Indiana, and I want them to know that they're going to get any and all resources that they need to make sure this comes to a successful resolution.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And we are now almost exactly 24 hours from when police first were notified that these 2 girls were missing. And the search has ended in some sadness tonight here in Delphi. This community is not used to this kind of situation. It's a low crime area, and police have a lot to deal with tonight. The investigation will continue throughout the evening. They're still processing the crime scene. The bodies have not yet been removed. The coroner will take a look at those bodies, and hopefully sometime tomorrow morning we will have some idea on the identities of those people found here in Carroll County. Now, I want to show you the area that we're talking about, where the search took place today. Drone Cam 13 flew over the rural area where 13-year-old Abby Williams and Libby German went missing yesterday afternoon. They were last seen near an abandoned railroad bridge, and where family members say they had gone hiking.
John, this was the search center. This is where they coordinated a search involving hundreds of people, perhaps the entire community in some way.
And the superintendent is stressing that all schools in the district will be on a soft lockdown. That means all doors to all schools here in the district will be locked, and they will be monitoring who comes in and out. That is something they say they do anyway. It's just that now with this investigation ongoing, they feel compelled to monitor even more closely.
So here is what we know about the timeline of the disappearance of these two teenagers. Libby and Abby were dropped off in an area east of Delphi around 1 o'clock on Monday. The family tells us the last thing they found was a picture on Snapchat of the two at the bridge over the creek. That was around 2:30 p.m. When family went to pick them up, they couldn't find the girls and called police at about 5:30 yesterday evening. And then this afternoon, the sheriff's department said 2 bodies had been found. Foul play was involved. But again, and we want to be very clear about this, they did not identify the bodies as those of the 2 missing girls.
Now, when the search for these girls got underway yesterday, many of our viewers reached out asking why police did not issue an Amber Alert. The state of Indiana takes a few factors into account when making that decision. First of all, the children involved must be younger than 18 and believed to be abducted or in serious danger. Now, police also have to have enough descriptive information to believe the alert would actually help them locate the information and locate the victims. In this particular case, the Carroll County Sheriff had said last night they had no information to lead them to think the 2 teens could face serious harm.
Tuesday night, Indiana State Troopers guard all routes into the crime scene outside Delphi. Here's the area by day from Drone 13. Police deployed along the cemetery and Deer Creek, where 2 bodies were found just out of the water. Investigators working to find if they're the remains of 2 13-year-old friends who disappeared Monday afternoon.
It's tragic. I mean, this is a family town. So we all have kids around here, and that's kind of scary.
In fact, the crime scene is about a football field out her back door. She was away Monday afternoon when the 2 missing girls, Libby German and Abby Williams, were reportedly dropped off nearby to go exploring an old bridge, but they never showed up at the rendezvous point a few hours later. Jennifer hasn't seen anybody suspicious in the woods here.
You know, you don't even look for that, honestly. It's not something you expect to see. I mean, I'm from California. So to me, this is a safe haven.
Why do you believe that there is foul play?
Just the way the bodies were found.
Police not saying how the victims died yet, and when asked if residents should be afraid that a killer is on the loose.
I think people are able to draw their own conclusions about this situation, and they are smart enough to figure out that what the situation warrants them to think.
John, this is a community that is hurting, and they came to church tonight to pray about that. Hundreds prayed for the families of both of these girls and everyone else who is touched by what's happened.
They accepted like anybody.
That's what 6th grader Abby O'Neill and her sister say they love most about Libby German and Abby Williams.
It's hard.
Words don't come easy right now, but tears do, especially when these sisters think about Libby. The girls all on the middle school swim team together.
She was nice to everybody.
For their mother, it isn't any easier.
I can't imagine what the other parents are going through right now. I mean, the girls were my girls' ages, and I can't even put myself in their shoes.
Just kind of floors you. It numbifies you. You just don't know how to put anything into perspective or words.
Gail Fry is close with Libby German's family and is heartbroken over both girls' disappearance.
Very quiet, but yet she had a presence that you knew she was going to accomplish things.
Even those who say they don't know either family firsthand know someone who does. They're grieving for their community, but mostly mourning for the girls' families as they wait for police to identify the 2 bodies found.
Just a half block down the street from the police station, people are thinking about the girls at the sandwich shop. It's a family place, burgers, fries, and a side of concern over the day's news.
I just can't believe, that it really happened.
Marcia Rossiter is raising her 11-year-old granddaughter, Caden, and for her, this is hitting very close to home.
She used to sit with the one girl on the bus, so it really bothers her. Of course, all the kids are upset.
On the other side of the room, the Lowrys and their 14-year-old son, Cullen, who said he heard the news at school on social media.
We just told him not to go out, not to go anywhere.
And he's already accepted that his world has changed in the last 24 hours.
I'm going to be more careful about stuff. I know that.
Cullen's dad, Kenny, has lived here his entire life and is still processing what happened.
It's not like they did anything wrong, in this community you can walk around like that. You don't have to have those fears. And then for something like this tragedy to happen, we just don't understand it.
But they do understand the need to be more vigilant with their own children as police work to solve a crime that hits so close to their homes.
We're bringing you up to speed here on what we are expecting here in the day ahead. Hopefully some answers, because it's what so many people here in this community are desperate for this morning, especially as they hug their children and send them off to school. In the day ahead, we are expecting autopsy to be performed at 8 o'clock this morning in southern Indiana. From there, we should get a lot of information. That includes how those two people died, because that's something also we do not know yet from police here in this area. We are also expecting to learn the names of those two victims as well.
Is there anything any procedure that is changing for the children or the parents this morning that they need to know?
Well, one of the things that we're doing is here in the community, any student that needs a ride to school, whether they ride the bus on a normal basis or not, they are welcome to go to a bus stop and get on those buses. So we have a lot of walkers, and if the parents feel that a bus ride is safer, then they're welcome to get on those buses. Our bus drivers are open arms.
All right, that's good to know. And what about how you will address the student body today, or will you?
We still have two young ladies that are missing. And as you'd stated, it has not been confirmed that the bodies found yesterday were our students. But we still have two students missing. We're going to be very cautious in the way that we handle the situation. Our parents last night were able to have conversations with our students. And as we move forward into the day, we will have the services available. We're not going to pull our student body together. We're going to let the professionals handle that.
We talked to someone who knew the girls quite well.
It's just happening so close to home. I've seen it other busy places, but Delphi, nothing happens here. It's like, how could this be happening here in Delphi?
How can it happen here? So a lot of unanswered questions. Grief this morning. I'm a parent myself. When I heard the news about these girls yesterday, disappearance and then bodies being found, my heart went out to this community. We're grieving along with them and waiting for word of what may have happened to the two girls. So what are other parents here? How are they addressing their children this morning? We're going to have that for you coming up here this morning.
Well, we've learned just how big of a task I think that investigators are up against. We're at the Delphi City building. We've seen police coming and going this morning. We are told dozens of investigators are checking out hundreds of tips that have been relayed to the police. At the same time, they're still investigating the crime scene. It's a couple of miles outside of town. It is a remote area well off the public trails the girls were hiking Monday afternoon before they disappeared. The FBI is working with state and local police. I am told they're quite literally turning over every leaf in that crime scene, looking for any possible clues or evidence. They're also interviewing friends of the two girls for any information that might be helpful there. Everyone seems to have their eyes on Terre Haute, where the autopsies are underway. State police have told us they will advise us when the autopsy is done and provide what information they can from those autopsies, just how those bodies are identified. When we find out something, Scott, we'll tell you about it.
Yeah, state police say it's taking a little longer than normal to do those autopsies, and a news conference expected at some point later today.
We do have some breaking news from Carroll County. There is word now from Delphi that the two teenagers missing since the other day have been confirmed as the bodies found yesterday near Delphi. They are Libby German and Abby Williams. Here are their pictures. There's a press conference going on right now. Let's see if we can listen in to hear what the authorities are saying.
So, Sherry Vincent asked Delphi Timeline, will they accept CC credit card? At one point there was a fundraiser on Facebook that you could donate to, but that has ended. I had asked if there was a Cash App or a PayPal available, but there was not. So right now, the only way you can send them something is if you either drop off a shoebox to the radio station or you send checks payable to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels or to Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. That's the only way you can at the moment. As far as I know, I'm going to be live streaming for 24 hours. If another method pops up, I will let you know. But as far as I know, the only method right now is either by dropping off a shoebox full of stuff, or there is also a wish list that's down in the description of this video below. If you go down to the description below, there's a wish list, and you can actually buy things from that wish list for them. So yeah, go to the wish list, and you can use your credit card to purchase some of the items that they need. If there's still items on there. I mean, this live stream's been scheduled for a couple days, so somebody might have already went on there and bought those items. So yes, Sherry Vincent, that's one way you could help. But yeah, checks are the way that I'm suggesting you try to help right now. Yeah, thanks for that question. Real Chill Graz had asked similar question about PayPal earlier, and I had suggested to him that he could PayPal somebody he trusts and have that person write a check in his name, or yeah, you could do that too. I guess you could use your credit card to Cash App somebody some money and then have them write a check for you. That's just another way. Yeah, all the info is in the description of this video. And again, I'll be bringing this information up on the top of the hour every hour, unless I'm off on a golf cart tour that I'm planning on bringing you guys on later to show you around the area I'm staying in Florida. Because on one side of the property is the Indian River, and on the other side of the property is the Atlantic Ocean. And it's all a small golf cart ride from one place to the other. So it's pretty cool. So we'll continue here with the timeline. I apologize if some of these are repeats, because I believe this is 15 minutes of WTHR footage from the 14th, I think, until the 15th. So some of this may end up being repeats, and I apologize for that. I almost feel like just skipping all the WTHR stuff, but it looks like there's other things that weren't in that report. So we'll go through them. I'm sorry if they're replays. We constantly have new people checking in periodically, so it'll be new to whoever's new.
Now, this has been very difficult for the young people here in Delphi. Both Libby German and Abby Williams were 13 years old. They attended the Delphi Community High School, and the school gave a statement about an hour ago. Eyewitness News reporter Emily Longnecker is there with what the school is doing to help the students.
Well, John, the folks here at the Delphi Community School Corporation started this day out hopeful that these two students, Libby and Abby, would be found. By 12:30, though, words started to emerge on social media with news no one wanted to hear. New school officials say they still cannot officially confirm. Nevertheless, Superintendent Greg Briles met with staff late this afternoon to tell them it was a good possibility the two bodies found did indeed belong to their two missing students.
It's tough. You know, any kind of situation like this, you learn to cope with it, but they don't teach you how to deal with this in superintendent school, and they don't teach you how to deal with it at principal school or teaching school or anything like that. You kind of lean on those who have had similar experiences in the past, and you just keep leaning.
The superintendent says they never gathered students around today to discuss with them what they were hearing. They said they wanted to leave that to students' parents tonight, but if this is what they believe it is, they will have counselors available here for the rest of the week and beyond. And Delphi United Methodist Church is also opening its doors tonight at 7 to offer the community here support. John?
That is good to know. So Sherry Vincent confirms that the wish list is still going on. So if you want to help out, head on over to the wish list. Like if you can't send a check, but you have a credit card or a debit card or any type of online payment or online banking or whatever, such as like PayPal or maybe even some of the cryptocurrency wallets or whatever you can start using. I'm not entirely sure about that. But yeah, go to the wish list that is in the description of this video below, and you can help them by purchasing some of the items on the wish list. So thank you again, Sherry Vincent. You were very helpful today. Thank you. This is 5:28 p.m. and this is still February 14th. A lot of news came out that day, and it was mainly from WRTV, WTHR, and WLFI. We'll continue here. Where were we? 5:28 p.m. WTHR News.
Now, here's the timeline about what has happened so far, the disappearance of these two girls. They were dropped off at a trail east of Delphi around 1 o'clock on Monday. The family tells us the last thing they found was a picture on Snapchat of the two on the bridge over the creek. That was around 2:30 p.m. When the family went to pick them up, they couldn't find the girls and called police. That was at about 5:30 yesterday evening. The community began searching all through the night. And then this afternoon, the sheriff's department said 2 bodies had been found. Foul play was involved, but they did not identify that the bodies were those of the 2 missing girls. Now, one of the things a lot of folks have asked us about is why an Amber Alert was not issued. And we want to quickly explain why. First of all, there are several criteria involved with an Amber Alert. There needs to be children under the age of 18, which they are. But there must also be the belief that children were abducted and in serious danger. There also needs to be enough descriptive information to help finding them, and that was there as well. So the main thing here is that what that kept police from issuing an Amber Alert is a belief that they had been abducted and were in serious danger. There was no way of knowing that at that time or believing that at that time. So Scott and Andrea, we are going to be here in Delphi. The coroner is taking a look at those bodies that have been discovered. There's still a lot of activity here related to this case, and we will continue to follow that and have more for you coming up at 5:30, 6 o'clock here on Eyewitness News, again on the Night Beat at 11, and of course at WTHR.com. Scott?
The next thing, oh yeah, this one I know is definitely a repeat. So this is from 5:30. WRTB reports on Amber Alert criteria, but as you can see here, this is Doug Carter in the background here, and you can see his name right there. So February 14th, 2017. Doug Carter was there that day. And I believe these early news clips are the first time we see Doug Carter concerning this case. So he was right there early on, and he's been there this whole time, doing everything he can. Doug Carter's a cool dude, and I'm glad that he got to wrap this case up before he retired. I mean, it probably would have eaten him away alive, not having solved this before he retired. So Doug's a good dude. So here we go.
Our breaking news tonight at 5:30 continues in Carroll County, where the nearly 24-hour search for two missing girls is over tonight. These images that you're looking at here from Drone Cam 13. We flew it over the area where the 13-year-olds went missing yesterday afternoon. And from these pictures here, you can see just how remote the area is. It was late this afternoon that the news broke that many of us feared all across the state, the discovery of two bodies.
But the sheriff would not go as far as saying the bodies are those of the two missing girls. They do suspect foul play. We've got John Stair in Delphi tonight at 5:30 with more on the investigation. John.
You know, Scott, they have said that definitely foul play was involved here. And again, they have not released the identities of the bodies found in this rural area of Carroll County. But if you look at the faces of friends, relatives, and searchers, that does tell a story. The search for 13-year-olds Abby Williams and Libby German has been dramatically scaled back. And tonight, the coroner is examining the bodies found. Police are keeping all details right now very close to the vest. But listen to what they had to say.
One thing the family asked us to do is to thank all the communities around Delphi and the people here in Delphi for assisting in attempting to locate these the two young children that were missing earlier.
And there are a lot of police presence here. In fact, about 40 members of various police agencies are in the area where these bodies were found, including policemen and officers from the FBI, from the state police, the county sheriff's department, and the city police department. Even the superintendent of the Indiana State Police came up here to Delphi today to be part of this search. And here's what he had to say.
Tremendous coordination with an event like this, and we still don't know exactly who these folks are. But this is a small community in rural Indiana, and I want them to know that they're going to get any and all resources that they need to make sure this comes to a successful resolution.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And we are now almost exactly 24 hours from when police first were notified that these two girls were missing. And the search has ended in some sadness tonight here in Delphi. This community is not used to this kind of situation. It's a low crime area, and police have a lot to deal with tonight. The investigation will continue throughout the evening. They're still processing the crime scene. The bodies have not yet been removed. The coroner will take a look at those bodies, and hopefully sometime tomorrow morning we will have some idea on the identities of those people found here in Carroll County. That's it for now. We'll have more for you coming up on Eyewitness News at 6. I'm John Stair, Channel 13 Eyewitness News in Delphi. Scott and Anne-Marie, back to you.
All right, and this is WRTV Amber Alert criteria news footage. Again, this is a clip that I found within a news article, but couldn't find elsewhere on YouTube. It might exist on YouTube, but I haven't been able to find it, so I uploaded it myself on my other channel, and you don't have to bother going over to my other channel. It's I don't know, if you're into wrestling, I guess. I mean, it's just a hodgepodge of just nonsense, so don't feel obligated to search that out. But yeah, this video is on my other channel.
today's tragic news out of Carroll County, we wanted to take some time to answer a question you frequently ask us right here at RTV6. How does law enforcement make the decision to issue an Amber Alert? An Amber Alert was not issued in the case of Abby Williams and Libby German that we have been following for you this week. Now, that's because the disappearance of the teenaged girls did not meet the criteria for an Amber Alert laid out by the Justice Department. You see the criteria there on your screen. We also have information on how Amber Alerts are issued right now up on the RTV6 mobile app.
Okay, and yeah, so that, as you see, some of these videos on the timeline, I haven't given a description yet. There's just tons of stuff on this website that I want to do, that I wish I could clone myself so I could do more, but I had to just pick one project at a time and then hit it hard and then move on. And eventually over time, I'll have everything, I think, and have everything within reason. Anything I think might be pertinent, but yeah. So some of this stuff I don't have a description yet, but I wanted to put it on the website. And then some of these I'm still finding videos from 2017. Like, I thought I had scoured every inch of YouTube to find every news clip that I could. And I'm still finding videos from as early as 2017, which is nuts. Yeah, there's so much news. Like, I have another playlist where it's kind of like where I put videos that I haven't added to the timeline yet, and it's 200 videos. And on the playlist that I have on YouTube already, the Delphi timeline playlist, that has over 400 videos. So that's 600 videos, and I feel like there's probably hundreds more that I'm missing, because I'm mainly searching like these local news stations, but there's like news stations from all over the United States and all over the world that reported on this case. So I have as much work as I've already done. I feel like I have like double more to do or more, but yeah, it's something I like doing though, and I know that it's helped some people, so I'm gonna continue working on it. But we'll continue here. This is 6 p.m. on February 14th, 2017.
This is breaking news from Channel 13 Eyewitness
There's still
News.
people out looking, but it has been scaled back. Let me just put it that way.
After nearly a day of searching, a small town community's hope turns to heartbreak. The search for two missing 13-year-old girls leads police to two bodies.
Here's the latest. Police have not yet identified the bodies as those of Libby German and Abby Williams. The girls disappeared after going hiking yesterday afternoon. But we do know foul play is suspected.
Yeah, we've been in Delphi all night and all day following the search and the investigation. Our crews are talking with the community about their support and their prayers, and to the teen school as they help the girls' classmates and teachers as they wait for more news.
Eyewitness News anchor John Stair joins us live in Carroll County tonight, where a prayer service will start there within the hour. John.
Yeah, that service will begin at about 7 o'clock at the Delphi United Methodist Church. The church is opening its doors to the community for support after what has been a very difficult 24 hours here. Now, I want to show you the area that we're talking about, where the search took place today. Drone Cam 13 flew over the rural area where 13-year-old Abby Williams and Libby German went missing yesterday afternoon. They were last seen near an abandoned railroad bridge, and where family members say they had gone hiking. Eyewitness News reporter Rich Van Wyk joins me now here with what happened in the hours after they vanished and what police are saying about all of this tonight.
John, this was the search center. This is where they coordinated a search involving hundreds of people, perhaps the entire community in some way. They started out with lots of hope. It ended with tears this afternoon. About 200 volunteers. They worked with firemen, volunteer firemen, police officers and others searching a 20-square-mile area of the county. They concentrated on the last known whereabouts of the teenagers. A Snapchat picture posted early yesterday afternoon put the pair on that abandoned Monticello bridge. About 24 hours later, searchers found two bodies about 3/4 of a mile upstream from that bridge. They were along the banks of the Deer Creek in a remote area most hikers and walkers wouldn't go into.
We are investigating this as a crime scene. We suspect foul play. We have not made positive identification of the two bodies.
It's been a long several hours. It's played tremendously on the emotions of the community.
Police aren't releasing the gender of the victims. However, the search for the two missing teens, although not officially called off, has been significantly scaled back. Delphi County and state police are working on this. John, they're getting help from the FBI. They're at the crime scene. They'll be focusing on that through the night. We await tomorrow morning's autopsy report to perhaps confirm identities and learn more about this mystery that's beginning to haunt this community.
Yeah, around 40 law enforcement personnel out there. And you know, when kids are involved, it's awfully tough.
People take it personally.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Rich Van Wyk tonight. Now,
Yeah, no matter what the motive was, it's not a good reason. Not a good reason at all. All right, this is a question mark time. Sometime in the PM. At some point during or after the candlelight vigil, Alexis Moberger is doing a live report. So I don't know exactly when. So some of these news stations, WRTV and WLFI, they don't put a timestamp in their videos, so it's hard to tell where to put these things on the timeline. So a lot of these are just question mark. If any news people end up watching this, please put a timestamp somewhere in your videos. It makes it so much easier for people who are archiving this type of stuff. So, anyways, end of rant. I'm sorry, but we'll continue on here.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Smith.
And I'm Kayla Sullivan. Thanks for joining us.
More than 24 hours after their disappearance, new information surfacing possibly connected to the case of two missing teenagers from Carroll County.
News 18's Brad Oppenheim and Alexis Moberger have live teen coverage from Delphi. Brad, walk us through what police know so far.
Jeff and Kayla, two bodies were discovered around 12:15 this afternoon, just east of Delphi, not too far from where I'm standing, actually, near Deer Creek. Now, although their identities are unknown, they were found less than a mile upstream from the Monon High Bridge, where 13-year-olds Liberty German and Abigail Williams were last seen yesterday. The FBI, Indiana State Police, the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, and Delphi Police are all working the investigation. At this time, the area has been deemed a crime scene. As of 2 o'clock, the search for the missing teenagers was not officially called off, but it has been greatly scaled back. Now, also, Indiana State Police Sergeant Kim Riley recently tweeted out that there was nothing new to report. Delphi Police Chief Steve Mullen says he's leaving it up to the community to decide how they want to react to the news.
I think people are smart enough in our community to draw their own conclusions about what they should feel and shouldn't feel. Our people are very smart. We have a very good community, and they are very strong. And they are able to draw their own conclusions about this whole situation, I think, quite successfully.
Sheriff Lesby says it's been a long several hours and emotions are running high throughout the community. He says if anything positive can be taken away, it's the outreach of support from the community. Now, officials did make it known that family members wanted to thank everybody assisting to locate the children and wanted to express their gratitude toward the hard work. Now, News 18's Alexis Moberger is here in Delphi as well. She has more on how the community is reacting to this turn of events. Alexis?
Brad, it sure has been a long and tough day and a half for many here in Carroll County. Many spent hours searching for Libby German and Abigail Williams, starting yesterday when the two girls went missing. Now, many people we've been speaking to say they have more questions than answers. We did speak with the school superintendent of Delphi Community Schools, and he says there will be counseling services for students at the elementary, middle school, and high school throughout the week. He says there will be school for the rest of the week, mostly to make sure students get the counseling and services they may need. Superintendent Greg Brile says he's thankful for all the care and support he's already seen from the community to help his students who are grieving.
I think our day was disbelief and kind of questions. Why did this have to happen to our students in Delphi? Why did this happen in our community?
Brile says all after-school activities are canceled for the rest of the week. Now, in a little bit less than an hour, there will be a candlelight vigil held for the two girls here at United Methodist Church in Delphi. We're told that hundreds are expected, and it's going to be a way for the community to try and heal and get through this. Reporting live in Carroll County, Alexis Moberger, News 18.
Yeah, that Alexis Moberger has been reporting on this ever since the beginning. And she's an excellent reporter. I mean, a lot of these reporters who were covering the case are professionals, really good people. And they do a darn good job. Let's see here. All right, this is from around 10:59 p.m. where a candlelight vigil happened.
In Carroll County are feeling loss, hurt, and anger after two bodies are found near Deer Creek. Police made the announcement at the same time. They said they were pulling back search efforts for two missing 13-year-old girls. Tonight, a candlelight vigil was held at the United Methodist Church in Delphi. News 18's Alexis Moberger was there and reports what the two girls meant to the community. Alexis?
Brittany, this all comes after hundreds of people searched for Liberty German and Abigail Williams for hours. Tonight, there was a church at this church. There was a candlelight vigil held, and it was a chance for many to come together, hold hands, and try to move past this tragedy.
It's really hard. It's hard to even think that someone in Delphi would do something like that.
But the unthinkable happened when 13-year-olds Liberty German and Abigail Williams went missing Monday.
It's really hard, because I have a daughter of my own. It's really hard.
People spent hours searching for the girls, and Tuesday, police say two bodies were found near Deer Creek in Delphi. Police still have yet to ID the bodies.
When we found out, it was more of one of the things, I didn't even know how to feel because my bones were shaking.
I found out in class, and I just cried my eyes out.
Carrie Toole was one of Liberty's and Abigail's classmate. She says it's going to take a while to heal, but helping students heal is Delphi Community Schools Superintendent Greg Brile's mission.
Well, we started the day out with hope that these two young ladies would be found safe and sound, and unfortunately it ended with I think our day was disbelief.
Brile says counseling services will be available for all students throughout the rest of the week.
Well, our first priority right now is the safety of our kids moving forward. We will be on a soft lockdown in our buildings throughout the rest of the week.
But others in the community are also trying to heal.
Angry, I guess. Really sad.
A candlelight vigil was held at the United Methodist Church in Delphi. It was a chance for people to remember Libby.
It was very kind and hilarious and just very open and just really kind.
And Abigail.
Very happy all the time, very energetic and creative, and she's funny.
The people who searched for the girls never gave up hope. The autopsy is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 8 in Terre Haute. We will continue to bring you updates on the story as they become available. Reporting live in Carroll County, Alexis Moberger, News 18.
Jesus, man. clips like that just cut you right in half. Oh my word. Heartbreaking. Oh. Yeah, another thing I have to do on the website. So what I started doing, but got sidetracked by new news in this case, is I've been going through newspaper.com's archives looking for anything that was released in newspapers that they have available in their archives, and I found a lot of stuff, and it just takes time to clip it all, then add it to the website. It's yeah, lots of work. All right, so this video here is not news, but I want to bring it up. A friend named Michael Dilligaff created a video in tribute to Abigail. I can play it muted because it has a song on there, but I'll let it run. I can't play the music, but yeah, a friend named Michael Dilligaff created this video in honor of Abigail Williams. Yeah, it's fitting that we play this. Abigail is the reason why I am sitting here doing a 24-hour live stream. So, yeah, it's fitting we play the video, even though we can't play the music that goes along with it. But as you'll see, I posted the link, and you can go watch this video for yourself with the audio, which I suggest doing. Yeah. It's a very well put together video. So, I mean, it's actually pretty fitting that that video came up right at this moment because it's the top of the hour and I get to bring up why we're here today for 24 hours. We are here for Abby's Angels. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Delphi Timeline Live. My name is Bill Springer, and we are here today raising money for Abby's Angels. Abby's Angels is a charity run by Anna Williams through Samaritan's Purses, Operation Christmas Child. Samaritan's Purse has collected shoebox gifts filled with toys, school supplies, and hygiene items for children around the world. Since 1993, more than 198 million children in more than 170 countries and territories have received an Operation Christmas Child shoebox. The project delivers not only the joy of what for many kids is their first gift ever, but also gives them a tangible expression of God's love. And as you can see here, this is the stuff that goes into these shoe boxes. School supplies like crayons, colored pencils, markers, erasers, pens, pencils, personal hygiene items like chapstick, bars of soap, Band-Aids, combs, small brushes, individual packages of tissues and stuff like that. Wow items are like toys, doll, Barbie, soccer ball or football with manual air pump, small stuffed animals, small musical instruments, little box puzzles, yo-yo, stickers, Play-Doh, stuff like that. Just it's a lot. It's fun stuff for kids, and it's stuff that they can also use for school. And yeah, it's just it's fun stuff for kids. And if you live around the area, you can drop off a shoebox to the radio station, WMRS Radio. Or you can, and what I'm suggesting you do is send a check to the radio station. And I will bring up here the address you send them to. So, you send a check to WMRS Radio, attention, Abby's Angels, 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. Checks can be made to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels or Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. People earlier said, well, I only have PayPal. What do I do if I only have PayPal? You can send a friend money from your PayPal to their PayPal and then have them write a check for you. Or as someone was asking, what if I only have credit card? If you go to the description in the below this video, there is a wish list, and you can purchase items for them. There's like a list of things that they have yet to get for the charity, and you can buy those items for them. So if you can't write a check, you can purchase items that way. It's a 24-hour live stream. We are 3 hours in, and if another method of how you can donate arises, I will bring that up. But for right now, I'm suggesting if you're feeling generous and you would like to donate, send a check to WMRS Radio, and it will get straight to Anna Williams and the people who are helping her box up all these items for all those kids. It's a great cause, and I highly suggest that if you have the means to donate, please do. And if you can't donate now, and before they end up boxing for this year, you can still send money, and they'll use that money for the next year. So if you can't donate now, don't worry. You can still donate, and it'll still go towards the charity. And So yeah, please do what you can. So we will get back to it. And again, all the information is in the description of this video. Just look right below there, click on it if you need to, and there's links and the address that I brought up. It's all in the description below. So I believe we've already seen this video. I'm not sure, but we'll play it anyways.
Superintendent, school is back in session starting today. As we mentioned, the superintendent of the Delphi Community Schools, Greg Briles, is with me this morning. I know this has been such a terrible 24 hours for you. How are you holding up?
I'm holding up fine. Our thoughts and prayers go with the families and the rescuers and the searchers. That's in our thoughts right now the most. As we start today, our first priority is getting our schools opened up, getting our students to school safely, and making sure that any service needed is there for them as they come in, students and staff.
Is there anything that any procedure that is changing for the children or the parents this morning that they need to know?
Well, one of the things that we're doing is here in the community, any student that needs a ride to school, whether they ride the bus on a normal basis or not, they are welcome to go to a bus stop and get on those buses. So we have a lot of walkers, and if the parents feel that a bus ride is safer, then they're welcome to get on those buses. Our bus drivers are open arms.
All right, that's good to know. And what about how you will address the student body today, or will you?
We still have 2 young ladies that are missing. And as you had stated, it has not been confirmed that the bodies found yesterday were our students. But we still have 2 students missing. We're going to be very cautious in the way that we handle the situation. Our parents last night were able to have conversations with our students. And as we move forward into the day, we will have the services available. We're not going to pull our student body together. We're going to let the professionals handle that.
All right, Mr. Briles, thanks so very much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Our hearts are heavy, and we walk with you as you wait for these answers.
Thank you.
All right, you guys. Well, you did hear, maybe most importantly for the families that have students that attend some of these schools here, if your children feel unsafe and are typically walkers, they can get a ride to school today, and they will make sure that everybody feels safe as this community stays together here.
All right, that was 5:03 a.m. and we are on February 15th. Yep, 5:03 a.m. February 15th.
A lot of people are trying to connect their own dots.
Matt McCutcheon, yesterday, it seems like we were still in search mode.
A lot of people are trying to connect their own dots because when you hear that 2 girls are missing and then later you hear that 2 bodies have been found, and this is a small town of less than 3,000 people, a lot of people are assuming the worst here this morning. We're going to bring you up to speed here on what we are expecting here in the day ahead. Hopefully some answers, because it's what so many people here in this community are desperate for this morning, especially as they hug their children and send them off to school. In the day ahead, we are expecting autopsy to be performed at 8 o'clock this morning in southern Indiana. From there, we should get a lot of information. That includes how those 2 people died, because that's something also we do not know yet from police here in this area. We are also expecting to learn the names of those 2 victims as well. That, again, expected here later today. And then the other big question right now, people in Delphi wondering, is there a killer among us? That's something we're also waiting to learn from police. Information about a suspect or suspects, who they could be looking for, and what may have happened. Drone Cam 13 flew over the scene, this large search scene that police had cornered off yesterday. This is in an area around the Deer Creek and a cemetery here just outside of Delphi. You can tell the large police presence there, evidence forensics technicians as well, trying to learn anything they can from that scene to learn additional information about how these two people died. That's what we're expecting to learn here throughout the day and the days to come here in Delphi, as this community really just continues to grieve over what has happened, and so many strangers just really relying on one another to try to find out additional information.
And you know, Matt, I remember this time yesterday morning, there wasn't a sense of urgency. There wasn't an Amber Alert because police said there was no reason to believe the girls had been abducted or were in danger. We heard from one of their grandfathers who really just said, they're teens, they're good kids, but we think we'll probably hear from them. Had they heard anything at all from the girls?
Everybody just so wanted to hope for the best and not fear for the worst. So that's something we also expect to learn more about when things kind of change, because as you mentioned, police originally not suspecting foul play. That we do know has changed. The family says they last heard from the two around 2:30 in the afternoon using Snapchat. Later that afternoon on Monday, they did not come home, and around 5:30, that's when they called police. So things quickly took a turn between 2:30 and 5:30 on Monday. Again, part of the investigation the police are so desperately hoping to find more information about.
All right, Matt, thanks so much for your work.
I just realized it's kind of small. Try to make it bigger. All right, this brings us to 3 p.m. February 15, 2017. Indiana State Police and Carroll County Sheriff's Department hold a press conference. And yeah, this was uploaded first. Let me go to this YouTube channel here. Put this up on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Susan is back from the pool. I'm not sure she's going to say her contractually obligated sentence yet, but...
Nope.
Alright, so it's from YouTube channel Who Dis. And I believe the YouTube channel Who Dis is also somebody who is archiving all things involving Delphi. So definitely go check out their channel as well. It's right there on the screen. Right there.
The bodies. We have identified the bodies of the two females that were found out yesterday. The bodies have been positively identified as Abigail J. Williams, 13, of the Delphi area, and Liberty Rose Lynn German, 14, of the Delphi area. The two girls were reported missing on Monday, February 13th. The bodies were discovered about 12:15 on the 14th in the woods just east of town here by volunteers that helped in the search of the children after they were reported missing to the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Family has been notified. This is considered a double homicide investigation. No further information will be released at this time. We are asking for anyone to come forward who has information that were either on the Delphi Historic Trail yet there on Monday, especially if they were near the Monon High Bridge, that they might have been seeing somebody out there. They may have taken pictures where somebody might be in that photograph. If they were out there doing that kind of stuff, we need that information. We would love to have pictures of that, just to clarify what we got going on out there. You can contact the Carroll County Sheriff's Department or the Delphi Police Department, both at the same number, 765-564-2413, or you can contact the Indiana State Police, who's assisting, at 765-567-2125. The families and all law enforcement would like to thank all those who volunteered their time, assisting and helping in the search for the two girls. Without their help, it may have taken longer to locate and find the young ladies. Is there any questions out there?
Is there with anybody else in the community?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Anybody else in the community?
I'll let you answer that.
At this time, we do not believe so, sir.
Does that mean you have a person of interest in custody or a suspect?
We do not, sir.
Can you tell us the cause, the manner of death that the autopsy uncovered?
No, we cannot do that at this time because of the investigation is still in its baby steps, so to speak, and we don't want to put that information out yet.
Can you describe for us the scope of the investigation, the resources, the people, what's going on with the investigation?
The Carroll County Sheriff's Department is the lead investigation. They've asked us to help. The Delphi Police Department is assisting. We have the FBI, what's called the ERT team, which is the evidence collection team that is here. And they're also providing other resources at this time. We have not put all of it together yet.
In the experience that the two of you have, the scope and size of this investigation, how does this investigation rank in all the others you have witnessed or participated in?
Well, both of us came on about the same time. We started in '86 with the Sheriff's Department. I started in '86 with the State Police. And this is one of the larger ones that I've been involved in myself. I'm not saying there hasn't been larger ones the department has done, but we are using resources from all the way from Lowell, Fort Wayne, and the southern part of the state's police state troopers to help in solving this crime.
How confident are you that you're going to track down the other committed this crime?
We will stay on the job until it is done.
Who was the last homicide?
Sure. Honestly, can't recall, Ron, but we've obviously had them, so can't recall off the top of my head.
If you can't say how the girls were killed, can you say whether they were killed at the spot they were found or at a different location?
We're not, at this point in time, I don't even want to mention that either.
Can you talk about who was able to find the bodies and we had heard some different things, maybe from the church members or was it law enforcement that was able to find the bodies?
It was originally the search members. We did have police officers were involved in the search, but it originally was volunteers that found the bodies.
I saw a lot of police and fire personnel at that scene today. Can you tell us what they were doing there exactly?
They're still collecting evidence at the scene. The FBI's team is still out there, plus our Indiana State Police crime scene investigators are also at the scene. And that probably will go on the rest of the day.
Sheriff, a little bit earlier, you answered the question. You're pretty far away from the microphone here. Should people in this community be concerned about someone running around targeting children?
My response is no. I feel safe for this community. Whether or not folks should be alert and watchful, that's a true statement, a fair statement. But we always encourage that folks always do that.
Do you think it was a random act or?
We're not going to comment on that at this time.
Whether or not people should be concerned, is it the case that there is a killer on the
I'd have to say yes. I mean, we have nobody in custody at this time. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, there is somebody out there that did this horrendous crime, and we're going to track them down.
Based on the evidence that you have, do you have any idea if you're looking for one or multiple people?
I'm not going to comment at this time on that.
Sure. Obviously, as you well know, that some of that information could be key in a prosecution. And so I feel like that information at this current time needs to be protected so that we make sure that the case is properly handled when the time comes for criminal prosecution.
Hundreds of tips coming in from all over the place. Were family members unable to help you guys through some information that can help in this investigation?
We have talked to the family members, but as far as information, I cannot say one way or the other.
Has the Delphi area ever had a double homicide or a child homicide?
Not neither that I can recall.
Hey, Sheriff, given nobody's in custody, are you going to be doing anything different from a law enforcement side in terms of staffing, trails, increasing patrols everywhere, anything different that you're looking at?
We will, I believe, be more vengeful, or I should say vengeful, but mindful of a lot of the trail system is within the city of Delphi and part of their property. And so we will assist the city police with any additional law enforcement that they need. We will always be, and always invite folks to contact us with any suspicious activity that they may observe or anything that just does not look right. We always encourage that.
There's still, the toxicology reports are yet to come. I mean, that takes anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. I believe the initial on the 2 girls is done or just about completed. Can you comment on any kind of injuries that the girls might suffer? No, I'm not going to comment on that. Anything else? I am not familiar with the trail system, so I can't really say. Are you? I'm sorry, what was the question? She was wanting to know if where the girls were dropped off and where they were supposed to be picked up. That information.
That information is yet developing.
What about the time of death? Are we able to tell that at all?
That has not been advised to us at this point in time. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to release that or not, but we have not been advised of that yet.
You mentioned that the Amber was in the house though because the time frame is pretty short, right?
Correct. And the situation of the whole thing, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with Amber Alert. I think it's a great thing. It's just at this point in time, I don't think it would have helped as much as what we would like to do.
Have you gotten any clues at all as to why someone would want to kill these two girls?
I couldn't comment on any of that.
Were they found in the water or were they on the trail?
I think yesterday I made a remark that they were near the water. It was about 50 feet off the shoreline. So I was off on that. I hadn't been to the scene yet. I was going with information I'd received. So they were about, I was looking from a distance, but I'm going to say it was between 50 and 60 feet off the shoreline.
So did they ask you, were they dry or were they?
I'm not going to comment on that. Yeah, they were. You know, the only way you could really get back in there is either a horse or a walk. I mean, it's very hilly back in that area. It actually was not even on the trail itself. It was on private property.
Should people be avoiding the trails?
I'm not going to say one way or the other. Again, people just have to realize that this has occurred and to be mindful and watch what's going on around you.
Therefore, do you ever have to respond? I know it was on private property, but in that area in general, have you ever had disturbances back there? Some neighbors had a live team hung out back there. There was maybe parties thrown in that wooded area. Have you ever had to go back there before? Other investigations?
Not any routine or regular calls, no.
Sure, if this is such a small town, is it concerning to you to see the shockwave sent through the community here?
It is disturbing. It is concerning as sheriff in my position. And, I want to, I guess, assure the community, as Trooper Riley indicated, we're going to get to the bottom of this. We feel confident. And, we're going to do everything we can within our resources to reach justice in this situation.
This is obviously an area where kids are hanging out with and hanging out with the trail system. What's your message to those who may be going on there this weekend, 70 degrees? Is there concern that if there's someone out there killing people, that there could be more of this going on?
Again, I refer back to what I said earlier, and folks just simply being I don't want to discourage anyone from using the system, and as far as the trail system, it's there for a purpose, for recreation. And so I feel that folks should continue with business as usual, but be more mindful and watch their surroundings, the environment a little closer. And again, report anything that doesn't look right or looks unordinary to us, and so that we can follow into it.
We're still looking into that. I'm not going to reply to that either. Anything else? As soon as something happens, right now, this is probably going to be all that's going to be put out, unless something breaks or we get some information that we need help from you guys and gals. There's really not much else we can report at this point in time. So, if we do have something, we definitely will notify you, and we'll give you guys a heads up to let you know when the information will be released.
Right. We pride ourselves. I guess I'll start out. I mean, obviously, we do have our share of, as the old saying is, the big city issues. As we all know, society has changed greatly, and obviously in some areas, not for the best. And so, if I just again refer back to that, we are here for a purpose and keeping our community safe. And I'd still like to think that our county is one of the safest in the state. And we will do everything we can to continue with that. And, what's happened in the last few months is obviously very unfortunate, but the thing I draw from is the community support from everybody. Obviously, you all witnessed it yesterday with the volunteers that came out and came forward and said, how can we help? That's, to me, that shows a strong community, a strong faith in what we have here. And so we move forward with that attitude.
Now, we know based on the pictures, at least one of them was on their cell phone, didn't they? That's on the picture of social media. Didn't even cover either of their cell phones. We cannot comment on that right now. I want to thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Sorry, yes, you had a question? It's a decision that the family has to make if they want to talk to you or not. I'm not. Oh, when we talk to them, okay. I think they were in pretty much belief that it was their children. But when you hear it from an official, it's still, it hits home twice, I guess is the way I'd put it. That's about right.
Yes.
I guess it's bad enough to hear it once and then you got to hear it again. As a parent, I know. All right.
All right, so as you can see, that came from Who Dis, and there's another source for this video. Oh, same channel, it appears. Yep. 2 different videos, same channel. Yes, and so let's see what the difference is in this video here.
on the autopsy reports. Basically, right now, we're waiting on the autopsy report.
Okay, so what this is after that press conference, there was like questions. So this is after the press conference, they're asking questions. So I'll play.
Basically, right now, we're waiting on the autopsy report so we can verify the identity of the two victims that we found out in the field yesterday, out in the woods yesterday. Right now, we're following up on hundreds and hundreds of leads that have come in. There is nobody of interest at this point in time that we can say. Until we get the autopsy report and the positive identification done of the two victims, no names will be released at this time. That's basically all I've got at this point in time. Do you have any information on how those two bodies and those other how those two people died? I'm not going to say at this point in time. The autopsy report will give us more information on that. Is it unusual for the FBI to be involved? They would contact them from the media. They're what they call their ERT team, which is a evidence recovery team that departments do use, and they make it available to the local and state agencies to come out, and they help in collecting evidence at the scene. I know a lot has been asked about the fact that an Amber Alert is not issued with this case. Can you elaborate any more on that at this point? There's certain criteria. If you go into the Amber Alert information web page, it gives you different criteria that they have to meet to make an Amber Alert even be eligible for an Amber Alert. And there was criteria that was not met. And even if we would have put an Amber Alert out, it would not have done this case any good. It just, in the short period of time and the locations that the bodies were found, it would not have helped us in finding any leads on this at all. Have you had contact with the two girls' family this morning? Kind of talk about their state right now. We have had detectives that have been talking to them, and also some of the clergy here locally have also been assisting in talking to the family. Can you talk about why you guys believe how just the way the crime scene, the evidence that is there at this point in time, that's really all I can say. Why was the autopsy in Terre Haute? It's just, there's not many places that actually can do the work that can be done at Terre Haute, and that's just basically the closest location. That's why it was set. People around Delphi do concerned that they're killing around everybody. Well, it's like we said yesterday. I mean, you've got to understand that we have two bodies that we have found that seem to be we have a crime that has been committed. It's one of those things where you just got to use your own thoughts and minds on what you can feel is important to you. And I think people need to be cautious and careful and be parents and just make sure they know where their children are at, what their children are doing, and if nothing else, know what's going on in their lives. And that's the most important thing I can say at this point in time. Worried? I mean, yesterday people were I guess it just means that you should be always worried about your children. I don't care if it's today or any day, and that's the main thing that we're trying to let people understand is you got to take care of your family, watch out for them, care for them, and worry about them. Know where they're at, know what they're doing, know what's going on in their lives. Is there I really can't. I'm not going to comment on that at this point. Any idea when the autopsy results will be in? They were this morning. How soon? I cannot tell you. I'm hoping to have something by the end of the day at the latest. Let's put it that way. Then why would it take those? I'm sorry. What was that? Why would it take those to Monday? I'm not sure on that. I have no idea why they went out of school. I haven't investigated that, so I cannot answer that question. I think the schools are kind of tightening down their security right now. That you guys have discussions with them about that, or is that something they did on their own? That's, as far as I know, that's something they did on their own. I'm not aware that we made any contact, but again, I'm not speaking for the sheriff's department or the city police department. They may have made contact with them, but as far as I know, our department is not. You know when you may have anything?
I'm hoping sometime today. That's all. I don't want to say any more than that because I don't say that it's going to be 2 hours and then it's 2.5 hours. And so I'm just going to say hopefully sometime today.
This is a really small town. How are you guys holding up? How are the Delphi police, Carroll County? I mean, they might have known.
I know they knew some of them. I'm sure they had kids that went to school with them. They're holding up very well. They're still doing their jobs. I understand there's more going on than this crime, but this is a very important situation that we're all dealing with. I used to patrol this area, so I do know a lot of people here in Carroll County, and I know that the people of Carroll County are, I don't want to use the word upset, but they're concerned and worried about the safety of their children.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. The audio wasn't exactly the greatest on that video. But as far as I'm aware, I think that's the only video on YouTube. So there might be others out there, but I haven't found it yet. I haven't come across it. Like I said earlier, I'm still finding videos from 2017 that I didn't already have on my playlist. So yeah, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of videos and other content that is related to this case that I haven't gotten to yet. I'm only one person, can only do so much. But yeah, I'm working on it little by little. So this is kind of a summary here. Officials said the bodies were transported to Terre Haute, where a coroner conducted the autopsies, confirming that the bodies found Tuesday are those of Liberty and Abigail. They can't release the girls' cause and manner of death at this time. They said they say the case is being investigated as a double homicide. Officials believe this is the first double homicide investigation in Carroll County. Riley said police all the way from Lowell, Indiana to Fort Wayne, Indiana have helped with the investigation. Police say they do not have any suspect in custody at this time, but they say they don't believe there's any immediate danger to the community. There is someone out there that did this crime, and we're going to track them down, Sheriff Tobe Lesenby said. Folks should continue with business as usual, but be more mindful and watch your surroundings a little closer. Sergeant Kim Riley said parents should keep a close eye on their children. I think people need to be cautious and careful, Riley said. Parents should make sure they know where their children are and what their children are doing, and if nothing else, know what's going on in their lives. That's the most important thing I can say at this point in time. At 4:58 p.m., WTHR reports on the autopsies. I'm not sure why these videos are starting off muted.
This is breaking news from Channel 13 Eyewitness
This is
News.
considered a double homicide investigation.
We just have not had a situation come up like this where the pain is so deep and the loss is so great.
An Indiana community tonight is on alert and in pain after police confirm that two 13-year-old girls were murdered. Today we got the news that no one wanted to hear. The bodies found yesterday in Carroll County are those of Libby German and Abby Williams.
Searchers found the bodies near Deer Creek in Delphi. State police and the Carroll County Sheriff talked about what they know so far. An Eyewitness News reporter, Rich Van Wyk, is there with the latest on the death investigation and the search for a killer. Rich?
John, I don't think anyone was really surprised today. The autopsies confirmed what most people suspected or feared. Police, though, are not releasing any details of how the girls died or any circumstances surrounding their deaths. They say there's a killer on the loose. They don't want to jeopardize their investigation. Today, divers joined the police searching the crime scene for clues to who killed the 13-year-old girls. One source said the FBI and local investigators are literally searching beneath every leaf.
So as far as I'm concerned, yes, there is somebody out there that did this horrendous crime, and we're going to track them down.
Libby German and Abby Williams disappeared Monday while hiking along the wooded trails outside Delphi. One of the hundreds of volunteers searching for the girls discovered their bodies in a remote area about 50 feet from the banks of Deer Creek. Dozens of investigators are checking out hundreds of tips. Police want to speak with anyone who was in the area Monday around the landmark Monon High Bridge and may have seen someone, heard someone, or taken pictures.
They may have taken pictures where somebody might be in that photograph. If they were out there doing that kind of stuff, we need that information.
Investigators say they have no suspects or persons of interest. Asked again if residents should be fearful of a killer roaming the community and its recreational areas.
My response is no. I feel safe for this community. Whether or not folks should be alert and watchful, that's a true statement, a fair statement.
Although police say the girls' families had already accepted the loss of their loved ones before the positive identification was made.
But when you hear it from an official, it's still a little it hits home twice.
Both officers could not remember the last time they've investigated a homicide in this area. Now it is a double homicide. John and Andrea, it's pulling in resources from the state police across the state, as well as the FBI, giving help to local law enforcement officials as well.
All right, thank you. Rich Van Wyk in Delphi tonight.
So we're still on February 15, 2017. This is 5:01 p.m. I do not have a description for this video yet. This is one of the things that I will eventually have to work on. Title of this starts with residents react to Delphi TR probably tragedy. So it's going to be like a community reaction video.
It's very guarded. And as you can imagine, reaction in Delphi is very guarded.
It's a small town, not used to this kind of crime, and the girls and their families are well known in the community. Eyewitness News reporter Kevin Rader went to Delphi to listen.
This is one of the few signs we've seen about this. It's really just too fresh. Everything that happened here, people are still trying to cope with what happened here, trying to understand what happened here, trying to make any kind of sense out of it. We tried to stop in here to talk to some folks, and they just couldn't talk about it yet. Luckily, we also went across the street to the Stonehouse Restaurant and Bakery and found someone there who had plenty to say.
We just have not had a situation come up like this where the pain is so deep and the loss is so great. Watching it all come together yesterday with unfortunately a front row seat, the amount of community outreach and the community support was overwhelming, and the amount of people that came even from outside of our community to search for these children and pray with the families.
I think a 13-year-old kid should be able to take a hike anywhere and feel safe.
There is no reason why those children should have had to fear, and neither should those family members that dropped those children off. It was an area that is very well known for outdoor activity, hiking, and just play. The High Bridge is historical, and people of all ages in this community and outlying areas have never hesitated to go out and drop off their children. We all want answers. Every single one of us wants answers. There's absolutely no need for detail, but there is definitely a heartfelt need for answers. And the question why, no. But is it possible that these girls were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, or is that something else? Nobody knows, but there are so many people that need to know what happened. And like I said, once some of those questions do get answered, I really believe that everybody will be able to start healing.
Around 4,000 people live in the community of Delphi here in Carroll County, and all of them have questions today. And they're going to for some time until this finally gets resolved. But we'll continue to listen. Coming up tonight on Eyewitness News at 6. Continue to listen.
So this is 5:59 p.m., February 15, 2017. WTHR reports on the autopsies.
13. This is breaking news from Channel 13 Eyewitness
We have
News.
nobody in custody at this time. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, there is somebody out there that did this horrendous crime, and we're going to track him down.
That's state police talking about the fear and concern in a small town community after they announced that 2 missing girls were in fact victims of murder.
Investigators solemnly identified the 2 bodies found in Carroll County as 13-year-olds Libby German and Abby Williams. Now, we still don't know what happened to them after they disappeared during an afternoon hiking trip.
Eyewitness News reporter Rich Van Wyk begins our team coverage tonight, first with an update on the investigation. Rich?
Anne Marie, the autopsies confirmed identities, but how these children were killed, the circumstances surrounding their death, police aren't talking about that. They say they don't want to say anything that could jeopardize this double homicide investigation. For the second day, local, state, and federal investigators scoured over the crime scene. Early afternoon, divers joined the search for clues that could lead detectives to the girl's killer. The autopsies confirmed what everyone, including the teens' families, suspected and feared.
I think they were in pretty much belief that it was their children. But when you hear it from an official, it's still a little it hits home twice.
One of the hundreds of volunteer searchers found the bodies of Libby German and Abby Williams in a wooded area near Deer Creek. It is an area accessible only by foot or on horse. Well off the popular trails the 13-year-olds were hiking. Dozens of police are now checking hundreds of leads.
We are using resources from all the way from Lowell, Fort Wayne, and the southern part of the state's police, state troopers. We will stay on the job until it is done.
Police say they have no suspects or persons of interest. They're asking anyone who was in the hiking area, who saw something or heard something or took any pictures, contact them.
Should people in this community be concerned about someone running around targeting kids?
My response is no. I feel safe for this community.
Libby and Abby, teens teachers describe as happy and go lucky, attended Delphi's middle school. Crisis teams were ready for students and teachers when they arrived at all the district schools.
They're just asking those questions right now of, oh my gosh, it hit me, and somebody's there for them.
The double homicide has prompted one of the largest investigations some officers say they've ever been part of.
So as far as I'm concerned, yes, there is somebody out there that did this horrendous crime, and we're going to track him down.
Also, police say there is someone out there who probably saw something, was on the trails, was driving that part of the country just east of Delphi. They may have seen someone, they may have seen a car that perhaps looked out of place, and that's why police want that person to call them. Back to you.
Just wanted to say hello to Moon Crystal. Welcome to Delphi Timeline Live. And I wanted to say hello to Jessica Bishop. Thank you for stopping by. I see you in a lot of live stream chat rooms. You are following this case very closely. As Slew says, you are one of the obsessed. I am right there myself. And Rain Dancer has been with us almost since the beginning of the show, or since the beginning of the show. How are you, Rain Dancer? From Austria, coming to us from the great country of Austria. Yeah, I want to thank you all for hanging out with me on for this great cause. And again, you don't have to feel obligated to stay the whole time. I know 24 hours is a long time, and you got lives to live, so you're not going to break my heart if you leave. But maybe come back periodically and say, hey, what's going on? Glad to see you're still awake and still hanging in there. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. So this is also at 5:59 p.m. And this is CBS 4 reporter Alexis McAdams is reporting live from Ronald Logan's property, and it's an interview with Ronald Logan. And as far as my timeline goes, I believe this is the first time we're hearing anything about Ron Logan, as far as the news is concerned. So, and I believe that this video clip does not come from CBS 4, but actually from Alexis McAdams' YouTube page. Yeah, it does. It does. So actually, let me copy her channel link, and we'll paste it into the chat here. Alexis McAdams. And she has also been reporting on this case since the very beginning, and has stayed with it ever since. And she's another really great reporter. So there's that. And then we'll come over here and we'll pin it. So there you are. If you want to go check out her YouTube channel, she's got a lot of real footage, probably show off her skills as a reporter. Yeah, you can go check out her YouTube channel. And yeah, I believe this might be the first time Ron Logan was mentioned by the news.
Is frightened and concerned. The Carroll County community is frightened and concerned tonight as investigators search for whoever killed these two Delphi teens. The bodies of 14-year-old Liberty German and 13-year-old Abigail Williams were found after the two disappeared while hiking.
Tonight, CBS 4 is speaking exclusively with the owner of the property where the two girls were found dead. Alexis McAdams is live in Delphi with more on that and the investigation. Alexis.
That's right, Bob, Debbie. This investigation is active and ongoing. Tonight, investigators are telling us they're using every resource they have to search Carroll County and surrounding areas to find the suspect or suspects who killed these two teenage girls. As you mentioned, we talk exclusively tonight with the owner of the 40 acres here behind me. That is private property, and that's where those girls' bodies were found yesterday afternoon. Tonight, he tells us a few things about where those bodies were found and some of the things surrounding the investigation, but also says that the man who found those bodies was a volunteer who lives nearby. 24 hours after two bodies were found in a wooded area in Delphi, a coroner confirms the town's worst fears. The bodies belong to 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, who were both last seen hiking in that area on a day off from school. We now know the two girls were murdered and their killer is still out there.
We have nobody in custody at this time. So as far as
Sorry, guys. I just want to answer this real quick. I do not recall even seeing a CVS when I was in Delphi. But again, I wasn't actually looking for a CVS at the time because nobody knew. But a little bit later, we can go through my videos of when I was in Delphi, and we can look and see if the CVS is in any of the videos. Not that I think it will help, but it's just, I'd be curious to see if it's actually in any of the videos that I took. So, yeah, all right, so, sorry, I just wanted to answer Jessica's question real quick. That's a good question, Jessica. Thank you.
I'm concerned, yes, there is somebody out there that did.
In that area on a day off from school. We now know the two girls were murdered and their killer is still out there.
We have nobody in custody at this time. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, there is somebody out there that did this horrendous crime, and we're going to track him down.
The gruesome discovery was made on Ron Logan's 40-acre lot, turning his property into a crime scene filled with investigators, dive teams, and FBI officials.
There was hundreds of cars and vehicles and trucks, those generator trucks that keep the lights going. And they had the whole woods lit up. It looked like a football field out here.
Police tell us a volunteer searcher discovered the bodies off of the trail route in the woods. Logan says that searcher is his neighbor who noticed obvious signs of foul play after he found the girls.
Tuesday, he apparently went back there with another searcher, and they found them back there.
Officials searched every inch of Logan's 40 acres and the woods behind the nearby Morning Heights Cemetery, which is just across the stream from the Monon High Bridge, the last spot the girls were seen. Right now, the suspect or suspects who killed these girls is still on the run. After 50 years of living on the land, Logan says the girls would have had a very hard time traveling the wooded area on their own.
It's rough. Back of my properties here, there's a ravine on that. It goes way down. It's real deep. The ground runs like this, and it's real difficult to navigate.
We're going to get to the bottom of this. We feel confident, and we're going to do everything we can within our resources to reach justice in this situation.
So who are police looking for, and what could be the possible motive for someone or a group of people to kill these two teenage girls here in Delphi? Well, officers tell us tonight those are questions they cannot answer at this point in this active and ongoing investigation. But what they do need from the public is tips. They've already had hundreds that they have been following up on in this community, but they still need your help. If you were in the area here near that Monon High Bridge, which is the last point where those two teen girls were seen, you took pictures in that area, that could be evidence that could lead to the suspect or suspects that murdered these two teens. If you have information, call the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Reporting tonight live in Delphi, I'm Alexis McAdams, CBS 4 News.
The bodies of those two teenagers were discovered in Delphi 3 days ago, as you know. CBS 4's Alexis McAdams joins us now after walking the property where those girls were found.
And actually, yeah, this is the first time I think that we're talking about this.
Yeah, we were actually down in that area today for the very first time. We were down there with the property owner, Ron Logan, and this is his 40-acre private lot behind me. To trek down to the area where these girls were found, it was so steep down a ravine, it was really actually hard to keep our footing. Well, Logan showed us for the very first time that crime scene. Tonight, investigators have lifted the crime scene tape from this area and tell us they're going through hundreds of tips trying to find any information that could lead to a possible suspect or suspects in this double murder investigation. So take a look at this video walking through with Ron Logan today. He's showing us the property. He knows this treacherous terrain better than anyone. So in order to get down there, like I mentioned, went down a large ravine that was so steep, we pretty much had to walk sideways to get down that way. And this is where the girls were found. It's less than half a mile from the Monon High Bridge where they were last seen on Monday. Officers still processing evidence that they gathered here. They were out here for hours ever since those girls went missing. They're looking for any clue that could lead to the person or persons who killed 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German. The scene may be clear tonight, but Logan tells me his property won't ever be the same.
I want to show you everything, how they could have got here, because you're going to be as confused as I am. How did these two little girls get here from the high bridge with all this rough terrain without somebody making them come here? The high bridge is right across the creek here. It runs all the way down where this creek and the land joins together. Where they join together is the last photographs taken of the girls. So they had to come all the way through this territory to get down in here. Not an easy trip.
Right now, we have talked to family members tonight who tell us they're just clinging on to any hope that someone will come forward with information that could lead to a tip in this investigation and bring them closure in this horrific investigation. Right now, they are working on funeral arrangements, and also community members here in the Delphi area, which is very small and tight-knit, like we've both mentioned, Bob and Debbie. They are trying to work on some organized events that could bring money that could help these families rebuild and help out with those funeral expenses. Right now, this is an active and ongoing investigation. Officials asking for anyone with any bit of information, even a photo that was snapped near the Monon High Bridge around those times the girls went missing, to please come forward, because that tip could be a big get in this investigation. Right now, no suspects yet and no one in custody. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Alexis McAdams reporting for us. Thank you. And new information in the Delphi case 6 months after the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German.
And tonight, the killer remains on the loose, but we are learning much more about what evidence police have that could lead to that killer. CBS 4's Alexis McAdams.
All right, we're going to pause it there because they're jumping ahead 6 months, and this is only the third day that we're on currently. The murders happened on the 13th. Their bodies was found on the 14th, and this is the day after their bodies were found on the 15th. So that jumps all the way to 6 months. That seems to be like a Delphi video package that Alexis McAdams put together. But anyways, that's actually a really good time to stop because it is 4 o'clock. That means we have been streaming now for 4 hours. I have no idea if any of you have been here the entire 4 hours. If you have, thank you very much. But top of the hour, every hour. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Delphi Timeline Live. Today we are raising money for Abby's Angels. Abby's Angels is a charity run by Anna Williams through Samaritan's Purses, Operation Christmas Child. Samaritan's Purse has collected shoebox gifts filled with toys, school supplies, and hygiene items for children around the world. Since 1993, more than 198 million children in more than 170 countries and territories have received an Operation Christmas Child shoebox. The project delivers not only the joy of what for many kids is their first gift ever, but also gives them a tangible expression of God's love. So they get to learn about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and God, and they also get a shoebox full of a lot of really fun stuff for kids. Stuff that they might not have been able to have access to otherwise. These shoeboxes are going to children who are less fortunate around the world, who would not otherwise get something like this. So this is a really good charity. It's a really good cause, and Anna Williams does it every year. It was something that her and Abigail did together, and she has continued that tradition, and it's something that she really enjoys doing. And it really is a really neat and good cause. You're helping little kids have a fun Christmas, and I can't think of a better thing to do during this time of giving. We got Thanksgiving around the corner, and then just Christmas right after. So if you're in a position to where you can be generous and give a donation, let me bring it up on the screen here. There we are. Abby's Angels 2022 collection for Samaritan Purses, Samaritan's Purse, Operation Christmas Child. And the type of stuff that goes in these shoe boxes are school supplies like crayons, colored pencils, markers, pens, small notepads. You also have personal items and hygiene such as chapstick, bars of soap, Band-Aids, combs, small brushes, things of that nature. And you also have wow items like dolls, Barbie, soccer ball, or football with manual air pump, because those kids have to be able to inflate these items. So you want to have the pump that comes with it. Small stuffed animal, small musical instrument, little box puzzle, whatever fun stuff that you can fit in that is safe for children. You're not going to put in any types of food or candy or any types of liquid. By the time these kids get this stuff, the food and stuff will already have been gone stale. So you don't put any types of food or candy in it. No liquids, no toothpaste, nothing that could destroy the other objects within the shoebox. So probably not bubbles. Probably not bubbles, because that's a mess. So yeah, just within reason. Toys and stuff for kids. But what I'm asking you to do is to send monetary donations in the form of a check. Let me bring that up on screen here. You can send checks to WMRS Radio. And again, I want to thank Brandy at WMRS Radio for helping me with this information. You would send checks to WMRS Radio, attention, Abby's Angels, 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. Checks can be made to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels, or Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. So if you're in a position where you can give, and you've always been wondering how you can help the family, this is a really great way you can help the family. You know, this is just one of the options that you have. Yeah, I mean, you're helping out kids having a great Christmas. And it's a great cause. So if you can give, please give. Anyways, we will check the chat, and we'll see what's going on with everybody. Moon Crystal, such a wonderful organization. Yes, I completely agree with you. Samaritan's Purse has been around since 1993, I believe, or the Operation Christmas Child portion of Samaritan's Purse, their operation, because they have a bunch of different types of charities that they're involved with, and Operation Christmas Child is just one of them. And yeah, it's a great cause, wonderful organization. And if you didn't catch anything I just said, the links and information is in the description of this video. All you got to do is scroll down a little bit and check it out. Everything you need to know is there. There's also a wish list there. So if you can't send checks and you still want to help out, they have an Amazon wish list, and you can buy items for them. So that's another way you can donate. Real Chill Graz had asked earlier, he said that he only has access to PayPal, and I told him that he could PayPal somebody that he trusts and have that person write a check. But I guess you could also use PayPal on Amazon as well. So you could, if you only have PayPal, go on Amazon and to the wish list, which is in the description of this video below, and you can purchase some of the items that they're either not lacking, but that they're requesting for this charity. So also, if you live in the area, you can drop shoeboxes off, or stuff that can be put into the shoeboxes off at the radio station WMRS, and I believe the deadline is the 12th for that. But let's say if you can't donate right now for whatever reason, and you wanted to donate later, and it's after the cutoff point for this year, well, any money you send after the cutoff point, they will use it towards next year. So your money is absolutely going towards this cause, and it is going towards helping out these kids have a great Christmas. So even if you don't make the cutoff and you can only donate later, the money still goes to this charity. It'll just go towards next year's efforts. So yeah, when we left off on the timeline, we were looking at some Alexis McAdams reporting, and it was like a video package, and we stopped it because it kind of jumped 6 months ahead, and we're only on day 3 here, so we're going to move on to the next one here. 6:02 p.m., February 15, 2017, WTHR airs an interview with Delphi resident Lisa Delaney.
We all tonight can only imagine how the families of these two girls are feeling right now. We do have a better understanding of what the community where Libby and Abby lived is going through. Kevin Rader spent the day listening to neighbors as they shared their pains and their fears. He now continues our team coverage.
There really is nothing anyone can say, nothing anyone can do to ease the pain here in Delphi. Right now, people just want to know what happened here. So that's why we came here, just to listen.
There's a huge void, and there's a huge amount of fear that is passed from every age group, whether you knew this family at all, like I said, with such a large family, whether you even knew of the family, there's a huge amount of fear that if such a horrific thing could happen with the loss of two beautiful little girls so close to an area that's well traveled and family homes that were within 200 or 300 yards away from where they were able to be found. We all want answers. Every single one of us wants answers. There's absolutely no need for detail, but there is definitely a heartfelt need for answers.
So tonight, residents of Delphi will continue to pray for the families of the victims and for answers. Back to you.
Okay, so 7 p.m., February 15, 2017. Indiana State Police release a photo of a man reportedly walking on the Delphi Historic Trails on February 13th, around the time of the girl's disappearance. The man was thought to be wearing blue jeans, a blue coat / jacket, and a hoodie. And at that time, we didn't know where this came from, or I believe. They released a screenshot from what we now know was a video. Police say they want to talk to the individual about what he may have seen, but stopped short of calling him a suspect. We know now that he did end up becoming a suspect. They would also like to speak with anyone who was parked at the Monon High Bridge Trailhead on February 13, 2017, between 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Indiana State Police said that, this is at 7:01 p.m. Indiana State Police said there have been a few rumors on Facebook that they have found the man and spoken to him, but officers said this is not true. So yeah, I mean, the rumors started immediately. So yeah, the speculation and rumors, it started immediately once this started hitting the news. So it's always been there. And then at 11:03 p.m., we have an interview with Ron Logan. I'm not sure if this is the same one we watched earlier, but we'll give it a look anyways. Let me first just say hello to Casey Jakes. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping by. And if you do end up donating, thank you. Thank you very much. Every little bit helps. I mean, even if you're sending in a check for $5, it still adds up at the end, you know. All right, so we'll start this video here.
This is a small town up there in Carroll County, and still distraught over the loss of two of their own.
In fact, Eyewitness News reporter Emily Longnecker tonight continues our team coverage in Delphi with how people there continue to cope with the loss of Abby and Libby. Emily?
John and Andrea, people here in Delphi are cautious tonight about saying too much of anything. Many of them knew these two young girls and they know their families, and they are just finding it still very difficult to talk about what happened. On the outskirts of town, though, where police found the two teens' bodies, people are talking, sharing their disbelief and anger. Against the beauty of the sunshine and bright blue skies Wednesday, it was still hard for Ron Logan to believe the violence visited upon two young teens just out for a hike on a day off from school.
Who would have thought they'd let their children out to do something special that day, take a trip down, and then turn out with a disaster like this?
For 53 years, Logan's lived on the country road near the trail that leads to the Monon High Bridge.
People walk up and down it with their children, and yeah, it's quite a nice little trail, and the bridge is real.
Never, though, has Logan seen anything like what he has this week, the search for an eventual discovery of the bodies of Libby German and Abby Williams.
The area that they were in is very hard to get to. I mean, you can't get there unless you walk there. I mean, so somebody would be walking with them or something.
Those are the same kind of thoughts Marvin Sandifer keeps mulling over. His daughter used to hike the same trail.
She said, I've seen a couple scruffy looking guys back in there, but, you know, they never bothered me. They went on their way.
Sandifer is anxious for investigators to identify a suspect.
I'm not really scared. I'm just worried that it would happen again.
That's why he hopes someone knows or saw something on that trail Monday and can lead investigators down the right path soon.
I hope they catch him tonight, and I hope they make him pay.
And with the release tonight of the picture of that unknown man seen walking on the trail Monday afternoon, people here are hoping investigators.
Just want to pause that real quick because that is Emily Longnecker. She is somebody else who has been following this case since the beginning, and somebody else who is an excellent news reporter. Yeah, Emily Longnecker is awesome. Sorry, I just wanted to jump in there and give a shout out to Emily Longnecker.
Investigators are that much closer to discovering who is responsible for taking these two young lives. John, Andrea.
All right. Thank you. Emily Longnecker in Delphi tonight.
So, Casey Jakes, it may be too late to set up a fundraiser event of that magnitude for this year, but it's something that you can look into for next year. I mean, because I believe the cutoff for sending in the shoebox stuff is on the 12th, and they're going to be boxing things up on the 19th. So it's probably a little late in this season to try to put together an event to raise money like that. But actually you could, and anything you raise will be used towards next year. Or you could try to, set this up for next year. But I'm not trying to discourage you from donating or anything, but yeah, the cutoff point is coming soon. So, but yeah, anything you donate will go towards next year, definitely. Oh yeah, definitely not this year. Okay. Let me just update the chat here. Wanted to do it last spring, but my father got sick. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear your father got sick. Yeah, then actually, while we're on subject of fathers, I lost my father in 2017. So 2017 was also a pretty depressing year for myself. It was actually kind of bittersweet because 2017 was also when I met my Susan. So, yeah, you got to take this life there. You got to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good, Lose my father, but meet the love of my life, Yeah, definitely not this year. It's a little late. I believe they usually start the campaign for Abby's Angels around late October, and sometimes they'll even hold events on Halloween to raise funds. I've been talking about this since late October myself as well. I wish I could have live streamed more between then and now, but when you have so much information coming out on this case all at once, it leaves a lot of work for me to do on the website and the playlist. And yeah, so I mean, the website's still not fully updated yet because it seems like every time I get close to catching up, new information comes out, and that's not a bad thing. More information coming out is a good thing. I just got to find a way to keep up with it. But anyways, let's continue on here. This is 11:37 p.m. This is from WLFI News. Community reacts to Carroll County something. But play.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Smith. Kayla Sullivan will be joining us live from Delphi this evening in just a moment. Thanks for joining us. Police say the two bodies that were found in the woods east of Delphi on Tuesday were the two girls who were reported missing on Monday. 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German were murdered, but police will not release the condition or cause of death. Williams and German were dropped off to explore the Delphi historic trails on Monday. When family members came to pick them up a few hours later, they were nowhere to be found. Community members helped police search all night on Monday for the girls and through the morning on Tuesday. And in fact, police say it was volunteers who ended up finding the bodies around 12:15 Tuesday afternoon. Well, it is considered a double homicide investigation, and police now asking anyone to come forward if they think they might have any information. We have team coverage from Delphi tonight, where that small community is shaken by this double homicide. We start with News 18's Kayla Sullivan, who shared residents' reaction to the news. Kayla?
Jeff, it may look like business as usual here, but what happened to Williams and German is weighing heavily on the minds and hearts of people living here. Police tape can keep the community from the scene of the crime, but nothing can stop people in Delphi from feeling it.
I've lived around this town for 50 plus years, and things like this are happening every day in bigger cities like Chicago, Indianapolis, and whatnot. Then in a small community, when it happens, everybody goes berserk.
Special units brought from all over the state came to assist the investigation at what was once known as a safe local hangout.
Kids go swimming there, they go fishing, they jump in it, they take senior pictures there, they go and hang out. It's a very friendly, safe place that anybody and everybody's been to.
Molly Johnson has 2 kids at Delphi High School and says the death of the 2 girls has really been difficult on the children here. Johnson asked her daughter what her day was like at school.
She said it was just really, really quiet in there, and you could hear a pin drop. I feel for every child that this is affecting.
Are you scared at all?
No, not really. The police are out there looking, all of our resources are doing what they need to do.
But she is taking precautions.
I just know where my kids are at all times, that everyone's safe, that, they travel in with more than one person at the same time, and they just check in quite often.
Richard Gardner's grandchildren are around the same age as the victims. He says he never stops preaching to them.
I tell them to follow the rules and stay on the high road. And I also tell them about not to be talking to strangers on the internet.
In a small town where grocers still help you to your car and everybody knows everyone, it's not hard to be shaken by the murders. But Johnson says this won't break them.
Yeah, we will as a community. Everybody will get through this. It'll be a while, but we will get through this.
Now, of course, everyone we talked to here today wants justice for the police are asking for your help. If you saw anything, if you have any information, you're asked to call the Carroll County Sheriff's Department immediately.
Well, it's a good thing that he has someone like you in his life to help him. Some people aren't that fortunate, so good on you, Casey Jakes. So we are moving on to February 16th, 2017. Again, we have more newspaper clippings. If you're interested, just go to pwtimeline.com/Delphi and click on timeline and just start reading through. Over time, I'm going to try to add more because there is a lot more. Probably an endless amount more. So this is from 5:02 a.m., February 16, 2017. So this is 4 days later. No, 3. No, wait. So this is the fourth day.
Again, our top story here this morning. Police in Delphi hope this man may hold some answers that they're looking for after the murders of 2 teenage girls.
An investigator say he actually was on the same trail around the same time as Libby German and Abby Williams on Monday. Now, they're not calling him a suspect or a person of interest, just someone they hope may have clues to their deaths. Now, police, again, aren't telling us either how the girls died.
Right. Well, many people, of course, suspected it was their bodies found there in Carroll County. They didn't know for sure until yesterday. Our Matt McCutcheon's in Delphi this morning, where members of the community want to know how this happened.
Good morning. There is already a fundraiser planned this weekend to help the families of those 2 teenagers as this town of less than 3,000 tries to move on and heal after learning that those 2 girls have been murdered. The question continues this morning about how exactly they died, as well as any information about a suspect or suspects in this case. We do know, however, police have identified this man as someone they want to speak with. They're not labeling him a suspect or a person of interest, but someone they believe may have been on the trail around the time those girls were murdered and disappeared before that. Police right now are saying that they want to speak with that man. They are desperate to find him. It's also not clear where this picture is coming from. We do know the girls had last sent a Snapchat before they were never heard from again. It is unclear if that picture may have come from that phone or from a surveillance camera in that area. Nonetheless, it is enough to have neighbors shooken up this morning.
Who would have thought they'd let their children out to do something special that day, take a trip down, and then turn out with a disaster like this?
This also comes as middle school students will be heading back to class today, now knowing that their 2 fellow classmates have been murdered. They are being remembered as girls who are full of life, happy-go-lucky, involved in extracurricular activities. There is no word yet on services for those 2 girls here in a very emotional Delphi this morning. Back to you.
Yeah, my father passed away on October 9th, 2017. Yeah, he had esophagus and stomach cancer. And it was a tough fight, but cancer eventually took him, unfortunately. But yeah, so yeah, 2017 was, yeah, bittersweet. I lost my father, but I met my Susan, so I don't know. You got, like I said, you got to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good. You know, it's part of life. And yeah. Originally they released just a screenshot of the video. I don't think we were made aware that the screenshot came from a video until the next presser. I could be wrong, but I don't think we. I don't think it came out until the presser that the screenshot came from a video that Libby had recorded on her phone. Like, there's also information from online news articles too. Like everything you see right here, this is from an online news article. Tried to label everything the best I can. Like this label family because it's family speaking about the girls. Yeah, there's just news articles. I don't have a description for a lot of this stuff yet. Yeah, it's just a lot of work. And then, so 3 p.m. on February 16, 2017, Inside Edition has a special report. And this is a huge coverage for the case right here, because Inside Edition is seen by so many people. So I think this is like the first like major broadcast show or whatever that was seen nationally. I think this is the first time it was seen nationally on Inside Edition. So we'll check this out here.
It's the haunting final image of a 13-year-old girl on a hiking trip just before she was murdered. Her friend who took the photo and posted it to Snapchat was also slain. Abigail Williams and Liberty German disappeared on a popular hiking trail near their homes in Indiana. Liberty took another haunting photo, this lonely trail ahead. She could not have imagined a killer was lurking nearby. The bodies of the two girls were discovered just a few feet from this creek. And these are the just released surveillance photos of a man police are looking for, seen on that same trail around the time Abigail and Liberty vanished. Killers have been known to stalk isolated hiking trails, says Inside Edition safety expert Steve Cardian.
Don't go into the woods, don't go hiking, don't go into a place of isolation without some form of a weapon that you've trained with.
He showed me how to stay safe while out hiking.
If I'm hiking in the woods and I'm approached and grabbed, what is the first thing I should do?
You want to fight back. You want to hit with your elbows and your knees. That's the strongest part of your body from right now. I grab you like this. You're going to come over. Elbow, good. And right to the, good. Now run.
Most hikers do have a weapon, a backpack.
Diane, I'm coming to attack you. Use your backpack as a weapon. Boom!
Advice that comes tragically too late for Abigail and Liberty.
Yes, if you ever find yourself encountering somebody you think is dangerous, fight. Tooth and nail, gouge an eyeball out if you have to. Yeah, fight. Should always be carrying like pepper spray if you can legally. Carry whatever weapon you can legally. Especially if you're going out in the woods, which is still the Wild West. I mean, it's very dangerous out in the woods. There's no cameras usually. I mean, there's more cameras now than there ever was. But, yeah, it's dangerous out in the woods. Try to carry a weapon that is legal for you to carry. You always want to give yourself a chance. So yeah, when I go out in the woods, especially after this case, my head is always kind of on a swivel, looking around. Anyways, let's continue here. Yeah, that was Inside Edition. I think that's the first time this case gained national attention. And this is again, I know, sometime between 6:40, I guess, and 6 o'clock. Not 100% sure. This is where I put it. WLFI reports on the tip line and an interview with Ronald Logan Ayers.
Good evening, I'm Jeff Smith.
And I'm Kayla Sullivan. Thanks for joining us.
Indiana State Police have just opened a tip line for information about the killings of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. That telephone number, we'll get it up on a full screen a little bit later in the newscast, but that telephone number is 844-459-5789. We'll be repeating that again a little bit later in the newscast. In the meantime, though, the town of Delphi still in shock. Just 2 days after the discovery of those two teenage girls' bodies on Tuesday.
Today, police have confirmed to News 18 that they've questioned people over the double homicide of 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams. But they're keeping tight-lipped about any suspects or persons of interest. However, they are still looking for the man seen in these pictures sent out last night. They say he was on the trail around the same time the girls were last seen, and they're hoping he may have seen something. If you know who he is, you're asked to call the local authorities.
And in the meantime, members of the Delphi community today are beginning to organize fundraisers to benefit the victims' families. News 18's Cameron Harden has been in Delphi all day long. speaking with residents. He joins us now with the latest. Cameron?
It's no surprise the town of Delphi is taking this very hard. With less than 3,000 people in the entire community, it's a typical kind of place where everybody knows everybody. But now the town is trying to make the best of it by coming together.
Who'd ever think someone would be murdered in your backyard?
Ron Logan has lived on this property in Delphi for more than 50 years.
I don't even recall any homicides in Delphi. I just don't recall any, but a double homicide. This is a first, as far as I know. I don't. But it's just crazy.
He never would have imagined his property would turn into a murder scene.
It's just terrible. I just can't imagine that. My son, when he was a kid, he and his buddies played in here for all the time. I mean, he was born here. That was a different time, though.
Logan and the rest of the community are deeply hurt for the families involved, and that's exactly why the town is coming together.
We're a small community, and when something like this happens, you feel like you need to do something. So with the people being friends and neighbors, we wanted to raise some money for whatever their needs would be.
Tracy Bradshaw is the owner of the Pizza King in town. She is just one of the numerous businesses that have put out flyers for fundraisers that will help the victims' families.
With it being so small, you know the girls that have been running around, and everybody's friends with everybody. Everybody grew up with everybody.
She'll be hosting a fundraiser next Friday, the 24th at the store. The Stonehouse Restaurant and Bakery also joined in and started their fundraiser today. They are making cookies in respect to Abigail and Liberty with their favorite colors and name on them. Bradshaw says she is by no means surprised the town is coming together in a time of desperate need.
Doesn't surprise me in Delphi. No, everybody's like a big family. So when they're needed, everybody comes together.
The community will get their chance to pay their respects this weekend. A joint viewing will be held on Saturday for the girls. The viewing runs from 4 to 8 p.m. at the high school, and at 8 o'clock, there will be a lantern release in the middle school parking lot. Now, we will continue to follow this investigation, and if any more information or new details come in, we'll be sure to let you know on our website at WLFI.com. Reporting live in Delphi, Cameron Harden, News 18.
All right. So, before it gets too dark outside, I'm going to take you guys on a golf cart tour of the area where I'm staying in Florida, where I've been since like late September. I was in Delphi on the 14th, 15th, and 16th of September. And then after that, we took our time driving down to Florida and through several places in Florida. And we've been in Florida ever since. And I believe I'm going to be here until like December 9th or something like that. And we may even stay another month. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of bring you guys on a golf cart tour. Show you a little bit of Florida. And what we're going to do is we're going to close the laptop, let that cool down. That is running hot, man. Let me gather my things here. I'm going to take it off camera for privacy purposes, but I'll still leave the microphone on. Grab a drink. And I have not tested going from inside using a laptop and all that to outside, so hopefully this doesn't crash and burn and whatnot. Just grab everything I'll need here. Also give me an opportunity to have a cigarette. I've been kind of having to wait until the longer videos to run outside to get a few puffs. And my lovely Susan is messaging me. Hold on a second. I have no idea what she's sending me. Hold on. All right, sorry about that, guys. My Susan was asking me if I wanted fried chicken for dinner. Okay. So right behind me is this, it's a really noisy fountain. I'll show you guys that later. Let's see how I'm gonna set you guys up here. You guys see all right? What are you looking at? So, all right, I'll be right back. I gotta go get the keys. So this is gonna get kind of loud because it's a gas-powered golf cart. So this right up here, up to the left, this is what we call river pool. In this area here, we got a pool, and it's right by the Indian River, which I'll bring you guys towards now. Yeah, this is the Indian River here. This is kind of between the mainland Florida and that strip of land that goes off to the right side of it. That's what we call river pool. Turn around, we'll go the other way. That's river pool again. We'll go along this way. They say that a hurricane is coming, and I'm not trying to take that lightly, but the breeze that is coming off of what's the beginning of it feels very nice. Florida with an overcast is the best. So here we are again, back at Riverpool. I kind of just did a loop-de-loop. And I'll take you guys to the Atlantic Ocean. Everybody's so nice around here. They love to wave at people. And I love to wave back. Oh, it's getting windy. So the speed limit sign says 10 miles per hour. And Susan and I use Waze, which is a map app, and it tells you how fast you're going. And this golf cart gets up to 15. So I can technically break the rules and go 15 in this golf cart. To the left here is what we call middle pool, right in the middle of the property. Also, tennis court. So I was hoping for a nice sunset to do on this live stream, but looks like the clouds are going to block our view of it. Hello. How you guys doing? golf cart parking spots. Hello. This is what we call ocean pool. This is right by the ocean. This is all still private property. And what we're walking up on is this semi-private beach. And this is the loud Atlantic Ocean. And the hurricane's coming from that way. All right, we'll head back and we'll continue on with the timeline videos. I honestly don't care if you guys had fun with that or not. I needed to get out of the house. But if you did enjoy it, cool. Come to Florida. If you're going to come to Florida, come to like Melbourne area. Melbourne, however you say it. But very nice over here. Don't get too cold, and well, I haven't been here in the summer, and it hasn't gotten too hot since. So, all right, we're back across the street.
we just lost a screw or something from this golf cart. Hold on. Well, isn't that just my luck? A screw came flying off of this golf cart from where I have no idea, and it dropped onto the ground and into the storm drain, where I will never be able to see it again. Well, the sun is kind of setting pretty nice. You see some yellow in the sky. And I'm sorry to you guys who are commenting at the moment. I'm not able to get to the comments. Oh, it came from here. That's a problem. Maybe. Yeah. Wasn't expecting that. Looks like I'm taking a trip to Home Depot. we've returned. Thanks for coming along. All right, I'm going to turn the cam off for a second, and then we'll get back to the timeline. Okay, let's get set back up here. We'll get caught up with the chat. And then we'll get back to the timeline. I'm sorry to anybody who thought that was boring. But I needed to get out of the house. 24 hours is going to be a long time. And the wind all messied up my hair. Oh, that's funny. Okay. So, we're back. Alright, so where did we leave off? I think we were somewhere around here, so let's go through the comments quick. Rain Dancer, I will go to bed now. I leave it running. Don't wonder if I don't type anymore. Well, thank you for hanging out with us, Rain Dancer. I believe you were here for 5 hours. Actually, I'm getting back right in time because it's the top of the hour. And at the top of the hour, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Delphi Timeline Live. Today we are raising money for Abby's Angels. Let me get this up on the screen here. Alright, and then we go like this. Alright, so Abby's Angels is a charity run by Anna Williams through Samaritan's Purse's Operation Christmas Child. Samaritan's Purse has collected shoebox gifts filled with toys, school supplies, and hygiene items for children around the world. Since 1993, more than 198 million children in more than 170 countries and territories have received an Operation Christmas Child shoebox. The project delivers not only the joy of what for many kids is their first gift ever, but also gives them a tangible expression of God's love. Now, if you see here, these are the kinds of things that go into the shoe boxes that these kids receive on Christmas. They receive school supplies, crayons, colored pencils, markers, erasers, pens, pencils, pencil sharpeners, small notebooks, personal items and hygiene, chapstick, non-liquid, bars of soap, Band-Aids, combs, small brushes, individual packages of tissues, hair ties, clips and headbands, socks, t-shirts and shorts, underwear for toddlers, size 14, small sewing kits, and then toys, wow items, doll, Barbie, soccer ball or football with manual air pump, small stuffed animal, small musical instrument, little box puzzles, yo-yo, stickers, Play-Doh,
card games, jump ropes, matchbox cars, and slinkies. And I'm sure you guys might have some other ideas as well. You can, if you're in the area, and you can drop these items off or a shoebox off at WMRS Radio. But what I'm suggesting you do here today is you send them a check. And I'll bring up the address of where you can send this to. So WMRS Radio is where you will be sending money to if you decide to be generous enough to donate. And again, I want to thank Brandy at WMRS for helping me with this information. So you'll send checks to WMRS Radio, attention Abby's Angels, 132 North Main Street in Monticello, Indiana, 47960. The checks can be made to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels, or Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. And if you can't donate now because of whatever reasons you have and want to donate later, if it doesn't make it to them for the cutoff for this year, all money that's sent to them will go towards the next year as well. So I believe the cutoff for dropping off items and sending in checks is the 12th. And then they'll be boxing things up on, I believe it's the 19th. So also, if you're in the area and you want to help them box this stuff up, you can go to the Facebook page, Abby's Angels Boxing Party. It's at 10 a.m., I believe, on the 19th. So yeah, if you guys are feeling generous and you have the ability to give, and you've always been wondering how can I help the families, this is one of the ways you can help. And you're not just helping Anna Williams, you're also helping children around the world have a really good Christmas and get some things that they might not normally have had access to because of the way or the area they were brought up in is being poor or less fortunate than other children in other areas. So what you're doing is helping kids have a fun time on Christmas, and it's a really good cause. And like I said, if you have the ability to do so, please donate. It really is a great cause. Samaritan's Purse is a great organization. Operation Christmas Child is a wonderful charity for kids. And Abby's Angels, which is a part of all that, is why we're here today. So if you want to directly help out the family, this is one of the ways you can do that. And everything I just said is in the description below. If you need a refresher on anything I've said, or if you would just like to share the flyer around with everyone else, again, in the description below. Check it out. But we will go ahead and we will continue with the timeline. So I believe we just left off with this one here, where it was a Ron Logan interview. And move on to... All right, so this is a flyer here for a motorcycle benefit that was put together early on, and I'll actually place some of the footage from that motorcycle benefit coming up here soon. It's crazy how many people showed up for that. So WTHR airs an interview with Ron Logan at 11:02 p.m. on February 16, 2017.
Now, in the day since police made this tragic discovery, the Delphi community has been coming to terms, I should say, with a painful reality. Eyewitness News reporter David McAnally went back to the scene of the crime today, where neighbors still don't understand how this could happen to two young girls. Dave?
As police continue a very methodical investigation here, going down every road in the search for clues, some folks who live near the crime scene, they fear that their road will never be the same. The crime scene Thursday, a place property owner Ron Logan knows well, but never thought he would know for something so tragic.
I can't really wrap my emotions around it yet. It's so mind-boggling. I haven't really caught up. It hasn't caught up with me yet.
Up and down the hills, across that bank now circled with crime tape, his son grew up playing here.
Never in your wildest dreams do you think that he comes down here to play, he won't come back home.
He and his friends grieved for the victims, Liberty German and Abigail Williams, both 13.
That's why we come back. He goes, I want to show you what it looks like. You couldn't carry someone up and down these hills, or it's hard to walk by yourself.
We've been able to identify almost everybody else that's been on that trail, and this gentleman has not been identified, and we want to know what he saw, what he might have seen on the trail. Did he see somebody else that maybe some of the others didn't see?
The sheriff's department says the trail photos of a man released Wednesday have brought in about 200 tips, and they're checking every one of them, they say. Police want to talk to the man because he was on the trail about the same time as the victim.
I just want to respond to this quickly. Yeah, when I went to Delphi, I ended up having to stay in Lafayette. We stayed at a Super 8 in Lafayette, and it's actually a pretty nice hotel. Yeah, and everybody was really nice in Indiana. But yeah, I don't know of any place that you can stay in Delphi aside for maybe Airbnb or something along those lines. What I don't know that for sure, but there might be. But yeah, we ended up staying in Lafayette, which is not too far away.
The man because he was on the trail about the same time as the victims.
I think they feel confident that we're going to get this guy or guys that were involved in this, and I think they're feeling confident that it's going to happen sooner than later.
Back at the crime scene, hoping for answers.
This place is never going to be the same. It'll never be the same, will it?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody will be. They'll be very vigilant now from here on out when they come down here.
All right, that's David McAnally tonight in Delphi. Now, here's another look at the man police are so desperate to talk to. Again, they have not said he's a suspect or a person of interest. Instead, investigators believe that he is the only person they haven't identified who was in the area at that time. Now, if you were in the area that day or you know anything that could help solve this case, police do want to hear from you. They've set up a new tip line for information about the murders of Libby and Abby. All tips should be called into that number, and you can remain anonymous. You see it right there on your screen. The number is 844-459-5786. We is 84.
Moving on to February 17. So, February 17, 2017. This is apparently when the sketch, the young guy sketch, was drawn. It's unclear why the sketch was withheld for over 2 years. And it's not clear whether this sketch was drawn before or after the old guy sketch. But yeah, apparently on February 17, 2017 was when the young guy sketch was released, or drawn. Sorry, not released, but drawn. And it wasn't released until April 22, 2019. This is at 4:02 a.m., February 17, 2017.
It is 4:02 here, and there are still plenty of questions this morning in the small town of Delphi.
Last night, as we mentioned, police served that search warrant at a home on Bicycle Bridge Road near the Wabash River. What we can tell you this morning, this all started on Monday when parents of these two young girls reported them missing.
Sure, and of course, there have been so many questions, new information. Matt McCutcheon there doing some digging for us this morning. He is live with the reason investigators went to that house in the first place. Good morning, Matt.
Ben and Julia, good morning. This wraps up a week of a little bit of information trickling out slowly here in this case, but still the big question remains about who killed those girls and why. We know very little information about what happened here at this home in rural Delphi, but we do know investigators came here around 7 o'clock last night, and there were several of them. Video shows the scene as police, not just from the city and the county here, but also Indiana State Police, even the FBI were told, making the scene here last night as they started that investigation into the home. At this hour, there is no word on any arrests in this case. The police did spend several hours here. We do know at least collecting evidence, and that evidence is related somehow in this case, but police are keeping that information close to the vest because at this hour, they do not want that to jeopardize the investigation. Also, police are not releasing the name of the person who lives here, and they also are not saying if this is the man they have so desperately wanted to get in contact with after circulating that picture. So again, questions continue here this Friday morning, wrapping up a week of questions in this case. But police say they continue to remain on it and remain sorting through hundreds of tips they have received since this story broke on Monday. Now, we do expect more information here in the day ahead. Of course, we'll keep you posted here on air and online. For now, reporting live in Delphi, I'm Matt McCutcheon, Channel 13 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Matt, thank you so much. Now, if you were in that area that day or you know anything about this case, please still want to hear from you. There is actually a new tip line you can call if you know anything that could help in this murder investigation. You see the number right there on your screen. We also have it posted for you to WTHR.com and our WTHR News app. Keep in mind, you can remain anonymous.
And the Delphi community now preparing to say goodbye to Libby and Abby.
That's right. There's a visitation for those girls tomorrow. It's from 4 to 8 at Delphi Community High School. Following the service, people can stay for a lantern release in the girls' honor.
All right, so 11:17 a.m., February 17, 2017, HLN reporter Michaela Perea, I think that's how you say it, is joined by Alexis McAdams. An interview with Ronald Logan is aired.
The investigation into the deaths of 2 Indiana teenagers, they were found dead earlier this week. We have learned now that police have searched a home in the area. The bodies of Liberty German and Abigail Williams were found on a trail in Delphi, Indiana. Liberty, who went by Libby, 14 years old. Her friend Abigail, Abby, was just 13. So far, no arrests have been made. Joining me now from Delphi, Indiana, is reporter Alexis McAdams from our affiliate WXIN, right near the property where the girls sadly were found. Alexis, maybe you can help us understand more about this search warrant. Why the interest in this home?
Well, Michaela, we're hearing tonight from Indiana State Police that they received hundreds of tips, but one of those led them to a home here in the Delphi area. So that's why a search warrant was served at the home in this area, and really not far from the main crime scene, which is right here behind me. Officials tell us they were able to get inside of that home in the Delphi area where they served that search warrant. They were able to look through evidence in the home, but no arrests were made at this point, but still an active and ongoing investigation.
Give us a little sense of the area. Right behind you, it's a very wooded area. I know it was a sort of an area near some water. Give us a sense of the layout of this region, the topography, if you will.
Well, it's right behind me, like you mentioned, is all wooded, and it's a 40-acre private lot where these 2 girls' bodies were found. That 40-acre private lot is owned by a local man named Ron Logan. We were able to go down onto his property yesterday and get a closer look for the very first time at the scene where those 2 girls' bodies were found. Since yesterday, they did lift all of the crime tape in this area away, so it's not the center of this investigation at this point, but still they have been coming back and taking evidence away. But just to get down to the area, Michaela, where we were able to find the scene where those bodies were found, we have to go down a ravine. It was so deep and really hard to keep our footing, so that's just an idea to let you know how remote this location actually is. But Ron Logan says although the crime scene tape is lifted at this point, his backyard will never be the same.
People everywhere. I mean, it's just people. They had all kinds of rescue teams here. There were boats, people dressed up in red jumper suits and camo garmo. How did these 2 little girls get here from the high bridge with all this rough terrain without somebody making them come here.
And that area you just saw there in that video is just about a half-mile away from the last spot Abby and Libby were both seen, near the Monon High Bridge, which is one of the highest bridges here in Indiana, just right behind this wooded area behind me. Officers are telling us tonight that although they don't have a suspect at this point, it's still active and ongoing, and they're exhausting every option in this small town and in Carroll County here in Indiana to find the suspect or suspects who murdered these two teen girls.
Yeah, Alexis, I'm sure they are frustrated that they have no really substantial lead.
Hey, John Kelly Profiler. I eventually have to go through all his videos and add them to the website somewhere. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do like YouTube / social media stuff separately. Really, the only stuff that's on this website that pertains to other YouTube creators are YouTube creators who have found things that actually fit the timeline. Like when The Unsolved interviewed DNR, the person who claims to be to have been the cellmate of Kegan Kline. That's news. So that's the type of thing I add to the website when it comes to other YouTube content creators. But a lot of the commentary stuff that people have done over the years I think have been valuable. So I'm sure there's a place for a lot of that content on this website somewhere. Maybe a separate timeline of its own, just a content creator timeline. Kind of give you an idea of what people were thinking when and why, and how right or wrong they may have been. But yeah, at some point that might be an interesting project to look into myself doing. Yeah, just seeing who said what, when, and why. But yeah, I actually recommend John Kelly Profiler. He's I believe retired FBI, or is retired investigator. This is, I'm not sure when this happened, but it was on February 17, and I thought that it took place between 11:17 a.m. and 3:53 p.m. But this is an interview with Mayor Shane Evans, who is not the killer. I can't believe I have to say that the mayor is not the killer, but some people just don't understand that. But anyways, let's continue here.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. I'm Dustin Grove. We are tracking the latest developments in the Carroll County homicide investigation of two teen girls. Let's get right to News 18's Brad Oppenheim, live from Delphi with the latest this midday. Brad?
Dustin, as of 8:40 this morning, Indiana State Police Sergeant Kim Riley had tweeted out that there was nothing new to report. Now, I actually just caught up with him a little bit ago at the Delphi Municipal Building, and he did confirm that in person, that there still was nothing to report. Now, in the past couple of days, hundreds of tips have flooded in. Last night, police had a large presence at a home in Delphi as officers served a search warrant in connection to the killings of 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams. The warrant was served at a home on the 11,000 block of Bicycle Bridge Road, which is near Delphi. Nobody was arrested, but police are saying that search could be the first of many to come as more tips do roll in. Now, if you have any information, ISP has set up a tip line, and the information for that tip line is on our website. Police are also working to identify a person in a picture they released earlier this week. That individual was near the area the two teens were last seen Monday. Now, Mayor Shane Evans says he's humbled by all of the support from the community.
When you've got the volunteers that went out in the search parties, you've got the business community, you've got religious organizations, you've got community organizations that are coming out here to help, you've got businesses that are dropping everything to come in to provide food to families, provide food to law enforcement officers here.
Now, a memorial will be held tomorrow at the Delphi High School Gymnasium. It will run from 4 to 8 p.m. with a lantern release to follow in the middle school parking lot. Now, like Mayor Evans said, he's seen a lot of community support. And as we're walking down the main street here in Delphi, this is just one of those examples we see outside a local restaurant. The sign reads "Justice for Libby and Abby." So a lot of community support and backing in it. And we will continue to provide any information that we receive throughout the day online. And we'll have the latest at News 18 at 5 and 6 tonight. For now, reporting live in Delphi, Brad Oppenheim, News 18.
So it wasn't on camera, but I just yawned for the first time. I mean, we're not even at the six hour mark, which is 1/4 of the way there. Not a good sign, but I am going to stick with this until the end of this 24 hours. Do not worry. But yeah, the first yawn happened. Now, this was scheduled for noon, and I went live at I believe a little after noon. But I've been up since like 7:30. So yeah, this is gonna start getting real rough pretty soon. All right, this is 4:59 p.m., February 17, 2017. WTHR reports on the investigation, and an interview with Sergeant Kim Riley is aired. Now, Sergeant Kim Riley has since retired. He retired before they made the arrest, and I know he would have liked to have had that arrest before he retired, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't feel too bad about it because they did get an arrest, you know. So, shout out to Sergeant Kim Riley. I hope you're enjoying your retirement, and I hope you're in a place kind of like where I am, relaxing, maybe sipping an adult beverage out of a coconut with an umbrella in it, which is something I have yet to do, and that's one of the things that was on my list of stuff to do. I got to get an adult beverage out of a coconut shell or husk or whatever. But anyways, we'll continue here. This is Sergeant Kim Riley interview.
From Indiana's news leader, Eyewitness News at 5 o'clock starts now.
We're getting subjects that we're looking at to talk to, and we're finding those people are not the person of interest that we're looking for, or that person in the picture.
I mean, it's there. You wake up thinking about it, you go to sleep thinking about it. So, and I'm sure I'm not alone.
This weekend, a community will gather to say their final goodbyes to 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German. They were both found murdered earlier this week. And today, police continue to get tips and even interview people who may have been on that trail on Monday in Carroll County.
They searched the home last night, but it did not lead to any arrests in the case. And they're still looking for this man who was photographed on the trail near where the girls died about the time they sent their last social media post. Eyewitness News reporter Rich Van Wyk is in Delphi tonight with where police go from here in the search for a killer. Rich?
John, the headquarters for this investigation has been busy all day with lawmen from many different departments. Last night's search for evidence didn't end as well as they had hoped. More investigators were revisiting crime scenes today looking for more evidence. And for the third day in a row, investigators have been unable to identify or locate that man in a fuzzy picture taken from that bridge. Police returned to the scenes of the crime. The old railroad bridge, the girls' last known location, and the more remote area where their bodies were found. Yesterday, we walked through the woods along Deer Creek where Libby German and Abby Williams were killed. Today, police kept us out as they rechecked the areas. Delphi's city building is headquarters for what's become a homicide task force of more than 40 investigators and support personnel. Homeland Security installed a satellite communication system to handle the volume of phone calls and data.
Can you keep up with the tips that are coming in?
It's getting hard, but we are doing a good job of trying to keep the tips as fresh as possible.
Yesterday, a tip led police to this home a few miles outside of Delphi. Their hours-long search for clues to solving the murders looks like a dead end.
We're still analyzing what we got. It doesn't appear that it's going to be something that's going to help the case.
The most promising clue appears to be a photograph taken from the Monon High Bridge. It is the last place the girls were seen alive. Police say this man was also there. 3 days of detective work haven't brought detectives any closer to finding and questioning him.
We're trying to make sure we can get him identified so we at least talk to him to see what he saw, what he knows, what information we can get from him, and that may be the key to unlocking this crime.
Just before we went on the air, I was inside the building and a family came in, the father, the husband announcing, "I'm here to see FBI agent so-and-so." It's well past quitting time. People are still working here. Parking spaces are still rare. It looks like this is going to be a long weekend for investigators.
All right.
So I'm just realizing here it's election day here in America, one of the election days, and I hope you all got out there and voted. I don't care how you voted, just as long as you put your vote in there, and it's part of being American is voting your opinion. So 5:59 p.m., February 17, 2017. So this is 30, 40, 50, 60. This is 5 days. This is the 5th day. It says, WCHR reports on the investigation. Rich Van Wyk reports live from the Delphi City building, which is being used as a headquarters for the task force. An interview with Rich Van Wyk did with Sergeant Kim Riley is aired. Kim Riley says, it appears that nothing is going to come of it when asked about the current search warrants on Ron Logan's property.
From Indiana's news leader, Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock starts now.
We're still analyzing what we got. It doesn't appear that it's going to be something that's going to help the case.
Police are no closer to an arrest tonight after searching a home yesterday as they try to find who killed 2 girls in Delphi. They're still not saying much about their investigation, but we know that they're following up on each tip that's come in.
And they've taken hundreds of those tips so far. Today, investigators were back to where those 2 bodies were found. They're searching for more evidence there that hopefully could lead them to the killer.
Right now, they're still looking for the man who was seen on the trail around the same time as the girls. Last night, they executed a search warrant at a nearby farmhouse, and they collected evidence but made no arrests in the case.
Eyewitness News reporter Rich Van Wyk is in Delphi tonight with the latest on what he's learned there. Rich?
Anne Marie, it's 6 o'clock on a Friday night, and there's hardly a parking space outside the police station. Investigators are working late, pushing their case, trying to get that clue that connects them with a killer who has now eluded them for more than 3 days. Delphi's city building is headquarters for what is evolving into a homicide task force. More than 40 local and state police, FBI agents, and support personnel are working the case. More than the building's phone and Wi-Fi system could handle. So Homeland Security installed a satellite communication system.
There have been no arrests. Nobody's been put in jail.
One of the hundreds of tips pouring in led police to this home a few miles outside of Delphi. They searched for hours last night, although they left with some possible evidence.
But it appears that nothing's going to come of it.
Nothing's going to come of it.
Of this specific search warrant.
Investigators are looking for a break in the 4-day-old murder case. They looked again at the crime scenes, the bridge where Libby German and Abby Williams were last known to be alive. And then upstream, past the bluffs and steep banks over Deer Creek, to a secluded wooded area where the bodies were found. News crews were free to roam these areas yesterday, but not today while police were there.
We've been getting quite a few tips. People have been calling in with information.
But no credible information yet on this man, photographed on that bridge about the same time the girls were there. Detectives want to talk with him.
We're trying to make sure we can get him identified so we at least talk to him to see what he saw, what he knows, what information we can get from him, and that may be the key to unlocking this crime.
The girls were in a popular recreational hiking area. Police are questioning many of the visitors and the searchers.
And so that is helping eliminate people, and that's part of the investigation is to try to narrow it down to 1 or 2 people that we're looking at. And so right now we haven't got that far yet.
In the meantime, police are urging residents here to be cautious, look out, be aware. If they're on their trails, if they're anywhere, and they see someone who looks suspicious, get a description, use their phone, take a picture, and get in touch with investigators.
Okay, so hold on here. So we're gonna take a pause from the timeline because an hour ago, WTHR posted a video on YouTube titled Delphi Murders Arrest Special Report Re-Air. So I believe they, let me see here. So this is the WTHR special about those events, which originally aired Saturday, November 5. So that was 3 days ago. So we're going to pause the timeline and we're going to watch the special report. It's 22 minutes long. Just switch screens here. So again, we're deviating from the timeline and we're jumping up to recent news. This is a special report from WTHR, which took place on this past Saturday, and this is a special report re-air. So, 22-minute long video. This is not part of 2017. This is all new news as of Saturday. So here we go.
2 young lives cut short by the man in the woods. The girls capturing their alleged killer on camera. Still, the days turn to weeks, weeks into months, months to years. No answers.
Now, the moment their families and this community have been waiting for.
And an arrest has been made.
From a sketch in every corner of town, now there is a name.
The judge signed the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Richard Allen for 2 counts of murder.
And a face to the man accused of killing Abby and Libby.
A man police say has walked among them all these years.
Lived here and was in the community and ran around like there was nothing going on, you know? And it's kind of a slap in the face.
That's why we said never stop searching anywhere. He could be living right amongst us, hiding in plain sight. And that's what came. I want to make sure that we have everything we possibly need and more. I don't want to leave any stone unturned.
The arrest, the news these families have prayed for, now it's on to the next step.
We now move forward through the Indiana criminal justice system, allowing the system to provide its due diligence and process in providing that justice which is owed Abby and Libby, their families, in this community.
It's somewhat bittersweet, you know, knowing that while it allows us to move to the next turn or the next chapter, we still got a big mountain ahead of us, and we're going to stay after it. We haven't ever given up, and you guys haven't given up on us. We're going to keep pushing all the way.
Abby and Libby, though in death, have had a profound effect on so many of us, on how we live, and as importantly, who we all should be.
Thanks for joining us for our special on the Delphi murder arrests. Over the next 30 minutes now, we're going to be sharing an in-depth interview about the case with Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter.
We'll also hear from the girls' families about the arrest and why they feel this isn't the end, but the beginning of justice for these girls. But first, how we got to this point. It all started on February 13th, 2017, when 2 young girls went out for a walk and never came home. The next day, Valentine's Day, a grim discovery. The girls' bodies discovered in a wooded area near the bridge where they had gone the day before for a simple afternoon hike.
It was on the 15th that police revealed evidence captured on one of the girls' phones showing their suspected killer, the man in the blue jacket. 3 days later, Abby and Libby were laid to rest. A community in mourning and a community in fear.
February 22nd is when we heard their alleged killer's voice for the first time. With the infamous Down the Hill recording. It wasn't until July that we got our first look at their alleged killer when this sketch was released. His image everywhere you looked in the small town of Delphi and beyond.
Killer caught on camera, 2 teenage girls found dead.
That September, the girls' families took their plea for answers national by appearing on Dr. Phil. Still nothing, as the case seemed to grow cold.
Fast forward to April 22nd of 2019. That's when Indiana State Police released this updated sketch of Abby and Libby's alleged killer, a far different look from the original sketch. Investigators also released additional audio of the suspected killer.
Nearly another year passes with no new leads until December of 2021. That's when police announced a possible break, a fake social media account that communicated with Libby shortly before her death. Investigators did track down that man, and he denied any involvement and has never been charged in the case.
That all leads us to October 26th, the day police arrested 50-year-old Richard Allen. He was formally charged 2 days later with murder in the girls' deaths.
And on October 31st, the news the family and community have been waiting for nearly 6 years. An official announcement of the arrest in the murders and new hope for justice for Abby and Libby.
No matter what you bring to the table, there's no place like Wayfair.
Stop. Before you do any holiday shopping this year, you really have to see this. I'm going to show you one simple trick that'll save you a lot of money when you're shopping online. In fact, I was able to save $350 this month shopping online using the exact same trick I'm about to show you.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals.
That announcement coming from the Indiana State Police Superintendent.
Our senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel sat down with Doug Carter and they talked about the scale of this investigation, the evidence that's still secret from the public, and the unexpected reaction following this arrest.
Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation.
Announcing an arrest in one of the most notorious murder cases in state history, that job belonged to Doug Carter, superintendent of Indiana State Police. After years of working with investigators, Carter told me he had dreamed this announcement would come, but the arrest of Richard Allen was not exactly how Carter had imagined it.
What went through your mind when you learned that he was in custody?
Empty. I felt pretty empty. It wasn't what I anticipated it to be, Bob. It was a bit overwhelming, quite frankly, at least initially. And it caused me to really go back in time and try to understand the magnitude of what's just happened.
When you spoke to Abby and Libby's families, how did they respond?
They didn't really know what to say. And it was that feeling of after all of these years, we heard what we wanted to hear. Now what? How are we supposed to feel? I think they were pleased because remember, we don't tell the family much more than the rest of the world knows. We can't. So they had the same questions that everyone else has.
There are lots of questions because the Carroll County prosecutor filed a request at the courthouse to keep records in the murder case sealed. That includes the probable cause affidavit, a document that would help explain why police believe Richard Allen committed the murders of 2 teenagers. And that document is almost always made public once a defendant is arrested.
Why is information in this case, why is the probable cause affidavit not released right now?
Once the prosecutor made the decision to do that and the judge signed that document, it took it completely out of our hands. I believe in the probable cause. I've read it multiple times. I believe in that probable cause, and I believe in its outcome. So I think in some semblance of a short period of time, will be up to the judge, of course, up to the courts. They will release that probable cause affidavit. I understand the question, and that answer will come in due time.
Was there a request by Indiana State Police to keep it sealed?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Do you support keeping it sealed, or do you believe that it should be released?
I think it should be released, but I also think there's value in a period of time to keep it sealed. Again, in time, the strategy will be clear.
13 News asked the state police superintendent if he believes anyone else participated in the murders and if another arrest in the case might be coming.
Do you anticipate there could be other arrests in this case?
There always could be other arrests with any case. Depends upon what we learn.
He did not directly answer either of those questions, and he also chose his words very carefully when I asked about this video on the Monon High Bridge. Police say Libby German secretly took the video on her cell phone on the day of the murders, and the video also captured a man's voice. Indiana State Police said this man was a person of interest, a prime suspect in the murders of Abby and Libby.
Is Richard Allen the man who was captured in that video?
That answer will be known sometime in the near future.
While Carter won't talk right now about the evidence, he is very confident that police have identified the killer. He has not spoken directly to Richard Allen since his arrest, but he did speak to him indirectly at a press conference nearly 6 years ago, just days after police found the victims' bodies in these woods.
Somebody knows. And if you're watching, we'll find you.
Did you find that person?
We did. We did.
Still ahead, the conversation continues with State Police Superintendent Doug Carter, including how many investigators it took to crack this case.
I've never seen anything like this in my entire career.
And the important detour he took on his way to announce an arrest in the Delphi murders. We'll tell you where he went.
Nice. My favorite show's coming back tonight. Time to cart some snacks through Instacart. I'll get some treats. Ooh, and some drinks. Wait, did they release the whole season? Yeah, it's gonna be a late night. Better cart some ice cream for the 2-part finale. When your day should be ending.
Welcome back to our 13 News special on the Delphi murders arrest.
Before the break, we heard from Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter on the reaction to this arrest and why so much information is still sealed from public view.
Our Bob Siegel now with more on the unprecedented scope of this nearly 6-year investigation and also the surprising stop that Carter made the morning of that news conference.
In the nearly 2,100 days since 2 teenagers were found murdered in Delphi, the case has attracted investigators and detectives from local, state, and federal agencies who all have tried to solve the same question: who killed Abby and Libby?
Do you have an idea how many individuals, how many investigators have participated in this case and in an attempt to lead to an arrest?
Hundreds over time.
Are you aware of any other cases that have had that many individuals participate from an investigative standpoint?
Bob, I'm in a year and a half or so, I'll finish my 40th year. I've never seen anything like this in my entire career. I think one of the reasons is because it's captured the attention of the world, because it's Everytown USA. It's Everytown USA. It's your daughter and it's mine. It's her friend and it's my daughter's friend. I think that's one of the reasons that it's captured the attention of really the globe.
But there are other unsolved homicides in Indiana, in small towns very similar to Delphi. some involving children even younger than Abby and Libby, cases that have received far less attention than this one. Following an arrest in Delphi, Carter said those cases are also very much on his mind, and he mentioned one in particular.
I want to talk about Flora.
He's talking about a deadly house fire in the town of Flora, just 10 miles from the murder scene in Delphi. The fire happened 6 years ago inside this house, trapping 4 young sisters who all died. Investigators say the fire was arson. The deaths are homicides. On the day of this press conference to announce an arrest in the Delphi murder case, Doug Carter says this is where he came first, to visit this crime scene, which is also still under investigation by Indiana State Police.
I sat across the street in that gravel lot and looked at that house that has the same exact remnants of a fire that we saw now almost 6 years ago this month. Boarded windows and black soot on the outside. And it just broke my heart that it was still there because I hadn't seen it in some time. The cases the investigations are very different, but the tragic outcome is the same when there's loss of life. And I hope that one day we can do the same thing, but we have to hear from people. And I hope that one day we will.
State police say they have not gotten many tips on who set the fire that killed these girls, but tips continue to pour in on Delphi. Tens of thousands of tips before the arrest, hundreds more after, during an investigation that Carter says is still ongoing after more than 5.5 years.
Did you think it would take this long to get an arrest?
That's a tough question to answer. This has ebbed and flowed for me. I was confident we would get an arrest, and I had hoped that it would be in a reasonable amount of time. But that reasonable amount of time grew to be longer than I thought.
Have you ever had doubts and worries that there would not be an arrest in this case?
I did, but I fought it. It's haunted me. Yes, I have. And then I'd pick up the phone and I'd call one of those detectives and say, hey, it's me. How you doing today? And I'd hang up that phone and I'd think, oh man, they don't feel that way. So I would be at peace again.
Are you at peace right now?
Yes. I see the culmination of extraordinary effort and hurt and pain in the community that will begin now, hopefully, to heal. But again, we're not done. We are not done. We're not going to leave that community until this is over.
Carter says he believes more information about the actual murders, including evidence that led to Richard Allen's arrest, will be publicly released within just a matter of weeks.
He says it will be both helpful and very painful because it's going to force the families and also the Delphi community to revisit the pain and trauma that they've experienced that will never go away.
We haven't ever given up, and you guys haven't given up on us, and we're going to keep pushing all the way.
We'll hear from the families of Abby and Libby, who've always held on to hope their killer will be caught.
If you shop on Amazon, you should use this tool. It's a browser extension that automatically compares Amazon to other sellers to see
For Abby and Libby's families, the arrest marks the end of one painful chapter and now the beginning of a new one as they wait for justice.
Our Emily Longnecker now with how they've worked to keep Abby and Libby's memories alive.
It's something they've lived with every day for almost 6 years. Along the way, the families of Abby and Libby sharing with us what it was like to wake up every day knowing the person responsible for the girls' murders was still out there.
They never gave up hope or stopped praying, telling themselves with every day that passed.
We still keep positive that today could be the day.
Today's the day.
That's the phrase the families of Libby German and Abby Williams said to themselves every day for almost 6 years, believing that one day they'd be saying it after investigators arrested a person responsible for the murders of Abby and Libby. That day finally came when police called them to say they had a person in custody.
That's why we said never stop searching anywhere, because we didn't know where he was.
Libby's grandparents, Mike and Becky Patty, spoke Monday following a news conference where Indiana State Police announced they had arrested Richard Allen, a longtime Delphi resident who worked at the local CVS, charging him with the girls' murders.
I don't know the gentleman personally at all.
Turns out, though, the Patties did have contact with Allen, confirming that at some point since the murders, He had processed photos for them at CVS, but didn't charge them.
That is accurate.
Okay, and that he didn't charge the family when they came in to claim the photos?
That is correct.
The interaction between these grandparents and the man now accused of killing their granddaughter and her friend Abby. Confirmation about what investigators and even the families have believed at times over the years, that the killer was hiding in plain sight.
I feel very strongly that there's a very good chance that it was somebody from the area that knew this area at one time.
That's Abby's mom, Anna Williams, speaking to 13 News 4 years after the girls' murders. Williams chose not to talk after police announced the recent arrest of Allen, but she's spoken several times in the past about the loss of her only child.
My heart's still breaking.
That's Williams just 6 months after the girls' deaths. Back then, holding on to the hope that an arrest would come at any time.
I'd like to be able to have a little bit of happiness come Christmas time this year, knowing that nobody else is ever going to have to go through what we went through, and that this person isn't still out there.
But Christmas that first year came and went with no breaks in the case. What followed were days, weeks, and then years of what should have been other milestones in Abby and Libby's lives. Learning to drive, going to the prom, graduating high school. All moments never realized.
As tough as their first day of school, everybody is feeling what we're feeling as a group.
Social media, the posts, the kids going to prom, or, you know, the various things that kids do, and you get their license and they post pictures of it, you know. Well, we didn't get to enjoy that, and Libby didn't get to partake and have that.
Instead, every year around the time of the girls' deaths, the families held a food drive. They also built a park in Abby and Libby's memory.
I think of Libby's laugh every morning, and I imagine all of the really great things that she would be doing right now.
Libby's older sister, Kelsey, was the one who dropped the girls off at the trail that day and was the last person to see Abby and Libby alive.
That's something I live with every day.
Kelsey has spoken several times over the years about the loss of her little sister.
You have a lot of regret in that, and that is also part of the reason why I keep pushing so hard.
For Kelsey, that push included studying forensics and psychology at Purdue.
I have a mission now. That mission is to get this case solved.
But even as 5 years passed with still no answers, the families of Abby and Libby continued to push forward, getting up every day, knowing the person responsible for the murders was still out there, continuing to share the girls' stories and their journey through the grief of losing them, hoping at some point someone would call in the one tip that would help solve the case.
We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to keep doing what we're doing, but we have to. We have to keep looking for justice and finding justice, and we're just going to keep pushing forward and doing this every year that we have to.
Finally, last week, it seemed like the first step towards finding that justice for Abby and Libby had arrived. Their families had a face and a name, Richard M. Allen, to put with the nightmares that have kept them up at night for the past 5.5 years.
I don't feel like I thought I would. I've always said that I would be screaming on the rooftops, but we're not. It's sad. While there's somebody that's been arrested, our lives for 5.5 years have been in a search, and that's what we've done. Tonight, you get up and it's like, oh, we're not doing that anymore. So we're all just kind of feeling our way and figuring out what our purpose is now. What do we do next? How do we help?
The answers to those questions will likely be answered in the coming days and months.
This is another chapter in this whole story that in our lives.
A chapter that's still being written to a story that started on a cold February day when the families of Abby Williams and Libby German learned monsters aren't just the stuff of make-believe. Sometimes they might look like the person walking towards you on a bridge in the woods.
Now that we have an arrest, what's next? The key dates ahead in this case, and the plea still very much open to the public.
Now that Richard Allen is in custody, what's next? He has pleaded not guilty to murder charges, and he awaits trial in a state facility because there have been concerns for his safety.
We also know this case is going to be handled by an Allen County judge. The judge in Carroll County recused himself on November 3rd. Allen has a hearing coming up on January 13th. That's just 1 month short of the 6-year mark since these two girls disappeared. Right now, his trial is set for March 20th.
As you've heard, investigators have made it very clear this is not over yet. In fact, right now, they're still seeking any and all tips in the case. So if you know anything, the tip line is right there on your screen.
Thanks so much for joining us. As always, you can stay constantly updated on this case by heading to WTHR.com/Delphi.
We also have extended coverage on WTHR Plus. Thanks for watching. Good night.
All right, so that was a special report WTHR did on Saturday, and they just posted it on their YouTube. So I wanted to throw that up there. But one more new video did come out. Actually, while we were watching that video, another new video was posted, and it is, let's see, right here. Wish TV does an interview with Carrie Timmons, who is the mother of Liberty German, and 20 minutes ago, according to this. And so we're gonna play
First, the mother of a Delphi.
We'll all watch it together for the first time, unless of course you've already watched this. Then it'll be the second or third or however many times you watch it. I don't know why I have to go on and on, but anyways, we'll press play here.
First, the mother of a Delphi murder victim breaks her silence following the arrest of her daughter's accused killer. It's the first time we've heard from the mother of Libby German since prosecutors charged Richard Allen.
Allen is accused of 2 counts of murder for the deaths of Libby German and Abby Williams. Let's get right to IT-Mate's Jasmine Miner now with more. Jasmine.
Well, guys, Carrie Timmons says she was in shock when police charged Richard Allen with the murders of both her daughter, Libby German, and Libby's best friend, Abby Williams. And the shock, she says, is because he was right there in the small town of Delphi for years. The 2 teens were murdered nearly 6 years ago, and it wasn't until last week that someone was formally charged. Richard Allen worked at the local CVS, which is only a few blocks away from the Delphi Police Department. Carrie says she knew the murderer would have to had known the area well, but the news of Allen leaves her with more questions than ever before.
You had to know the area to have gotten in and out. It just seems logical that they had some kind of local ties, at the very least. So I didn't expect him to literally be living right under everyone's noses.
Allen has pleaded not guilty to the murders. He will be in court for a pretrial hearing on January 13th. And you can see the full interview with Carrie Timmons on Inside Edition at 7 tonight, right here on Wish TV. I'm Jasmine Miner for Wish TV, IT-Mate.
Stop. Before you do any holiday shopping this year, you really do. That'll save you a lot.
Well, according to that, 7 p.m. tonight, which is an hour from now, there will be a Inside Edition special report. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring us back to the timeline. And I'm going to see if I can find a way where we can all watch that together, live as it happens. I'm not sure if I'll be able to or not, but we'll figure that out. So we will go back to the timeline. And I will try to figure that out in the background. Okay, so where we left off at the timeline was 5:59 p.m., February 17, 2017. There's an interview with Sergeant Kim Riley. And Kim Riley says, it appears that nothing is going to come of it when asked about the current search warrant on Ronald Logan's property. Okay, so at some point, I don't know, I put it between 5:59 and 10:59 p.m., police hurried to the cemetery and returned to the crime scene. Undercover officers did some work and left about 20 minutes later. And this is a video talking about that.
From Indiana's news leader, Eyewitness News Nightbeat,
starts now.
There's a lot of people around town that's keeping their eyes and ears open.
It's been almost 4 days since the search for 2 missing girls turned into a murder investigation. But there's still no resolution in this case, with no arrest yet and no answers about what led to the death of 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams.
Police say they'll work through the weekend collecting tips from the community. And today, investigators returned to the area where searchers found the girls' bodies to look for more clues. Eyewitness News reporter David McAnally is in Delphi tonight, where family and friends are preparing to lay Libby and Abby to rest.
A busy working weekend for local and state police as they run down tips that come in this case with the help of the satellite dish that's been brought in and dispatchers coming in from other counties to help man those phones to deal with those tips. Friday evening, state police hurry into the cemetery, returning to the crime scene. Undercover officers did some work and left about 20 minutes later. The same time, troopers checking out a car left at the High Bridge trailhead. Turned out to be a woman and kids out walking. Shows the high pace of police activity that'll go through the weekend, they say. Near sunset, up on High Bridge Trail,
I thought it was important to do.
Chastity Gerald knew both Libby German and Abby Williams, the girls murdered not far from here. Libby was a good friend.
She loved to swim. And she's like always nice and happy.
Still hard to believe that it's happened, she says. Chastity was not on the trail Monday, but her friends were, and they told about a man they saw.
Yeah, they said that they had said hi and he just like brushed them off and kept going.
Did they think he was strange, out of place, or?
They said he was, but then again, it could just be a rumor.
They described him dressed in black. Meanwhile, police continued the search for this man. He would have been on the trail the same time as the girls. They say they want to talk to him about what he saw. And last night's search of a Delphi house will not lead to an arrest in this case, police say.
You can still feel the tension with it. Before it was peaceful, it's not really peaceful anymore.
Vincent brought his mother out to the bridge. Janine Carter has studied the photo released by police.
And we got the magnifying glass out. And those is what we call hunting pants. It's like something somebody that's into bird hunting or duck hunting would wear. And those was popular back in the 90s.
She and her fiancé among the hundreds who have tipped police.
And I told the detective, he said that it looked awfully like the guy he used to work with. And he said back then he knew that guy had a house down in this area. And he said he knew he was still around.
Just one of the tips officers are running down.
Where'd your mama go?
Back on the trail, Chastity's stepmother joined the kids.
They want to be involved to show their condolence.
Chastity wears her heart on her hand.
That's when they went missing.
Police hope legitimate tips will keep coming in and keep that system busy. We've got that number for you at WTHR.com. Back to you.
Yeah, so I'm still looking for a way we can watch that live at 7. But if not, I'm sure it'll be posted on YouTube shortly afterwards. They usually are. And I believe we just watched the same video. Yep. Same video. This is a t-shirt that they were selling for a fundraiser back in the day. The website still exists, but the t-shirt is no longer for sale. Moving on to February 18, 2017. This is 6 days in. And, oh yeah, the motorcycle benefit. Go to the YouTube channel this comes from, and share with you all the link so you can go check out this YouTube page. This is Jake Allen on YouTube. Just pin it. And I believe there's music during this video. Let's see. Yep. So we cannot play that. So what we'll do here is we'll just play it without the music. But if you want to check this out, go to that YouTube channel that I have pinned right now. And I'll even put it up on the screen here. And this looks like maybe drone footage. Yeah, as you can see, that looks like the start of the start of the line of motorcycles. And I don't know how long we're gonna sit and watch this. It's 14 minutes long. I guess we can sit and watch all of it, but it's just a shame that we can't play it with the music, because the music goes along well with it. Yeah, this line of motorcyclists who showed up for this benefit, the line seems endless. It just goes on and on. Let me see here. 18th. So yeah, the participants of the motorcycle ride benefit took up their kickstands and kicked off the ride. The ride was set to conclude at the Whiskey and Wine Saloon in Monticello, Indiana, for 50-50 raffles and pizza provided by Whiskey and Wine Saloon. Organizers estimate around 4,000 motorcyclists gathered in Delphi on Saturday for a motorcycle ride benefiting the families of Abigail and Liberty. Donations can be made or mailed to Whiskey and Wine Saloon. Well, I'm not sure if this information stands. So, yeah. Huge motorcycle benefit. Yeah, if you watch this video, it's like endless how many motorcycles are here. Yeah, and he turns around this way, even more motorcyclists waiting to line up. Look at it, it's crazy. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, it must be a drone because it's moving up in the sky. Yeah, I think you all get the point. And this video would be better to play if we could also use the music, too. But, yeah, I suggest going to check out this video. The channel is right on the screen there. And it's also pinned. So you can go check that out if you want. Okay, so this is 12:30 p.m. roughly when that's taking place. And this is about the same time, or I put it around the same time because I don't know exactly when these events took place, but the motorcycle rally took place around 12:30. And WLFI airs an interview with Mike Patty after the motorcycle benefit. Mike talks about the life of Liberty German, and we will play the full version here.
My name's Mike Patty. I'm the grandfather of Liberty German. Just got off of a bike ride coming out of Delphi that I was done in her and Abby's honor. That was a pretty awesome experience. Thousands of people were in attendance. So normally I could go for things from the cuff, but my mind's been a blur of these last few days. So I took the time to write some things down that I want to make sure I get out there to the people and make this statement. So I raised Liberty since she was 3 years old. We've had her in our home. My wife and I's relationship with her has been deeply sown with love, as we're allowed to play two roles in her life, both grandparents and parents. She's the love of our life. We're a very tight-knit family with love pouring throughout our lives. There's not a day that goes by this was not shared between us. Our minds at this stage are stirred in the deepest sorrow one can imagine. It is my sincere hope that no one experiences what my family is going through at this time. Liberty was taken away from us, and this will be a void that will forever leave a hole in our souls. Yet we find strength in our faith in God and our Lord Jesus Christ. The outpouring support from our family, friends, neighbors, local community across the state, the nation, and even across other continents is unlike anything we've ever observed. With all the kind words shared with my family, we have yet to find the one statement that will take this horrible pain away. As I remember Liberty, she was so active and full of life, involved in every sport she could play: soccer, softball, volleyball, and swimming. She was extremely smart, taking all high ability classes and maintaining an A average. She had a love for music and played the saxophone in the band and would often pick at a guitar in her room. What we would give to hear some of those off-key notes today. Her favorite class was science. She was determined to play a part in the field of sciences. Many times we discussed what she wanted to be when she grew up. It always circled back to science. From crafty projects she did to the strange experiments she was doing, always asking me to make her something from wood, plastic, or whatever, so she could run off to her room and turn it into something special. The hundreds and thousands of texts, emails, phone calls, and thoughts are welcomed and do help us travel down this path of grief. While we work to thank everyone for their support personally, I apologize if we do not reach out to you, as this is so overwhelming we cannot keep up. Therefore, we offer this statement as a token of my family's sincere appreciation for all the sympathy expressed upon us. We're thankful for the rapid response and professionalism displayed by local area fire departments, EMS, other emergency response personnel who answered the call. We're also thankful for those who helped us in searching for Liberty and Abigail. We're thankful to friends, neighbors, coworkers, perfect strangers, called off work and spent all night searching the area with our family, merely because they felt compelled to help. We're grateful for you all. While our law enforcement officials have combined efforts and are diligently working to solve the case and bring some closure, please know if anyone out there has any information, however small it may seem, please reach out to these officials so the person or persons responsible for this can be swiftly apprehended. If you know anything that may help support our search for answers, we invite you to call 844-459-5786. With Liberty's life taken from our world way too early, there are some things we'd like to do and honor her life. We are working to create a scholarship fund to help others seek to further their education, as Liberty was committed to doing the same by pursuing a college education. We also want to honor her by supporting the sports programs she loved. To honor her both memory and passion for these things, we've established a GoFundMe account available at gofundme.com/liberty-german. Thank you again for your thoughts and prayers. May Liberty and Abigail rest in peace.
So, early on when this happened, Mike Patty stepped up and was kind of like the spokesperson for the family at the time. He was the rock they all needed. And so very early on in this case and with the pressers, you see a lot of Mike Patty stepping up and being the man that they needed him to be at the time. And yeah, I can't say enough nice things about Mike Patty. He's an excellent person. So yeah, listening to stuff like that, it just rips you apart inside, man. Raised Liberty from the age of 3. So 6:01 p.m., February 18, 2017, WTHR reporter Carrie Klein is reporting live from Delphi Community High School, where a memorial for Libby and Abby took place. Interviews with members of the community, Natalie Garcia Nava and Dennis Walker airs. I'm sorry if I butchered that name. Natalie Garcia Nava. Again, I apologize if I said that
People
wrong.
all afternoon waiting to get inside the school, anxious to pay their respects to the families of Libby German and Abby Williams. Actually, people started lining up well in advance of the start of this event. We got here, we have some video from when we first arrived around 3 o'clock this afternoon, and the visitation wasn't scheduled to start until 4. But even then, you could see the parking lot already full of cars, a line of people already formed outside. No doubt, hearts are very heavy here in Delphi, and this is also a way for community members to support one another. Now, Nelly Garcia Nava lives here in Delphi and has 3 children that attend the schools here. She's here to help. She spent the afternoon volunteering, tending to the needs of the family and handing out food and water to those leaving the visitation. For her, this is personal.
It was unbelievable. It is Delphi after all. It's family. That way I've always put it. It's everyone knows each other. So I could not believe what was happening. It was very shocking.
We're all sort of hurting a little bit. If we could share that, maybe it might be easier.
And Dennis Walker there on his way into the visitation. He just moved here 4 years ago, but he said from day one, this community has surrounded him and supported him. And in some small way, he just wanted to be able to give back. Now, we have seen groups of people standing in the parking lot talking, again, supporting one another, just a gathering point, a touch point for the community today to get out and support one another. We understand there are grief counselors from the community inside, and they've been at the school all week long to support the students and teachers, and they'll be here next week to continue that support as the district says they're trying to maintain as normal a school day as possible. Now tonight at 8 o'clock, there's going to be a lantern lighting and launch again in honor of Libby and Abby, and we'll be here for that and bring more to you tonight on the Night Beat. Jenny?
All right, Carrie, reporting live for us in Delphi. Wonderful to see all of that support in a very difficult situation. Thanks, Carrie.
So moving on to February 19. This is the day that the girls were buried. The funeral services. And this comes from 6 p.m., February 19, 2017. WTHR reports on police saying the man in the photo is the suspect. WTHR reporter Carrie Klein is reporting live from Riley Park. Interview with community member Patty Durbin airs.
Of Libby German and Abby Williams laid the girls to rest. Our Carrie Klein is in Delphi tonight with what people are saying about this big break in the case. Carrie?
Hey, good evening, Jenny. Well, first of all, it was a beautiful day all across central Indiana and even here in Delphi after what has been a very difficult week. Folks still managed to get outside, enjoy the weather, and try and carry on with normal activities. And this break in the case made that a little bit easier. The Farr family earlier today, we caught up with them here at Riley Park, celebrated 7-year-old Javion's birthday, complete with a piñata. Now you can see the joy in the children. And after learning the news about police zeroing in on a suspect, the parents are breathing a little bit easier too. All around the park today, the mood a lot lighter. A cloud is starting to lift here for many who spent a week in the trenches when the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams rocked this community to the core.
Well, that's a huge relief to me. We were hoping that this case would move along. They've been working on it for quite a few hours, and so that's a big relief, and I think we need to just take it one step at a time.
Now, please take a close look at your TV screen. Whatever you're doing, stop, walk over to the television set, and look at this picture. This is the man police say was on the trail in the same area around the same time that Libby and Abby were last seen. We cannot show this picture enough. It is a white man wearing blue jeans, a blue jacket, and a hoodie. And again, police now say they have gathered enough evidence to show that this man did participate in the girls' murders. If you have any information that can be helpful at all, even the smallest tidbit, you can call police anonymously, and you can do that by calling the Delphi Murders Tip Line. That number is on your screen. It is 844-459-5786. Again, 844-459-5786. Give police a call. All I heard time and again this afternoon as we were talking to people is now that police have officially deemed this person a suspect, they really hope someone who knows something will turn him in so that they can see justice in this case. Jenny?
Yeah, that's for sure. I know they've already had hundreds of tips. Let's hope they get even more now that this is laser focused. Carrie Klein.
All right. So, just to let y'all know, I yawned for my second time. Only 6 hours into the stream. I think I woke up a little too early. I was supposed to sleep in, but yeah, I don't know. Once I woke up, there was no going back to bed. I don't know exactly when this video here was posted. WLFI, I don't know if it's still true, but back then, they weren't exactly putting timestamps on their videos, so a lot of WLFI stuff belongs under the category of question mark, question mark, question mark. I believe this is in the afternoon, which is why I put PM, so at least we know it was sometime in the afternoon. But WLFI reports on the funeral services.
Continues to grieve the loss of two teenage girls. And today, family and friends said their final goodbyes as Libby German and Abby Williams were laid to rest. News 18's Kira Lake has the latest from Delphi.
Friends and family came together Sunday afternoon at the Delphi United Methodist Church. They were saying their goodbyes to Libby German. According to German's obituary, she enjoyed playing volleyball, softball, soccer, and swimming. She loved painting and doing crafts. Abby's funeral was a private family service. According to her obituary, she played the saxophone and volleyball. She enjoyed reading, the outdoors, and taking family camping trips. The latest in the homicide investigation was released Sunday afternoon. Indiana State Police say the man you see here is the main suspect in this tragedy. Investigators are urging the public to contact police with tips. If you know anything about the man seen in that photo, you can call the numbers listed. You can find more information on how you can help by visiting our website at WLFI.com. Reporting in Delphi, Kira Lake, News 18.
We're moving on to February 20th, 2017. I know there's been breaks in between, but we've been through this many videos, and it's been 6.5 hours since we started. I mean, I definitely could have fit more in there if I just let it run all together, but as you can see, we're only on the 20th, and we've only gotten to the 20th with all the videos we watched so far. So there's just tons and tons of news footage from this, and we're gonna keep continuing on with it. So it doesn't look like there was any other videos for this day, unless of course I haven't found it yet. Like I said, I was saying earlier, some of you might not have heard me because you weren't watching, but yeah, I continually keep finding older videos that aren't already on my playlist. Yeah, there's probably like hundreds, if not thousands, of videos that I've still yet to find, or maybe have not been posted yet. All right, so this is February 21, 2017. WTHR reporter Matt McCutcheon is reporting live from Delphi. An interview with Tim Wilcox has aired.
The way the search intensifying to find the man responsible for the deaths of 2 teenage girls. It has been over a week now after 2 teen girls disappeared in Delphi.
And then the bodies of 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams were found 1 week ago today. Our Matt McCutcheon is live in Delphi with what's being done now to help their families. Matt?
A bit in Julia. Police cars, you can see right behind me, have been a constant in so many neighborhoods all around Delphi as police are desperate to identify and find that man in the picture, now called a suspect. It has been nearly a week since the development of that picture came, and then Sunday when word came that that man is now a suspect. Here is a look again at this picture. You can tell it is a bit grainy. Police are now expanding their search area outside of Delphi into surrounding communities as well. Even curious if he may have hitchhiked into the area and if someone may have picked up a hitchhiker that day. Police are desperate to hear from anyone in this case to help break it open. They say that since they've now called that man a suspect, they have received even more tips to their tip line, but not enough to find this man. We did speak with a private investigator who says that despite the fact that the picture is grainy, there is still incredible hope that person will be found.
The state police or the FBI has the best video and photographic digital enhancement equipment around. They can do wonders with it.
While that search continues, there is a lot of community support here rallying around those families from fundraisers throughout the weekend. Even fundraisers held last night. Another one planned for Friday when several businesses here in the area, restaurants, will be donating portions of their sales to help benefit those 2 families. Again, all while the search for that person in that picture continues. Julia?
All right, Matt McCutcheon live for us there this morning, Matt. Thank you. And we want to show you that picture again of the man police are looking for. They say evidence has led them to believe he is the person who murdered Abby and Libby. So if you know anything that could help identify him, police want to hear from you. So they've set up that tip line, 844-459-5786. That number is also posted at WTHR.com and on our WTHR News app.
So yeah, a lot of WTHR, a lot of WLFI, a lot of WRTV very early on. Coming up, we're going to be seeing a whole lot of Fox 59 videos as well. Fox 59 picked up on this case and has been reporting on it for a long time too. But haven't seen much Fox 59 videos so far. It's a lot of WTHR. All right, so this is 5:59 p.m., February 21, 2017. WTHR reporter Rich Van Wyk is reporting from Delphi. An interview with Sergeant Tony Slocum is aired. In the interview, Slocum asks that people not do their own sketches online as it could hurt the investigation. An interview with Mayor Shane Evans is aired. In the interview, Evans says he grew up in Delphi and it's almost a rite of passage for kids to play at Deer Creek at some point in their childhood. Which sounds correct to me because outside of the context of this horrific tragedy, it is a beautiful area. And I imagine kids over the years have had a lot of fun in that trail system and surrounding areas. So, yeah, I agree with the mayor. So, click play here.
Updates on the police investigation.
We're going to keep working those tip lines. We're going to keep knocking on doors and following any lead that we can get.
9 days now after 2 teens disappeared, police more determined than ever, they say, to track down their killer.
Eyewitness News reporter Rich Van Wyk has been in Delphi since this investigation began, and he is there tonight with the progress police have made in getting justice for Libby and Abby.
At tomorrow morning's news conference, we expect updates on the police investigation, perhaps the release of additional evidence, and maybe the announcement of a cash reward intended to strengthen their plea for tips and leads called in to help them identify their prime suspect. The FBI, state, and local police are getting new leads and tips called in from across the state and across the country.
We're conducting a statewide, if not a nationwide, manhunt. So we're requesting information regardless of where you're located.
Information about this man, He was photographed in the area when the girls disappeared. They believe he participated in their murders.
And being in close proximity to the highway system, we know that this person could be mobile.
While investigators search, a sketch artist who says he's from Arizona has the suspect's fuzzy photo online next to 2 sketches of what he believes the man might look like. State police think it could hurt their investigation.
So we ask for people to not do those sort of things. They're conducting their own investigation, which will confuse the public more so than actually helping our investigation.
7 days after Abby Williams and Libby German were found dead along Deer Creek in a secluded area outside of town, residents are as eager as police for a break in a case that has shaken the community.
I mean, it's just something you don't expect to happen. It's something you don't know what to say.
A week later.
Yes, sir.
The city's 27-year-old mayor grew up here.
We did what all kids do, played around the creek, played in the woods.
The same places Libby and Abby were hiking, places generations of children have played.
That creek is almost spiritual to the people of this community. It's something that every generation has grown up playing in. It's something that, I wouldn't say it's a rite of passage, but I think every child plays somewhere along the Deer Creek at one point or another in this community.
Delphi is a small community, less than 2,000 people. It is taking this crime personally. People here are anxiously awaiting to hear what police have to say in the morning.
So that was 5:59 p.m., February 21, 2017. This is 11:59 p.m., February 21, 2017. WTHR reports on the investigation. An interview with Dan McCain has aired. I believe Dan McCain is the brother of Flannel Shirt Guy. Don't quote me on that, but I believe that's true. In the interview, McCain talks about people being afraid to come to visit the trails. I could read this, but you're going to see it in the video, so I'll just let the video play.
Into the murders of 14.
From Indiana's news leader, Eyewitness News Nightbeat starts now.
And now there's fear. Now there's people who are not sure about the safety on the trails.
More than a week after the murders of 2 young teenagers, police and people in Delphi are keeping a closer eye on the area where the girls disappeared.
Now, this effort comes as state police now get ready to release brand new details into the investigation into the murders of 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams.
They promise to reveal more about the case just hours from now during a news conference in Delphi at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Now, police have followed up on hundreds of tips, and that's already led them to eliminate dozens of potential suspects in this case.
And at the same time, they've also identified brand new people they now say they want to talk to.
And that includes a still unidentified man who's now the main focus of the investigation into the murders. The grainy photo was taken around the same time Abby and Libby disappeared.
Now, police say they have already enhanced this picture, but they still cannot provide a better description.
That's the best we can do with that particular photograph. As far as identifying markers and information like that, we're constantly trying to work on that and identify this person, but we do not have a particular height, a particular weight on this person.
State police say sketches being shared on social media from an artist who says he's from Arizona are only hurting their investigation. And the person who created those sketches is not associated with police in any way. But there's another effort underway tonight in Delphi that could make a positive difference as police continue to work to solve the girls' murders.
Eyewitness News reporter David McAnally is in Carroll County with a new push to make the trail system there safer.
John and Andrea, as police are planning for Wednesday morning's news conference, others here in town are planning for more security down the trail. This man used the trail to take life, police say, but Dan McCain's trail enrich life.
It almost looks like he's going at a faster pace than I go.
McCain knows the High Bridge Trail and its wide space railroad ties.
So that's probably why his head is down, but he's going faster. Perhaps.
Does that mean the man the police are looking for in the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams was familiar with the bridge, or just careless, or in a hurry to get away when the picture was taken? We may learn more when police release new information Wednesday morning.
And now there's fear. Now there's people who are not sure about the safety on the trails and all. Mostly we would counter that with, well, go with friends, go with a group, go with your dog.
And now McCain and the group that maintains the trail and the canal system have a new idea for some extra security out here on the trail. With a local bank, they're planning a fundraiser to fund a system of trail cameras for the 10-mile trail. They could record incidents or be used for real-time surveillance.
Because we have had some mischievous vandalism and some things like that.
Because of that, a camera system is already in the works for Canal Park. Those park cams will be installed in the next couple weeks. For the man who spent 70-plus years on these trails, the double murder.
It's a shock. It's a terrible shock, and it caused us to work together more, to really bring our minds and our hearts together.
While 2 teens died off the trail, McCain says it was kids who gave the trail life years ago, school kids who volunteered to clear paths.
And when they go home after a Saturday workday, they'd say, hey, Mom, hey, Dad, hey, Grandma, come see what we've done. And so people, how can you be against something that children helped develop?
Several folks we talked to walking down the trail today say they like the camera idea. They just wish it were around earlier. Back to you, John.
All right, thank you. David McAnally in Delphi tonight. Now, Eyewitness News will be at that press conference in the morning when state police give an update on the murders. At this point, they say they do not anticipate announcing an arrest, but they say it will be important. We expect updates on the investigation, possibly the release of more evidence, and perhaps a financial reward. Eyewitness News will bring you live coverage of that briefing tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., both on WTHR.com and on the WTHR app. And again, if you know anything that could help investigators, call the tip line that you see on your screen right now. It's 844-459-5786. We also have that number posted on our website and on the app.
And turning to
All right, let's just address this comment here from Pamela Newenham. So there was another fundraiser for money bag, money smiley face, stack of money, money sign. Yes, this is a fundraiser to raise money, but it's not. This isn't going into anybody's pockets. This is going towards fun stuff for kids. I know it isn't exactly 7 o'clock yet. It's 6:44, but we'll just go right into it early. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Delphi Timeline Live. And today we are raising money for Abby's Angels. Abby's Angels is a charity run by Anna Williams through Samaritan's Purses, Operation Christmas Child. Samaritan's Purse has collected shoebox gifts filled with toys, school supplies, and hygiene items for children around the world. Since 1993, more than 198 million children in more than 170 countries and territories have received an Operation Christmas Child shoebox. The project delivers not only the joy of what for many kids is their first ever gift, but also gives them a tangible expression of God's love. So the money that you're sending goes towards buying things to put in a shoebox for children who are less fortunate. So this isn't like a money-hungry, money-grabbing type of deal. This is going towards a really good cause for kids. And we'll bring up on the screen here the flyer here. So Abby's Angels 2022. And the things that are going in these shoe boxes are school supplies, like crayons, colored pencils, markers, erasers, pens, pencils, small notebooks, personal items and hygiene, such as chapstick, bars of soap, Band-Aids, combs, small brushes, individual packages of tissues, hair ties, clips and headbands, socks, t-shirts, underwear for toddler size 14, small sewing kits, wow items like toys, You got dolls, Barbie, a soccer ball or football with a manual air pump, small stuffed animals, small musical instruments, little box puzzles, yo-yo, stickers, Play-Doh, card games, jump ropes, matchbox cars, Slinky. You should avoid putting things in the box that will go bad, like food. You don't want to add any types of food, snacks. By the time these shoe boxes get to these children, any type of food you put in there will have gone bad. So don't put any foods in there. Likewise, don't put anything that's liquid, or don't put anything in the box that might break open and ruin all the other items inside. That would be terrible, to send something all the way across the world just for the child to open it and find out that everything inside has been destroyed by something that wasn't supposed to be put in the box. So nothing that can be like super messy and get all over everything. So there's like no bubbles, I'm imagining. Like for personal hygiene, you're not going to want to send toothpaste or anything like that. Just basically what's on the list here. I guess for when it comes to the toys, you have a little more wiggle room of what you could pick out. But you got to remember, these things have to fit within a shoebox. And then on Christmas Day, these children will get a chance to learn about God and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and they will get a shoebox that they can have and take home with them, and hopefully use to their benefit. And like the school supplies is big, and hygiene products are big, and I mean the toys, it just brings joy to their life. You know, if they have struggles, these little toys and these little trinkets can help distract them from that. So, Pamela Newenham, yes, we are raising money for an excellent cause. And I just want to bring up here the address to where you can send checks. It goes through WMRS Radio in Monticello, Indiana. I'm not sure if it's Monticello or Monticello. Either way, the spelling is on the screen. I want to thank again Brandy from WMRS Radio for helping me with this information. So you will send checks to WMRS Radio, attention Abby's Angels, 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. And checks can be made to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels, or to Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. If you are feeling generous and you have the ability to donate, you've always been wondering how exactly can I help the family, and this is one of the ways that you can help the family, and it's for a really good cause. So if you have the ability to, please consider it. So we will continue back with the timeline. We left off at 11:59 p.m. With WTHR reporting on the investigation and an interview with Dan McCain. And we're moving on to the next date, February 22, 2017. And at 10 a.m., investigators from several different agencies, including the FBI, hold a press conference at Delphi United Methodist Church to update the status of the investigation. And as all of you may be aware, the press conference they did just recently was at the Delphi United Methodist Church. So the first time they hold a major press conference is also the place where they made the big announcement that they arrested Richard Allen for 2 counts of murder. So let's go back to the beginning.
Okay, good morning. On behalf of Sheriff Tove Lisenby of the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, who is the lead agency in this investigation, Delphi Mayor Shane Evans, I would like to welcome you to Delphi, Indiana and Carroll County. If you would allow me a little bit of latitude here before we get into the meat and potatoes of the press conference to give a couple of thank yous, I would like to do that now. We volunteer because we care. Again, we volunteer because we care. I saw that on a fire truck here in Delphi, Indiana yesterday. And I believe it's a way of life here in Delphi in the Carroll County community. Because the way this community has wrapped their arms around this investigation and provided not just resources for officers as they're investigating this case, but also their willingness to give us information and anything that we have asked, including this church today for the press conference that Pastor Todd has given us. And of course, we want to thank the Delphi United Methodist Church for this facility today. Again, I would like to thank everyone who's given donations and any general support to this investigation. I would also like to thank in advance the person who's going to call our tip line and give us that tidbit of information that's going to lead to the arrest of the murderers of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. And I would like to thank the media for their patience. I understand there's information that you would like to get to your subscribers, get out into the media. But as you know, we have information that is germane to our investigation that we have to keep close to the vest because this investigation is too important to make any mistakes and give out the wrong information. So again, I thank you for your support and your patience as we go through this case. There are a couple of acknowledgments I must introduce today, a couple of folks, department heads that are here. We have Delphi Mayor Shane Evans, Carroll County Prosecutor Rob Ives, Carroll County Sheriff Tove Lisenby, Delphi Police Chief Steve Mullen, Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter, FBI Assistant Special Agent in Charge Greg Massa, and Captain Dave Burston, Chief Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police. Obviously, the reason we are here today is to give out information in the double homicide of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. On February 13th, Abigail Williams, 13, and Liberty German, 14, went on a hike at the Delphi Historic Trails. On February 13th, they were reported missing later in the afternoon when they failed to return to a pickup location as a family member returned to pick them up from their hike. After organized searches on February 14th, one of those search parties unfortunately found the bodies of the two teens. Evidence in this case has led investigators to believe this is a double homicide, and that's what we're investigating at this time. Also shown in front of me is an enlarged depiction of a person believed to be the suspect in this case. We are actively looking for this person. We believe this person is our suspect, and we would like any information, regardless of how small or minute you might believe that information to be. It might be the one piece of a very large puzzle that helps us get this person in custody. So please call our tip line, 844-459-5786. And again, I would like, as we go through this press conference, to remind the media there's going to be information that is germane to our investigation that we're not going to release today. But at the end of the press conference, we will have time for question and answers. So as we go through our speakers, I ask you to please hold your questions to the end of the press conference. So at this time, I would like to invite Indiana State Police Superintendent Douglas Carter to the podium.
Words tend to escape during these periods of times, and I've only had a couple of other situations in my lifetime where I'm able to stand before you and say that. Why Libby? Why Abby? Why Delphi? Why Carroll County? Why the region? Why the state? Why even in the nation? I say that because this is a classic example and a clear example that evil lives amongst us. To the family, to the community, the region, the state, as a leader of the Indiana State Police, I say, I am so very sorry. Resources. It's unlikely that any of you will ever see, nor will we ever see or experience again, the level of resources that are attached to this investigation. To the media, my gosh, all I can say is to give you my sincere thanks. See, this isn't like TV. There's a perception that this can be solved very quickly. Anything that we do can be solved very quickly, but this is a testament that it can't, and we need you. We've needed you since last week. We need you today, and we need you tomorrow. And likely we'll need the media all across this nation. So from a simple guy like me to you, I say thank you. To the people dressed funny like me and those that represent the law enforcement profession, please understand we're human beings just like you. I'd stand anywhere in the nation with people standing behind me. And I would suggest to you that every time something like this happens, a little piece of us dies as well. But I also want you to understand how committed we are as a collective one, and we will continue. This has been briefed all the way up to the director of the FBI, Director Comey, and Greg Mass is going to talk a little bit about that. I've had an opportunity to speak to my boss, Governor Eric Holcomb, a couple different times about this situation. And every time I do, I see this look that comes over his face, just like yours in this community's. And that's the unfortunate experience of experiencing evil. We're not stopping. The poster in front of you. Someone knows who this individual is. Someone knows who this individual is. Is it a family member? Is it a neighbor? Is it an acquaintance? Is it an associate? Or maybe that one guy that lives over at that one place that just kind of not right. Maybe it's his jeans. Maybe it's his jacket or his sweatshirt. Maybe it's his shirt tail. Maybe it's his posture. Maybe it's the right hand in his pocket. You see, even with technology, we need human intelligence. In other words, we need you. I'm not suggesting that science, that everything that we can do as science has been done, because we are just getting started. Abby and Libby deserve us. They deserve every single one of us, and not just the people standing up here on the stage that have given so much of their lives to not just this, but to this profession, but each and every one of you. Each and every person listening, watching, or seeing this in some form, we need you. Libby and Abby need you. Please do not rationalize tips away. Rationalize what you think that might not be important away by thinking he would never do that to another human being. Or think what I know doesn't matter. Let folks like the people that are standing behind me with such incredible passion and commitment and dedication to this profession make that determination. Tips are anonymous. Some might not want to talk about it because they don't want to get involved, because they know the individual. Again, he may be a family member, probably has family. No one will ever know. No one will ever know. There's not an agency on the planet better than helping us facilitate this than the FBI. And they're as entrenched in this as anybody. No one will know. As poor as this picture is, somebody knows. And if you're watching, we'll find you. Who's next? I hate to ask you that question. I'd give my life to not have to. But I know you've asked yourself that very question. We must recognize it. You see, we're all the same. We're all human beings. We must keep our resolve for Libby and Abby, for this community, and frankly, to ensure that good trumps evil. And it will. You're going to hear more in just a minute about what we know. Do not discount the voice that you'll hear. We will stay committed with resolve, very rarely exhibited with human behavior until this conclusion. Please be patient. Become our partners and communicate with us as often as you can. And now, from a very humble servant, that's the most blessed guy on this planet to represent the profession that I represent, to Abby and Libby. It's my hope and my prayer that you're now experiencing God's promise of eternal peace.
At this time, I would like to invite Greg Massa, Assistant Special Agent in charge for the FBI, to the podium.
Good morning. As the Assistant Special Agent in charge, my role is to supervise and lead the FBI's criminal investigations across the state of Indiana. 9 days ago, we had an agent that was participating in the search for the missing victims. And from that moment until this morning, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with our law enforcement partners here. The FBI plays an important support role in this investigation, this joint investigation. I'm very humbled by the response that the Riverside direction have brought, and hopefully the contributions that we are making. On any given day, we have 20 FBI agents that are here providing investigative help, whether that's running down leads, conducting interviews, helping with lead tracking system, providing intelligence analysis support, providing technical assistance. Every night, I update our FBI headquarters to our Deputy Assistant Director. And as the Superintendent mentioned, this has been briefed to the FBI Director on 2 occasions. So whatever resource that the FBI has available, whether it's here in the state of Indiana or nationally, we have brought those resources, and we will continue to do so. We were committed to working around the clock, as we have been over the last 9 days, and will continue to do so until this case is solved. To the members of the community, when I met with our behavioral analysis unit and their expertise and their experience, it is oftentimes even unwitting that a member of the community may have information that is germane to this investigation. And I'd like the community to go back 9 days and go back to the afternoon of February 13th, Monday, February 13th, and just think if you had an interaction with an individual who inexplicably canceled an appointment that you had together, or an individual called into work sick and canceled an important appointment or a social engagement, and at the time gave what would have been a plausible explanation. My cell phone broke, or I had a flat tire on my car. But in retrospect, that excuse no longer holds water. That may be important. Likely so are behavioral indicators that this individual may have exhibited since the afternoon of May 13th. Did this individual travel unexpectedly? Did they change their appearance? Did they shave their beard, cut their hair, change the color of their hair? The superintendent mentioned the clothes that this individual was wearing in the photo. Did they change the way they dress? Did their behavior change? Did their sleep pattern is different now? Did they start abusing drugs or alcohol whereas they would not have? Have they been anxious, nervous, irritable? Have they followed this case and what the media is putting out with a sense that is not normal? Have they had ongoing discussions regarding their whereabouts on that afternoon or thereafter? Please, if you have that information, call that into the tip line. After this press conference, the FBI will be putting out a series of these indicators on our social media, so it'll be available not only to the citizens of this community, but across the state of Indiana and then nationally as well. We'll also be utilizing digital billboards, and in any way we can spread this message, we will. I'll just finalize my remarks just to say that to my law enforcement partners behind me, to the community at large, 9 days ago, the FBI stood shoulder to shoulder with you. We're not going anywhere. We will be here until this case is solved, and I am confident this case will be solved. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to invite Captain Dave Burston, Chief Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police, to the podium.
Thank you, Tony. We do have some new information for you today. It's in the form of an audio file from the cell phone that Liberty German had with her at the time. We're not going to play everything that we have, but Liberty had the presence of mind to turn on her video camera. Again, we're not going to be able to share everything with you, but we are going to share this audio clip with you momentarily with the hope that somebody will recognize this voice. And I want to be very clear that what you're about to hear is just 4 short words. Excuse me, 3 words: down the hill. You're going to hear this played 4 times. The audio quality is not superb, but there's enough there that somebody could recognize this person's voice. And as Superintendent Carter said, not to rationalize away. If you hear this today and you think, my God, that sounds like fill in the blank, call us. Make an anonymous tip. Tell us who you think it is. Let us investigate it. If it's not the right person, they'll just be out a little bit of time and they'll be cleared and they can go on and they'll never know that you called. But you may tell us who the right person was. And you could be the person that helps us to solve this horrible crime. Micah, play the clip, please. Would you play it one more time? So that audio clip later today will be available on the Indiana State Police website. You can simply go to our website and add the extension /Delphi.htm. There will be information on that website that talks about the reward that is being collected now. Sergeant Slocum will talk more about that, the amount of money that's been raised towards solving this case. And really, money shouldn't be what drives somebody to help solve this. Just a sense of community and wanting to help and to get this person off the street. The image that you see there of the suspect, that came from Liberty's phone. I think many of you had speculated that before. We weren't prepared to discuss that at the time. We have more video. We're not releasing it. It's germane to our investigation. And it's important that we spread that person's voice far and wide for somebody that will recognize who that is and will call us and tell us. I also want to tell you that there will be a tip line. There's an email tip line. I'll spell it out for you, and it'll be on the website later, but if you want to copy this down, tips can be emailed to ABBYANDLIBBYTIP at CACOSHRF.com. So that is Abby and Libby Tip at CACOSHRF.com. Phone number, email, call the Delphi Police, call the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, call the state police. Help us to capture the person responsible for these murders.
As I started out, we volunteer because we care. I believe that's a way of life here in Carroll County and the Delphi area. As Captain Bursa indicated, we now have monies for a reward. I believe we're in upwards to around $41,000, with $25,000 being donated by the FBI, $10,000 by the Indiana Packers, a local business. The Andersons have donated $5,000. Indiana Lafayette Savings and Loans has donated $1,000. They do that because they care. We need to solve this case. We have every resource that we can think of to prompt people to give us information. We need to get the murderer of Liberty German and Abigail Williams into custody sooner rather than later. That will be the end of our press conference. As far as speakers at this time, we will entertain questions.
Yeah. Is there any specific information that says the person is local or from far away? No. Could this be a stranger crime? That's a possibility. Could this be somebody that knew that the girls were going to be there at that time? That's a possibility. Nothing is off the table.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The only thing I would add is where the FBI can come involved, and if it does lead interstate or multi-jurisdictionally, we have that capability to stretch it further outside of this immediate community across the state or across state lines.
Let's go one at a time. I'll let you do your follow-up, then I'll come to you. What's your follow? Go ahead and do your follow-up.
How long after Liberty posted to social media did this crime happen? Did the murders happen immediately after, or was there time for someone to see them on social media and then meet them on that trail?
As a special, we know that there are going to be lots of questions that we specifically cannot answer, because there are things that we do not want to tip our hand to the person responsible for this. That kind of information we're keeping close to ourselves. Is it reasonable to think that that's an area, one of two things happen? That was a chance encounter. That's possible. Don't think it's likely, but it's possible. Or that person knew that they were going to be there. That's possible as well. Those are things that we're looking into. Question over here. Similar to what I just said, there's specific pieces of information that we're not discussing, The best example that I can give you is if somebody is a victim of a burglary and then they're murdered, everybody wants to know how they were murdered. If we go into the details and we say they were stabbed twice in the back and they were shot in the head, then everybody hears that. And then we get tips. People tell us that, and the tip is useless. We're keeping information that will only be known by the person or by who that person told. And when that's shared with us, it will set off the alarm bells and we'll know.
Matthew, based upon what you have and other investigators have seen of this crime, do you believe this individual has killed before, and what makes you believe he was shooting?
Greg, I'll let Agent Massa address that.
There has been no indication right now that this is a part of a serial murder, if that's what your question is. So as of the facts that we have collected at this point in time, we have not tied it to any other known homicides.
We have other information that we're not sharing, and specific to your question, Raphael, keep in mind that there the likeliness, the possibility of more than one person. We're not saying that the voice that you heard is the same as this person here. This is all very complicated, very involved, and as much as we would like to tell you everything, more importantly, we want to solve the crime. That could be or could not be. The audio is also from Liberty's phone. So again, she had the presence of mind to have the phone on and to capture video as well as audio. No, I can't. That is a loop that we played 4 times for purposes for you to hear it. No, there's nothing I can speak to about the scene investigation and collection of evidence. Yes, and thank you for asking that, Paris. To clarify, the image that you're looking at here came from Liberty's phone. There's nothing that we are prepared to release at this time. No, I can't say that because we weren't there. We know that voice was captured from her cell phone. We know this image was captured from her cell phone. Keep in mind, all of you are in the television business. What do you see out of the TV? You see this. You don't see what's over here. You don't see what's over here. So there's lots more that we're looking at.
As I indicated before, the reason we believe this is a suspect is based on the totality of the evidence that we've gathered thus far. That has led us to believe this is the person that at least participated in the murders of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. Now, we're not going to release that part of the information, but it did come from her phone, which entails that even though we enhanced it, it's the best we have. That's the image we're giving. And just because you and I do not recognize that photo, there, as indicated earlier, a person that works with what appears to be a male white in that photo might recognize him. Again, a family member might recognize that. Unfortunately, it's the best we have, and that's what we're going to go with at this time. If we decide to go other routes later, we'll let you know.
Seemed suspicious or was creeping her out in some way, and if so, what's your reaction to a 14-year-old having the presence of mind to do that?
This young lady's a hero. There's no doubt. To have enough presence of mind to activate the video system on her cell phone
to record what we believe is criminal behavior that is about to occur. As far as the first part of your question, that's something we're going to keep close to the vest as part of our investigation. But there is no doubt in our minds that that young lady is a hero. Well, unfortunately, when you're in the law enforcement business, there are crimes that occur in this nature. As far as the time frame and different things, in my experience, are unique to my career. But there are a lot of smart people standing behind me that will probably have a different answer. But again, rest assured, we're using our resources to put the person and/or persons that murdered Liberty German and Abigail Williams into our jail here in Carroll County.
The only thing that I want to add to that is all of you have more questions than we can answer here today without compromising the case. I think we all can agree there's one thing we want to do. We want to capture the person or persons responsible for this crime. We wanted to get this video, to get the audio clip out to you. We wanted to confirm to you where that image came from. We've accomplished those two things here today. We encourage you to play that audio to your audiences frequently over the days to come so that we can develop a tip to that tip line or to the email address that I gave you or to the website information that will be on the State Police website at 10:45. At this time, we're going to conclude the news conference. Thank you all very much for coming here today and to helping to spread the word. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the press conference that was held at the Delphi United Methodist Church. It was the first time they held a major press conference. And just recently they had a press conference at that same exact location to announce the arrest of Richard Allen. So my Susan informs me that we may have to evacuate from where we are because of the hurricane. I don't know if we'll have to, but if we end up having to get out of here, I might have to either end this live stream early or pick back up whenever we get to wherever we have to get to. But hopefully we won't have to leave. While this video was playing, I was outside moving all the lawn furniture to a safe spot so it doesn't get destroyed or blow away and destroy somebody else's property. But yeah, so when I first got here in Florida, like within the first week, Hurricane Ian came through, and that was a Category 4. And we have since then have gone to a different location in Florida where we're now staying, and it's even closer to the ocean. So this Hurricane Nicole is going to be a Category 1 hurricane when it comes by where we are. I'll show you on the map here real quick the hurricane that we're going to be experiencing here within the next couple days or so. So this is zoom.earth. And this is Nicole, which right now is a tropical storm. But from about this point to this point here, it will be a Category 1 hurricane. And I am somewhere around here. Zoom in here. I am in Melbourne Beach. Somewhere around here-ish. And if we zoom out, you'll see we're in hurricane warning zone. So winds are right now, I believe, last time I checked, either between 22 and 25 miles per hour. But it's supposed to get progressively worse as the night goes. So if I have to take off, that'll be why, and we'll either pick up at another time or another day. I'd like to thank all of you who have been joining this live stream periodically throughout the day. It's much appreciated. It's a very good cause. But, yeah, so yeah, things could get scary over here. This will be the second hurricane I've experienced since getting to Florida. Came down here during hurricane season. Go figure, right? So we'll continue here. So we just watched the press conference from February 22, 2017. And this is a Fox News report. And this is national news here. I mean, this is, yeah, throughout the whole country.
From the cell phone that Liberty German had with her at the time. We're not going to play everything that we have, but Liberty had the presence of mind to turn on her video camera. Again, we're not going to be able to share everything with you, but we are going to share this audio clip with you momentarily with the hope that somebody will recognize this voice. Micah, play the clip, please. Would you play it one more time? Is there any specific information that says the person is local or from far away? No. Could this be a stranger crime? That's a possibility. Could this be somebody that knew that the girls were going to be there at that time? That's a possibility. Nothing is off the table. We're not saying that the person, that the voice that you heard is the same as this person here. This is all very complicated, very involved, and as much as we would like to tell you everything, more importantly, we want to solve the crime.
This young lady's a hero, there's no doubt. To have enough presence of mind to activate the video system on her cell phone to record what we believe is criminal behavior that is about to occur. As far as the first part of your question, that's something we're going to keep close to the vest as part of our investigation. But there's no doubt in our minds that that young lady is a hero.
Alrighty. So this is from 11:57 a.m. WGHR reporter Scott Swan reports on the audio of the suspect saying "down the hill," released during the press conference. Matt McCutcheon is reporting live from Delphi. Clips of the press conference is aired.
This is breaking news from Channel 13 Eyewitness News.
Hi, Libby. Why Abby? Why Delphi? Why Carroll County?
Investigators today are speaking out about the unsolved double homicide in Delphi, and there are new startling developments. It turns out one of the victims took this picture of a suspect and captured his voice before she was murdered. Listen carefully to this brief audio recording. Do you recognize this voice?
Downhill. 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 Downhill.
Police say that's the voice of a suspect saying 3 words, down the hill. We're going to play that audio again in a moment in hopes that you may recognize it and help solve this double homicide. We want to begin, though, with the stunning developments out of Carroll County today. We've got Matt McCutcheon beginning our coverage in Delphi after police brought us this startling information. Matt?
Good afternoon, Scott. By far the biggest development out of this half-hour press conference is the release of that 3-word audio recording that came out today. And we're also learning the heartbreaking development that 14-year-old Libby German knew something wasn't quite right, got her phone out, snapped both the picture of the suspect and that recording of the audio that could also be of the suspect as well. That's part of what we're learning here today. Police say they still have not been able to positively identify this suspect, his name or his whereabouts, his location, but they continue working over hundreds of leads. In fact, they say they estimate they receive about a dozen calls, their anonymous tip line, each hour. And they're not just joined by local, state, county police, but the FBI. Today, we learned that a team of nearly 24 FBI agents are also joining in the search to help them on any leads that they receive going all around Delphi and surrounding communities, trying to find that suspect. There is also a concern that that suspect may have somehow changed his appearance. So that's also why they're releasing that audio recording. Today at this press conference, you really got a feel for the emotional toll this is taking, not just on this community, but on the investigators. Well, they also released a stern message to that suspect.
And I would suggest to you that every time something like this happens, a little piece of us dies as well. We must keep our resolve for Libby and Abby, for this community, and frankly, to ensure that good trumps evil. As poor as this picture is, somebody knows. And if you're watching, we'll find you.
That last sentence you heard right there from the superintendent of the Indiana State Police, we will find you, going out to that suspect because police are confident they will be able to make an arrest quickly in this case. We also learned that as a part of the help by the FBI, they will be circulating his image on billboards, not just here locally, not just across the state of Indiana or even the Midwest, but they say all across the country as they intensify their efforts to try to find that suspect. We're also learning there is a cash reward. Right now, there's about $40,000 available in a cash reward for information leading to an arrest in this case. That's as community agencies, businesses, and people all across this area continue to support the fund to help bring an arrest in this case, Scott.
I think it's amazing for a lot of our viewers to think about this young teen girl who was able to capture the video of this suspect, this picture that we've been showing for days, and now this audio recording. And even though we just got a snippet of it today, Matt, are there any additional recordings or video?
Police say that there is additional recording. There are additional recordings on that cell phone from Libby German that they were able to recover, but we don't know what that is. They're not releasing that right now because they say it's crucial to their investigation. They don't want to give out too much information. Take, for example, the fact that we still don't know how those girls died. Police are not releasing that because they don't want to release too much information that may give their hand to the case. For example, someone who knows something may talk about details that aren't yet known. Police will be able to trip them up and then hopefully lead to an arrest. So there is more information that police have that they aren't releasing just now, all while that search continues with many agencies working to make an arrest.
All right, Matt, thanks for your coverage today at noon. And we want you to hear that audio recording again. State police say that Libby German used her cell phone to record this voice before she was killed. Again, listen carefully.
Downhill. 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 Downhill.
Again, that's a loop of a voice saying down the hill. They've got this audio looped, and that's the reason that you do hear it several times. Now, if you want to listen to that audio recording again, or take another look at the suspect's picture, or learn more about this case, we've got it all for you right now on WTHR.com. You can also open up the WTHR app.
Okay, so earlier I had mentioned that Inside Edition, we had watched a video from, I think it was, I can't remember. But anyways, Inside Edition was on at 7, and there was an interview with Carrie Timmons, and that video has been posted now to YouTube. So we're gonna deviate from the timeline momentarily, and we're gonna go to YouTube, and we're gonna watch the newest video that from Inside Edition. So let's go here. Look for it real quick. Lots of election coverage going on at the moment. Where are we here? Right here.
My personal data was leaked. Guardio discovered over a dozen leaks, email, passwords.
Other news today, authorities.
So yeah, again, this is a interview with Carrie Timmons, and this aired earlier at 7 o'clock, about 39 minutes ago. So we're gonna all watch this together. Unless you've already seen it, then you're gonna watch it again with me.
In Delphi, Indiana, say the suspect in the murder of 2 young teens has been moved to a state prison for his own protection due to threats. It's been almost 6 years since the killings, and now the mother of Libby German is finally speaking in this exclusive interview with Amber Cagliano, and she says she is still shocked by the arrest.
The mother of a teen who was slain in the Down the Hill murder case is speaking out about the surprise arrest in the killings.
I was in shock. I think I'm still in shock, really. It came out of nowhere.
Carrie Timmons is speaking exclusively to Inside Edition after a CVS worker was charged with murdering her daughter, Libby German, and Libby's best friend, Abby Williams. Carrie voiced the question on the minds of many in the small town of Delphi, Indiana, and beyond.
If this turns out that he is the killer, how did he manage to go unnoticed for almost 6 years? There's a lot of questions still left unanswered, more questions now than there were before.
Carrie says she always suspected the killer had links to Delphi.
You had to know the area to have gotten in and out. It just seems logical that they had some kind of local ties, at the very least. So I didn't expect him to literally be living right under everyone's noses.
I asked her about the photo of the accused killer, Richard Allen, taken in a Delphi bar with a police sketch of the wanted man right behind him.
Kind of callous, maybe?
Yeah. Pretty brave, bold, like it didn't matter. It just seems crazy that he was right there, living life every day.
Richard Allen has been transferred out of the county jail to a state prison for his own safety.
Are you hopeful that this time they have the killer?
Absolutely hopeful. I've always said the girls deserve justice, and I hope that's where we're headed. The justice is coming.
Libby was 14 when she was slain. She would now be about to turn 20.
Regardless of the arrest, it doesn't bring her back. I'm still going to be living life wondering what she would be doing at this point or that point.
Richard Allen has pled not guilty. He's due in court for a pretrial hearing January 13th.
So my favorite clip of Carrie Timmons is she's doing an interview with Raphael from WRTV, and she's saying that she'll go to the cemetery and she'll crank "Oh Sweet Child of Mine" by Guns N' Roses at full blast, and Raphael's like, "Oh, so you're that person?" And she's like, "Yep, I'm that person." That's my favorite clip of Carrie Timmons. I just find it funny every time. Yeah, because I can just picture her there just blaring that radio, you know. I don't know. It's a cute, funny moment. And we'll eventually get to that, maybe. I don't know when exactly that interview took place, but I believe it's coming up eventually. But yeah, what we had just watched was a new interview that just aired at 7 o'clock on Inside Edition. So yeah, we will switch back over to the timeline and continue. And we are watching videos from February 22nd, 2017. Pop that on the screen. And that right there is Raphael, the one who I was just talking about, who did the interview with Carrie Timmons. So this is from 4:59 p.m., February 22, 2017. WTHR reports on the press conference. Rich Van Wyk is reporting live from Delphi.
A show of force. More than 24 police officers.
Why Libby? Why Abby? Why Delphi? Why Carroll County? I say that because this is a classic example and a clear example that evil lives amongst us.
This young lady's a hero. There's no doubt. To have enough presence of mind to activate the video system on her cell phone to record what we believe is criminal behavior that is about to occur. Yesterday.
A show of force. More than 24 police officers joined together to ask for your help to find whoever killed Abby Williams and Libby German. And we learned today that Libby took the picture of the man who police want to question.
And she also recorded audio of a man giving instructions, possibly just moments before the girls were murdered. Police today released a portion of that audio. He only says a few words, "down the hill."
And it's really hard to hear, but we want to play it for you 4 times. Listen very closely. Police want to know if you recognize this voice.
Down the hill. Down the hill. Down the hill. Down the hill.
Chilling audio there. We have team coverage tonight of the search for the murderer or even murderers. Our Kevin Rader will have reaction from people in Delphi. But we begin tonight first with our Rich Van Wyk, who was at this morning's news conference. Rich?
Andrea, I've not seen anything like this before. So many people standing behind the state's top cop, superintendent of state police, pleading, begging for help in solving these crimes and saying if the person or persons responsible aren't caught, it will happen again.
This is a classic example and a clear example that evil lives amongst us.
Lily German and Abby Williams saw evil coming. The cell phone Lily used to snap a last picture of Abby, she also used to collect evidence against whoever killed them.
This young lady's a hero. There's no doubt. To have enough presence of mind to activate the video system on her cell phone.
The camera captured the image of the man police believe participated in the killings, as well as many other details of the crime. Police released a few words, orders spoken to the girls probably during their abduction.
Down the hill. Down the hill. Down the hill. Down the hill.
3 words police hope are enough for someone to recognize the voice of a relative, perhaps a friend.
Is it an associate? Or maybe that one guy that lives over at that one place that just kind of not right.
Police are also asking people to look past the fuzzy face of their murder suspect and focus on something perhaps familiar about his jacket, the way his shirt hangs out, or his right hand stuck into his jeans. Someone connected to the killings, investigators say, would likely exhibit drastic changes in appearance and behavior.
Did they shave their beard, cut their hair? Have they been anxious, nervous, irritable? Have they followed this case and what the media is putting out with a sense that is not normal?
Dozens of FBI agents, state and local police have worked nonstop since the girls were found murdered 8 days ago. To strengthen repeated and passionate pleas for help, they are offering a reward up to $41,000 for the tip that leads them to the girls' killers.
We must keep our resolve for Libby and Abby, for this community, and frankly, to ensure that good trumps evil. And it will.
From what we understand from police, that cell phone video camera recorded many other elements of the crime. For obvious reasons, they're not releasing any of that. They're still trying to determine if this was a chance meeting in the woods by someone they didn't know or if they're somehow acquainted with them. They also don't know who that voice belongs to. Does it belong to the person photographed on the bridge or perhaps someone else involved with the crime? Andrea?
Okay. So, it might be looking like we have to evacuate. I don't know for definitively yet, but it's, yeah. Susan is, seeing on the news that we might have to. So, I'll let you guys know, but we're gonna keep going here. This is 5:03 p.m., February 22, 2017. WTHR reporter Kevin Rader is reporting live from Delphi. An interview with Athena Hankey is aired. An interview with Pat Foley is aired.
You can imagine with a killer now on the loose, people in Delphi are very, very concerned this evening.
Yeah, you can't blame them. It's a small town where most people know everyone, and they also want justice for Libby and Abby. Our team coverage continues now with Eyewitness News reporter Kevin Rader and the town's reaction to today's news conference. Kevin?
Yeah, the first thing you notice when you pull into Delphi these days are all the ribbons that are up in remembrance of the two girls. The first thing you think of after a horrendous crime like this is everyone in town is of like mind. They want to see this resolved. But the first thing they do after a horrendous crime like this is hold their children close.
Life in Delphi is currently in limbo. They're going on with their day-to-day lives, but still very much focusing on the two girls who lost theirs. Does this worry you at all?
It does. I have kids. I have 4 daughters and a son, and it just doesn't feel safe anymore.
What are you telling them?
Having them be alert to their surroundings and let people know where they are and to not walk alone. My daughter is at IU and I asked her to take the bus.
It's a parent's worst nightmare, a town's heartbreak. And if you think it's just the mothers having a hard time with all of this, think again.
I don't even want to think about the danger they were in.
I have a 12-year-old daughter. I can imagine losing her would be horrible.
How are you treating her now? Differently about where she goes, what she does?
Well, I hug her hard every time I see her, and tell her I make sure she knows I love her. And, I'd never want to lose her.
Reaction tonight at 6. We'll have reaction to the news conference today, but also from one person who says she was a friend of one of the 2 victims. That's coming up tonight at 6. John?
All right, we'll look forward to that. Thank you, Kevin Rader in Delphi tonight. Now, we've had several people reach out to us to ask how they can help with the reward. If you would like to donate, you can send a check to the Indiana State Police Alliance, 1415 Shelby Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46203. Please write Delphi Reward on the check memo line.
Has anybody else ever noticed there's like that awkward, weird pause between when the news reporter in the studio goes to the news reporter who's out reporting live from somewhere, and then they always go back to they're like, oh, and here's Tom out on the field, and then Tom will just be standing there with the microphone like, today in the news, you'll notice that a lot when they go from studio to live reporter out in the field. There's like that awkward moment where the person doesn't know that they're live yet. Well, if you look at that is Kendall Ray right there. I'm a fan of Kendall Ray. She makes great videos. It was actually my dear Susan who introduced me to Kendall Ray. If you like true crime told in a nice, soft, soothing voice, Kendall Ray is right down your alley. This is more national news, New York Daily News.
Old Libby German. That was the audio Indiana police released to the public in hopes to find the person that killed 2 teens hiking on the Delphi historic trails.
Why Libby? Why Abby? Why Delphi? Why Carroll County?
The law enforcement agencies dedicated to solving the tragic slayings of 13-year-old Abigail Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German, who went missing on February 13th, said the recording was from Libby's phone. While the sound quality isn't the best, officers feel it's enough for someone to recognize the deep voice. Indiana State Police spokesman Captain David Burston said the teen is a hero. He added, Libby had the presence of mind to turn on her video camera. Additional video was also taken from Libby's phone, but will not be released because the investigation is ongoing. Cops previously released this photo, also recovered from Libby's cell, of a man wearing a dark blue jacket hoodie, jeans, and a hat as he walked along the Delphi historic trails. The subject in the picture is believed to be the suspect. Anyone with information is asked to call the Delphi murder tip line at 844-459-5786.
And if you're watching, we'll find you.
All right, sorry for the delay on that. I had to go in and talk with Susan about this evacuation. They're recommending that people in my area evacuate inland, because we're kind of on a strip that goes down the right of Florida, and it's right next to the Atlantic Ocean, and it's not exactly a safe place to be during hurricanes, so you want to get inland. So I have no idea if we're going to be going tonight or if we're going to be going in the morning. But if I got to go, I got to go. I apologize to everyone who has been hanging out with me over this past, what are we on, 7 hours, 55 minutes that we've been going. So we'll continue on here. But first, let me bring up why we're here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Delphi Timeline Live. Today we are raising money for Abby's Angels. Abby's Angels is a charity run by Anna Williams through Samaritan's Purses, Operation Christmas Child. Samaritan's Purse has collected shoebox gifts filled with toys, school supplies, and hygiene items for children around the world. Since 1993, more than 198 million children in more than 170 countries and territories have received an Operation Christmas Child shoebox. The project delivers not only the joy of what for many kids is their first gift ever, but also gives them a tangible expression of God's love. Now, if you look here on the flyer, these are some of the things that are included in these shoe boxes. You have school supplies, such as crayons, colored pencils, markers, erasers, pens, pencils, things they could use for school. Personal items and hygiene, such as chapstick, non-liquid, bars of soap, Band-Aids, combs, small brushes, t-shirts, socks, stuff like that. And wow items, such as toys, fun things for kids to play with, like dolls, Barbie, soccer ball or football with manual air pump, small stuffed animal, small musical instrument, little box puzzles, yo-yo, stickers, Play-Doh, card games, jump rope, matchbox cars, slinky, fun things for kids to play with. And if you live locally, you can drop these items off at WMRS Radio, 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. I'm going to actually bring that address up on the screen here. Checks can be made to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels, or Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. And it would be sent to WMRS Radio, attention, Abby's Angels, 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. So basically what's happening is they are accepting donations, and they will go and buy these items and the boxes, and they'll be filling up the boxes with everything I just described before. And these boxes will then be given to underprivileged children all around the world. And they'll be told of the love of God and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And it'll be a good time for these kids to have these nice toys and the school supplies and the basic hygiene items that they might not necessarily have access to. So it's a great cause, and if you're in a position where you can be generous and donate, I can't think of many better ways to donate your money. It's helping children have a good time on Christmas. It's a shoebox full of fun things that they can fun things to take their mind off of some of the hardships of their life that you and I probably don't experience on a daily basis. I imagine if you're on the internet, you're probably more fortunate than others. So, I'm not saying that some of you are not in a bad position. But, if you are in a position to where you can donate, please do. And if you can't donate now, you can donate at any time. Like, if you don't make the cutoff for this year, all money that is sent that doesn't make the cutoff is used for the next year. So your contribution will still go towards this charity. But if you're sending money a little later, it'll be used towards next year's efforts. So this is why we're here for 24 hours. Potentially, I might have to cut it early for Susan and I to evacuate inland. Susan's in there watching the news right now, staying glued to it to make sure that we get out of here in a reasonable amount of time. We filled up the gas tank in the car earlier, so we're good to go. I was just outside not long ago putting all the lawn furniture in a safe spot so it didn't go flying away and get ruined. So, all right. So we're going to get back to the timeline here. And I hope everybody is having a good night. It is 8:02 p.m. currently where I am, which means I've been streaming for 8 hours and 2 minutes at this point. And so that means I'm 1/3 of the way through, 16 more hours to go. All right, so this is about 6:30 p.m. on February 22, 2017. This is ABC World News Tonight reports on the press conference. And ABC World News, national news. Yeah, this case is starting, at this point, starting to pick up national attention.
The Delphi teen murder case has hit national headlines now. You will actually see it on nightly news tonight at 6:30 and live reports on the Today Show in the morning at 7 a.m. It also has the attention of a retired Metro homicide detective. That detective today says finding the killer means never stopping. Our crime bureau reporter Steve Jefferson sat down with that veteran police officer to find out about the key to finding the girl's killer or even killers.
That retired IMPD homicide detective is keeping a very close eye on the Delphi case, and he's sharing what he believes it will take to solve a case like this.
This one can be solved. They got a good picture. They have a voice.
Retired homicide detective Robert Snow has years under his belt of investigating difficult murder cases. Although not involved, he has monitored the double murder investigation of Libby German and Abby Williams. Snow has published 18 books. The last 4 are real-life accounts of solving homicide cases. That includes a case that took 25 years to link evidence to the killer. Snow believes there is not only enough evidence to find the girl's attacker, but someone holds the key to unlock the murder mystery.
Somebody knows who this person is, or somebody recognizes the voice. This case can be solved, but it can't be solved like on television and movies. It can't be solved in an hour by the end of the hour. It's going to take a little while. This is obviously not a local person, the person that killed him, because somebody would know him. Somebody in Delphi would recognize this person. So obviously you're going to have to spread out on this case. This person could be somebody just passing through Indiana. Could be coming from the East Coast, the West Coast, what have you. This needs to go national. And unfortunately it has. Some can take even years to solve. And I know that's a depressing thing for the family of the victims to hear, but sometimes homicides can take a long time to solve, but sometimes all you need is the one break.
The retired homicide detective believes the huge reward money will also motivate people to come forward with information. Snow says just like in some of his own cases, it's nothing for detectives to work around the clock following every lead. On the Crime Beat, I'm Steve Jefferson.
All right, Steve, thank you. And we want you to hear that audio again. It was recorded by Libby German before she was murdered. Now listen very carefully. See if you can recognize this voice. Now, state police say the man is saying downhill. They looped it to it over and over again. Hopefully that will help trigger some kind of recognition. If you want to listen to it again on your own, we have it posted on our Facebook page. And police displayed the tip line prominently at the news conference today, and here it is again. The number is 844-459-5786. Police ask if you have any information, no matter how small, that could help in this investigation, that you call this number. They also have an email address. We have that and the phone number posted on our website, WTHR.com.
Okay, we're going to move on to February 23rd. And this is 7 a.m., February 23rd, 2017. This is NBC Today. More national news. Once this case picked up steam, it never stopped. And so we'll go ahead and play this here.
New clues in a double murder mystery out in Indiana. The bodies of 2 teenage girls were found near a scenic hiking trail last week. Well, now police are calling one of those girls a hero for apparently recording the voice of their suspected killer on her phone. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has the latest on that. Gabe, good morning.
Matt, good morning. This is where local police and the FBI are poring over leads, and investigators are now urgently asking the public for tips. And now a twist. Several key pieces of evidence have been found on one of the victim's own cell phone. This morning, investigators in Indiana are hoping 3 words can help solve a chilling mystery. That's audio from 14-year-old Liberty German's cell phone. Police say it was recorded around the time she and 13-year-old Abigail Williams disappeared last week. Listen again.
The best way to describe hearing that voice is creepy.
The day before their bodies were discovered, police say the teenagers had gone hiking around this bridge near Delphi, Indiana.
Very good kids. I mean, they're sports oriented. That's their relationship together.
Liberty posted this photo of Abigail on Snapchat. Her cell phone also captured an image of a man walking near the hiking trail.
This young lady's a hero. There's no doubt. To have enough presence of mind to activate the video system on her cell phone.
Police say they are not certain whether this is the same man in the audio recording. But they're now calling him a suspect.
We believe both the person in the photograph and whoever voice this is participated in the murders of Liberty German and Abigail Williams.
Overnight, a vigil as local police and the FBI track down leads.
We all need to come together as a community in this rough time.
Julie Melvin knew Liberty and says she was a fighter.
She had to be feeling threatened enough to have the wherewithal to start videoing this man. Smart girl, 14, but wise beyond her years.
This community now wondering whether the cell phone from one of the victims will lead police to the killer.
As poor as this picture is, somebody knows. And if you're watching, we'll find you.
Authorities are now offering a $41,000 reward for any information in this case, and that's expected to grow. Matt, Lester, now police also say there are more clues on that phone that is yet to be released publicly. Back to you.
All right, Gabe. Hopefully they will find those suspects very quickly.
Hello, Today fans. Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking that button down there and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives.
Thank you, Al Roker. All right, so this is 12 p.m., February 23, 2017. WTHR reports on police expanding search across the country. And this is a video I just recently added to the timeline. So a video that apparently has been out there, but it's gone under my radar this entire time. So here we go.
People in Delphi today remembering the brave teen who used her cell phone to record a suspicious man before she and her friend were murdered. As police begin another day of investigating this double homicide, we're trying to identify the voice of a suspect recorded on Libby German's phone. Does that voice sound familiar to you? Is it someone you know? If so, police desperately want to hear from you. Good afternoon. I'm Scott Swan. The Carroll County murders today are getting national attention in large part because Libby German recorded that voice and got a photo of the suspect. We've got Carrie Klein live for us in Delphi this afternoon as the hunt for the killer enters day 10. Carrie?
Yeah, good afternoon, Scott. And that audio was recorded right here along the Monon High Bridge Trail on Libby's cell phone, as you mentioned. And since police first released that audio you just shared yesterday morning, that has really sparked a spike in the number of tips rolling in. And just the last 24 hours, police say they have received 1,700 tips, both by phone and on email. That is more tips just in the last day than they've received in the previous days combined. And as you mentioned, national attention from national media outlets has also helped in a big way.
Was a killer caught on camera, 2 teenage girls found dead, and police say what's on their phone could help catch their murderer.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt first featured the story last night with the Today Show following up this morning. We're also getting a first look at the call center area where hundreds of tips are pouring in. Now, this is in the corner of the second floor of the Delphi Town Hall. There are 10 phone lines and they are all staffed by dispatchers, both locally and from surrounding counties who've offered their help to come in. I'm told dispatchers are already highly trained on what information to listen for and what questions to ask. From there, the calls coming in are prioritized.
We do have a vetting process. There's a system where the calls come in, the emails come in. We have investigators from different law enforcement agencies that will check the particular messages, and those that have more value determined at the time than others, we'll send a team of investigators out to verify or nullify those results or those the information we received.
But again, Sergeant Tony Slocum there with State Police stresses that no tip is too small. So no matter how insignificant you think something may be, they want you to call. They want that information. They also want to remind you there is a reward out there. That reward stands at $41,000, and they're hoping that may also be a motivator for people to call in with that all-important information that could lead to the arrest of the person or persons responsible for the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams. Scott?
I also want to bring up this reporter right here, Carrie Klein. She's another great reporter who's been reporting on this case since near the beginning as well. So shout out to Carrie Klein. Let's see what Carrie Klein is doing these days. Let's see. Well, her Instagram says 13 noon. So, yep, she's still with WTHR. Good for her. Good for her. Yeah, there's a lot of these reporters that I should actually be pointing out here that have been doing a great job, like Rich Van Wyk, Emily Longnecker, Alexis McAdams, Alexis Moberger, Rafael Sanchez. Yeah, there's just so many of them that have dedicated a lot of their time to researching and reporting on this case. And these are the people who won't let the story die and just kept it in the news, kept it in the forefront of people's mind. So good on them. It seemed like they all put their differences aside, if they have any differences. But they all put their differences aside, it seems, to work towards a better cause, which was getting as many eyes on this case as possible. And it's through good reporting like this that helps gain the fascination of seemingly the world, you know. So yeah, you got to give these news reporters their credit where it's due, and they've all done an exceptional job reporting on this. Except that one guy, I think it was Rich Van Wyk, called Libby Lily a couple times. I was going to let it slide, but I don't know. I had to point it out. So anyways, we'll continue on with the timeline here. But yeah, it seems that Carrie Klein's still working at News 13 WTHR. Another Inside Edition. We just watched the newest Inside Edition not that long ago, about within the last hour. And this will be their first or second special report that they've done on the case.
America is a nation of detectives today, trying to identify the suspect in this photo and this voice. The grainy image and that haunting audio were recorded by 14-year-old Liberty German on her cell phone. She also shot this last photo of her best friend, 13-year-old Abigail Williams. Abigail and Liberty were found murdered near this creek on a hiking trail in Indiana on Valentine's Day. We played the audio for people in Delphi, Indiana, population just 3,000.
Somebody knows this voice. Somebody has to know who this guy is. We are begging you to come up and to come forward.
The release of the audio has triggered more than 1,000 tips. Citizen sleuths, including Nancy Grace, are offering their theories about the killer.
We hear that muffled down the hill, down the hill. Why was it muffled? Because I think she put it in her pocket.
Stephen Fabian followed the final footsteps of the killer and his victims down the hill.
This is the bridge that we've all seen in the images released to the media. You can see now some flowers left behind in memory of the girls. We do know that the girls were found on this side of the creek, about a quarter of the mile in this direction. So when we're hearing down the hill on that recording, they could have been led in this direction, down this hill. And once you start going down the hill, you can sort of see all the different paths that they maybe were forced to go down. You can also hear that same crunching of the leaves that we're hearing in the recording. The further away you get from the trail, you also can start to feel how isolated it is.
There are several intriguing theories police are working on. Could there be two killers? This may explain why neither of the girls was able to get away. Does the killer live nearby? He seems to know the woods and back roads. Was the killer recently released from prison?
I don't think this is the first time he's done something like this.
Veteran New York Homicide Detective Sergeant Joe Giacalone is following the case.
He was following them for a while. And I think that's why she was able to snap this picture, because if you notice, he's looking down, he's not even paying attention. She realized maybe something's wrong, and then she snapped this blurry video.
All right, let's continue on here. So 5:23 p.m., February 23, WTHR reports on Down the Hill audio being released. So I think never mind. All right, here we go.
Police are hoping those three words will trigger the trip needed to find whoever murdered Abby Williams and Libby German. And tips have been flooding in over the last 24 hours.
In fact, those calls will now be handled by the FBI in Washington, D.C. They'll be listening for anything that could lead them to the killer. We've got David McAnally live for us in Delphi tonight at 5:30 with how else the investigation is changing over the last 24 hours. David?
Scott, we're seeing bigger tips. We're seeing more tips coming in, bigger reward fund in place, and also a trumpet call for prayer. Brad Heath brought all his breath to this bridge, sounding a sacred horn for prayer and healing in Delphi, while downtown at police headquarters, first images of the special call center where operators field tips around the clock. Almost 4,000 phone and emails so far, some generated by the suspect's photo released last week. But half the tips came in just the last 24 hours since police released the Down the Hill audio. Audio of the suspect, police say, recorded by victim Libby German on her cell phone. Last night, folks from Delphi and around the area met in song and prayer and unity at the courthouse to remember Libby and her friend Abby Williams. Thanks to local donors, including folks like these, a bank, local businesses, the FBI, and more, state police say the reward is now $50,000. And nationwide, the FBI has posted messages about the case on 6,000 electronic billboards in 46 states. And tonight on the bridge across 25, Brad Heath blows the sacred shofar.
Specific directions from the Lord to come and pray over this bridge today. Well, the Bible says in Nehemiah, when you hear the sound of the trumpet, the Lord begins to fight for his people, and the people of Delphi need the Lord to fight for us in this time, this trying time.
Tonight on the Night Beat, we talk more with Brad about something else that drew him out to that bridge, something that happened to him on the day that those girls disappeared. Also, we just talked to Tony Slocum with Indiana State Police, Public Information Officer, asked him why move the call center to Washington. Basically, it boils down to that kind of work is done all the time at that center. And while it was done very well and very smoothly here, they are set up to handle those kinds of things. But if you're calling in, you'll use the same number, same contacts, all of that, and you'll be dealt with in the same way. There might be a little bit of interactive phone. You might have to push a button or so to leave that tip, but apparently the system guides you through it very smoothly. We'll have more tonight on Night Beat. Back to you, Scott and Ann.
All right. Hopefully one of those tips will lead to some progress in this case. Thank you very much, David McAnally.
And police say no tip is too small. So if you know anything, if you recognize the person in the picture, recognize his voice, call this number. It's 844-459-5786. You don't have to give your name. We also have this phone number and the email address on WTHR.com and on our Facebook page.
Okay, so Susan just left to go drive around to kind of go talk to the other neighbors and kind of go look and see what cars are usually in the driveways, aren't in the driveways anymore. She's just kind of going out and just seeing what's what. And she's going to judge whether we're going to leave tonight. Based on what she sees the neighbors doing. But either way, at around 7 a.m., we are going to be evacuating. Either way, we're going to be going back inland to the place that we were staying. Someone in Susan's family. So we'll be back to the place where I originally was when I first got to Florida. I'm going to try to keep the live stream going because a 24-hour stream, that leads us back to noon tomorrow. I'm going to try to keep going till noon, but that might not be possible. So I apologize if this doesn't end up being a 24-hour live stream, but I'm going to keep going. We're going to keep riding this thing as long as we can. But yeah, if I do have to leave and this ends somewhat abruptly, it is because I had to evacuate inland. So anyways, let's continue on with the timeline. Now this is big national news. This is Chris Hansen. He's the To Catch a Predator guy. And I believe he works for his own, channel now. I believe he used to work for NBC, and now I think he does his own thing now. But let's see, Moon Crystal. Let's see what they got to say before we start this. I always wonder what happened to Brad Heath. It sounds like they were going to tell us something more, but I've never seen a clip of what he saw or heard. Yeah, from what I understand, Brad Heath, he's either never told anybody what he's seen, or he may have said it once to a small group of people, and that information never came out. But yeah, I had heard at some point that Brad Heath might have come out and talked publicly, but it's also possible that he hasn't said anything at all. But yeah, it does seem like that news clip is kind of alluding to the fact that they have more things that he said to them, but it kind of cuts off. Yeah. Thank you for hanging out, Moon Crystal. I appreciate you sticking around. All right, so let's get back here to the timeline. And this is interview with Chris Hansen, who is there himself reporting on this investigation.
From Indiana's news leader, Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock starts now.
We thought it was important to be boots on the ground here. These people, this guy, may not be in Indiana right now. And so we need our entire national audience to be vigilant.
A small Indiana town making national headlines over the unsolved murders of 2 teenage girls. And now investigators are hoping that these billboards displayed across the country will help them find whoever killed 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams.
We just learned the FBI now stepping up its part of the investigation, taking over the tip line from their call center in Washington, D.C. As the reward keeps growing, they'll continue to follow up on the hundreds of new leads that continue to come in. And those numbers have gone up since police released the recording from Libby's cell phone yesterday.
Now, on that recording, you can hear a man say 3 chilling words, "down the hill." Now, we're going to play this clip for you again. It is looped 4 times, so please listen closely.
Down the hill, down the hill, down the hill, down the hill.
Since police released that audio clip of a suspect's voice, information has continued to flood the tip line. Carrie Klein joins us now live. She's in Delphi with the hope it's giving people living there and how police are sorting through all of the new leads that are coming in. Carrie?
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, since the recording was released yesterday, the tip line has received nearly 2,000 tips. That's just as of noon today. It's giving police a lot more work to do, a lot of leads to chase, and a lot of people to talk to. Haley Hartz and her friend traveled to the Monon High Bridge Trail from Kokomo to place flowers at the site where Libby German and Abby Williams were last seen alive.
And we're not local, but we're close enough. I just feel like it was the right thing to do.
Was a killer caught on camera? 2 teenage girls found dead.
The increased national media attention is making a big difference. From NBC Nightly News to well-known national crime reporter Chris Hansen, formerly of NBC's To Catch a Predator.
This story hits home with every parent, every family, every 13, 14-year-old kid in America.
The media has been outstanding in helping us get our message out, and the further we can get it, obviously, the better for us.
With so many tips rolling in, police sort through them very methodically.
We do have a vetting process. There's a system where the calls come in, the emails come in. We have investigators from different law enforcement agencies that will check the particular messages, and those that have more value determined at the time than others, we'll send a team of investigators out to verify or nullify those results.
The national spotlight shining down on this small private town may seem intense, but many of the people we talk to who live here say they're not bothered.
It doesn't really surprise me because everyone in this community especially, and now knowing that it's outside of our community, everyone wants this case solved. We all want justice for these girls and their family.
And this case getting another huge boost in that the suspect's photo and the tip line information now being flashed across electronic billboards, 6,000 of them in 46 different states. Again, more resources being poured into this case, helping law enforcement move a one step closer to catching a killer. And John?
All right. So you start seeing bigger names and news as we continue on here through the timeline. I mean, Chris Hansen is pretty big when it comes to names in the realm of news reporting. So, yeah, that was pretty big that Chris Hansen was there in Delphi and reporting on this. And coming up soon, we'll see the video that he did with his team. All right, so this is, I think, a longer Let's see. Moon Crystal says, I'm popping in throughout the night when I can. I really like watching all these clips. Yeah, all these clips are super interesting, especially now that we know more, and we can kind of see how some of these things connect to what we know now. So yeah, it's going back and rewatching this stuff to get perspective all these years later is definitely super interesting. Yeah, this is a longer Brad Heath interview, I believe. And, Bridge Burner, how are you doing tonight? You posted this earlier, but in reverse. I don't know what this means. Fire eyes? Your eyes are on fire. You're looking at fire. I almost feel like I'm playing charades with this post, but I'm not quite sure what you're going for here, but how are you doing, Bridge Burner? Yo. Hello. I saw you pop in earlier. Thanks for hopping in back here and hanging out with us for a few. So we're going to be going to 11:01 p.m. WTHR interview with Brad Heath.
I woke up at 3 o'clock and I just couldn't get it off my mind.
This story hits home with every parent, every family, every 13, 14-year-old kid in America.
The murders of 2 young girls in a small Indiana town has become a national story. Drivers in nearly every state are now passing by billboards like the one you see here with a plea for justice for Libby German and Abby Williams.
And of course, police are now welcoming the publicity that they say may be necessary to solve this crime. Now, the growing interest comes after they released a recording of the suspect's voice captured on Libby's cell phone. Take a listen.
Downhill. 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 Downhill.
Police have gotten 4,000 tips about this case, and the reward for information keeps getting larger. The FBI is also expanding its role in the investigation.
Eyewitness News reporter David McAnally is in Delphi tonight, where the national spotlight is giving neighbors some hope about their chances of hopefully finding the killer.
Andrew, if you look at the Delphi police station behind us, you can see the second floor windows are darkened there. They have been bright every night because it's been 24/7 an operation where they're getting calls in from people. That tip line was based right up there. It's dark now because it's been moved to Washington, D.C., but the search for answers continues here on the ground. On a Delphi trail, not just any mother-daughter bike ride.
She wanted me to see the bridge. I'd never seen it.
The High Bridge, the one a murder suspect is crossing in this image, snapped by victim Libby German. Going there gave them a whole new feel for the case.
I was not comfortable that she went alone last night, and I personally just didn't feel comfortable riding out there myself.
How did he get away with the things that he got away with? When you go out there, you know. I mean, you get that feeling. There is no one around.
To know more about the killer, FBI is reaching out, posting pleas for tips on 6,000 digital billboards in 46 states. The reward now at $50,000 and growing. Police supplied this photo of the call center that fielded 4,000 tips. The operation now moved to the FBI in Washington. Half those tips came in after police released this Wednesday.
Downhill. Downhill. Downhill.
A suspect's voice recorded by victim Libby German on her cell phone just before her murder, police say.
I shared it on all of my social media, so in hopes that somebody would know something. So, it's getting out there. I have several friends who have done it.
Logo Murder's national manhunt.
That's the only way I think we're going to be able to catch this guy.
And on the same trail Thursday, Brad Heath says a message from God brought him here to blow the shofar, signaling God is fighting for his people.
The people of Delphi need the Lord to fight for us in this time, this trying time.
Trying for Brad because he was working near the trail the day the girls died.
And had no idea I was not that far from it, so it's bothered me. Well, there's some things I passed along that I hope will help the investigation.
things you witnessed?
Yes. You feel funny when you think that if I would have paid more attention to this or that, it has to be resolved. This is evil.
We ran into two other people who came to that bridge to pray. One of them, a man who drove 99 miles to get there. Back to you, Andrea and John.
All right.
I never get tired of watching that Brad Heath clip. That horn is so cool. Brad Heath is so cool. And some of what he saw might really have helped this investigation. So good on him. Yeah, I'm a big Brad Heath fan. I think Susan just said her one contractually obligated sentence, but nobody could hear her. She said, "I'm going to go lay down." So it doesn't appear that we're going to be evacuating probably till 7 a.m. So live stream continues at least till 7 a.m. All right, let's continue on here. This is February 24, and I don't have a date on here or a time on here. I'm going to have to figure out, make myself a note here. And so this is so earlier we watched a clip where Chris Hansen was being interviewed, and this is the video that Chris Hansen was out there preparing for broadcast. So this is Crime Watch Daily, which I think Chris Hansen is part owner of, or something along those lines.
Is this the face and the voice of a monster? 3 words detectives hope will solve the brutal murders of 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German. A case captivating the country as their grief-stricken families desperately pray for justice.
We're not stopping until she's home. That's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing.
Crime Watch Daily is now joining the massive manhunt for the killer or possible killers, uncovering the latest new details on the investigation, talking to the people who knew the girls best.
Say so sorry for your loss.
The girls' families are understandably distraught and still in shock.
My name is Narissa Knight. I'm with Crime Watch Daily. So sorry for your loss, sir.
Thank you.
What, if you could, what is the family? How is the family holding up? What are you doing now? What do you need now? What's going on?
Please pray for us.
Indiana state cops believe this man, who incredibly Libby filmed on the railroad tracks before her death, is the prime suspect. He's Caucasian, his face partially obscured by a hoodie and wearing blue jeans.
This young lady is a hero to have a presence of mind to make sure she's activating a video system on this phone in order to capture that voice.
Libby and Abby were brutally murdered on this trail in Delphi, Indiana, about halfway between Indianapolis and Chicago. Will she solve her own murder? Cops won't say whether the man's voice is that of the suspect Libby photographed.
We believe his voice is distinctive enough that somebody would recognize it.
Listen again. Is he taking the girls to their deaths? Sergeant Tony Slocum from the Indiana State Police took me to the crime scene. A normally serene hiking trail winding its way through farm country. The trail goes across Deer Creek on this old railroad bridge about 100 feet above the water.
How were their bodies found? Who found them?
Unfortunately, their bodies were found by members of an organized search party.
Is there DNA evidence? You have his voice on tape. Do you feel confident about this?
We are confident that we're going to catch the person and or persons that killed these young ladies.
We've learned that DNA testing has been put on the fast track, the voice being analyzed.
Hopefully someone recognized that voice, and to me, it appears they're saying down the hill, like they're directing the young ladies where to go. It sounds like might even be a little exasperated, like he had told them to do that before, and they weren't quite listening, and he's telling them to do it.
I'm her bestie, Aunt.
Crime Watch Daily with this new home video of Abby and Libby. They were best friends in the 8th grade on the volleyball team at this middle school.
She's really nice and outgoing and just a really loving person.
The school superintendent brought in grief counselors and tightened security.
Nobody will come in or out, no matter who they are, parents or contractors or anything like that, without going through the proper protocols of getting into the building.
Abby and Libby love spending afternoons hiking on the Monon High Bridge Trail. This photo Libby took of Abby on the bridge is the last image of her alive. We launched a helicopter to show you a bird's eye view of the trail. Right now we're on a chopper looking at the area where the murders took place. That's the old railroad bridge over the creek. You can see how remote the area really is. This is the bridge where the girls posted a photo to social media right before they were murdered. Their bodies were found downstream near the banks of Deer Creek in an isolated area. No one around. No one to hear their screams. Detectives aren't saying whether the girls were killed by the creek or whether their bodies were just dumped there.
You think this is one person or two people?
Well, quite frankly, we don't know. We're open to all possibilities. We know at the very least, at least we believe, the evidence indicates that the person in the photograph has participated, but we don't know if there were more people.
That means the killer or killers are still out there. Delphi is a typical small town in rural Indiana. It's only about 3 square miles, the kind of town where everybody seems to know everyone. The murders of these 2 young girls have shaken this close-knit community to its core.
I don't go anywhere without somebody else, so.
People are afraid.
Yeah.
This area where the girls were killed is a state park, so safe that there was no need for surveillance cameras on the trail. Dan McCain from the Wabash and Erie Canal Association tells us they're now considering installing cameras.
We got 10 miles of trail, so it's a little extensive to try to cover all of it.
Heartbreaking, isn't it?
It is.
The FBI put up 6,000 digital billboards in 46 states with the picture of the suspect and the tip line. So far, over 4,000 tips have come in.
Every time it rings, we wonder if that's going to be the call, the person, whatever it is, the clue that we need to find who it is.
And at the spot where the bodies were found, a makeshift memorial. Flowers mark the spot where Abby and Libby were likely snatched away on the trail. 2 little girls who lost their lives at the hands of a cold-blooded monster.
This trail was where the girls took some of their last steps.
It's heartbreaking to us, and that's why we are working so hard to get the person and or persons into custody to face charges for the murder of Liberty German and Abigail Williams.
All right, so what you were kind of seeing there in that video is them walking on the trail. And if you look here, let's see, where are we?
Where the girls took some of their last steps.
Where they're walking right now, when I was there, all of this is paved now. So all I'll do is bring up one of my videos from when I was on this trail. Let's see here. I'll bring up the video where I walk across the Monon High Bridge. And we'll deviate from the timeline just a little bit, and I'll play that. So you can kind of get an idea of what the area looks like long form. So let me see here. All right, so switch from that to this. And this is from when I was in Delphi, Indiana on, I believe this was September 14th. Yeah, this was September 14th of this year, September 14, 2022.
Good luck, babe. I'll see you in heaven.
Don't say that.
Well, I'm afraid. Maybe you need to be scared a little.
I am. Don't trust me.
I already am.
I think I'm more nervous than
You
the
have a
first
cord?
time. Oh, right. Cord.
Okay, so that's my cord, right? Both of our cords are bad.
So. Okay.
I'm sure they're looking.
Okay.
Maybe it's their friend.
Maybe I think that's that lady and that same guy.
You think?
That's the same lady and guy.
How is that possible?
That is the exact same lady and the exact same guy.
I don't know if
All right. Anyways, I gotta go.
Yeah. It's 7 o'clock. All right, 9 o'clock. I'm calling the sheriff.
Okay. All right. Bye. Love you. Actually, I'm not wrong. It's not all paved. It looks like the trailhead, which they may have been on, is still just rocks. But once you get up to the fork up here, it's all paved, going from the Monon High Bridge all the way until Freedom Bridge, which is all the way to the right. Once you get to the fork up here, you can go left towards Monon High Bridge. You can go right towards the Freedom Bridge. All right, so that trailhead, kind of I'll pause here and respond to this. You were being watched. Oh yeah. There's no doubt about it. So when we got there on the the 13th, whatever day we got there first, we got there late in the day, so we just drove by this area and just looked at a couple things. And within, minutes, we had 2 cars behind us asking us if we needed directions, asking if we were lost. And then this is the next day, and this I believe they're the same 2 cars and the same 2 people passed us by when we came back. So yes, I do believe that they have some sort of system where they are watching you. So if you go to Delphi and you come to this area, you're gonna have eyes on you, no doubt. Yeah, all right, so we'll continue here. Worn, ruined shack type deal. And I'll just jump in to say that the paved path is exactly as wide as the Monon High Bridge. which you'll see when I get up to that point. Maybe pass through here. That all seems pretty flat. And it seems like it's kind of a trail type deal. Oh, I can't believe I'm doing this again. Yikes. All right. So I'm not sure if we're still by the cornfield or if we're by the cemetery at this point. I just did this earlier today, but I am more nervous about the second time. Let's do the same thing we did last time. Take it easy, take it slow. Alright, so right here is the start of where you cross the bridge. And this is where a lot of the news footage, a lot of the news people go to take footage right here at this makeshift memorial at the end of the bridge here for Libby and Abby. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not gonna play the whole video of me crossing the bridge. I guess I could fast forward to some parts here. Yeah, real far down. Just like regular walking. Yeah, long way down. Very dangerous. Would not recommend. Just like regular walking. Yeah, and then you just keep walking along. You get to like this middle tree area here. You know, it's definitely overgrowing. There's moss growing on some of the planks, so it could get very slippery. And then you get up towards the, yeah, you can kind of see how wide these planks are spaced. And then you get to the end of the where the down the hill area is. Yeah, I won't play the whole thing. We'll get back to the timeline here. I just want to give you guys some perspective on kind of what things look like now. So the initial trailhead where the girls were dropped off, where you see me walk over the red gate, that's still not paved. That it looks like it has a lot more rocks down to keep you steady balance. Once you get up to the fork in the road, that's where the paving is apparently new. So, all right, we'll continue here. This. And another Inside Edition special report. Yeah, look how high up this is. Yeah, this is kind of around the area I was looking down, right above the creek area.
Potential new clues are emerging in the hunt for the killer of those 2 teenage girls in Indiana. This grainy image of the suspect was recorded by 14-year-old Liberty German on her cell phone before she was murdered, along with the haunting audio of the killer's voice.
He's about 6 foot, 200, 210, 190, that kind of area.
Inside Edition asked former New York homicide detective Sergeant Joe Giacalone to study the photo.
He's got a lot of brown hair, I think it looks like, or he might even have a mullet. You can see on the side over here, but he might have a goatee or a beard or mustache. He's got this thick blue jacket on and his blue jeans and his brown, walking boots or trail boots.
There also appears to be a bulge in the suspect's right-hand jacket pocket where he may have concealed a weapon.
I think he's armed with a weapon because he was able to control 2 people. I mean, it's very difficult to control 2 people without a weapon.
Unfortunately, there is concern that the photo cannot be digitally enhanced to get a clearer picture of the suspect, says facial recognition expert Tom Joyce.
The investigators will still go over that image in quite detail to try and identify maybe shoe type, shoe brand, the jeans, pants, jacket, any for logos, any type of brand, and then the surrounding areas if there's anything else in that image that might generate itself and present itself as a lead for the investigation.
I'm her bestie.
And this is just released video of the 2 girls laughing and giggling together from their Instagram account, a stark contrast with this disturbing image. And could there be a tantalizing clue in this poignant last photograph taken of 13-year-old Abigail Williams by her best friend? Look, in the distance, some see a shadowy figure. Is that the killer stalking the girls?
No. So what we're looking at here is it's like a red gate that used to be. All right, so the video we were just watching where I get on the trail, and I walk all the way till you get to the memorial at the Monon High Bridge. This is that area. Now, this red gate is now pushed up against the side along these trees here. You might be able to see it in some of my videos, but yeah, it's no longer here. It's kind of like pushed off to the side, resting against the trees and brush over here now. But yeah, so you just walk up. But yeah, that used to be there. This is like some sort of like a red fence or red gate type deal. But now, yeah, it's against these trees over here on the side, so you can just see clear across. But no, that's not a person. And I mean, they were there. They probably could have seen that red gate there and known that. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it looked like at the time. But that's definitely not a person.
Investigators are still combing through the wooded areas surrounding the trails, looking for any clue that could lead them to a potential suspect. The general public's doing their part too, with more than 4,000 calls and emails registered to the national tip line. Inside Edition flew a drone above the crime scene. It shows the trestle bridge where the girls were confronted by the killer. Look at the vast expanse of land without a human in sight. Police believe the killer or killers may even have been camping in these woods. You can see how isolated the area is, perfect cover for a predator.
And that brings us back to a conversation we were having earlier in this live stream about if you're going to the woods, carry whatever weapon with you that is legal in your state. The woods are still an extremely frightening place, even though we do have a lot of trail systems that have trail cams now and updated trail security and whatnot. But the woods are still an extremely dangerous place, especially to go alone. So carry whatever weapons you're legally allowed to carry with you. You got to give yourself a fighting chance. And never just go out into the woods thinking that nothing can happen, because it can. Rather be safe than be sorry, as the saying goes. But yeah, protect yourself out there. And don't be under a false sense of security because something hasn't happened in the past. Right, so this is 11:01 p.m. February 24, 2000. Actually, wait, it's 9 o'clock. So let's bring it up here. Bring it up here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Delphi Timeline Live. Today we are raising money for Abby's Angels. Abby's Angels is a charity run by Anna Williams through Samaritan's Purses, Operation Christmas Child. Samaritan's Purse has collected shoebox gifts filled with toys, school supplies, and hygiene items for children around the world. Since 1993, more than 198 million children in more than 170 countries and territories have received an Operation Christmas Child shoebox. The project delivers not only the joy of what, for many kids, is their first gift ever, but also gives them a tangible expression of God's love. And if you look over here, I know for some of you, this is the 9th time you've heard this, or maybe 10th. I believe I read it in the beginning as well, and every hour since then. So this is the 10th time you've heard this, but some people are just now tuning in, so we have to go through this. And we are going to be going through this on the hour, every hour, until this live stream is over. But anyways, what these kids are going to be receiving in these boxes are school supplies, personal items and hygiene, and wow items like toys and stuff. And if you live locally, you can drop off items or in a shoebox. And the items must be new, and they must be dropped off by November 12th. And where you can drop them off is WMRS Radio, 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. And what I'm suggesting that you do, and I'll bring this information up here, is send a check so that the people who are handling this can best decide where the money's allocated to. And if you don't live locally and can't drop off items for the shoe boxes, this is the best way to help out. So you can send a check to WMRS Radio. And again, I want to thank Brandy over at WMRS Radio for helping me with this information. But anyways, you can send checks to WMRS Radio, attention, Abby's Angels, 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. Checks can be made to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels or Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. And if you don't have the money to be donating now and want to donate later, anything that they receive past the cutoff point for this year, they'll save and use it towards next year's efforts. So don't worry if you cannot donate now, because when you donate later, the money is still going towards the charity. It'll just go towards next year's efforts. Yeah, like I said, the cutoff point is the 12th, and they're going to be boxing up these shoe boxes as a part of like a charity event, or what they call Abby's Angels Boxing Party, which will be at 10 a.m. on the 19th. So if you can't donate now and you donate later, it's still going towards the charity, but they'll use it towards next year's efforts. Yeah, if you are feeling generous and you have the ability to do so, I highly suggest you go and donate to Abby's Angels, which is an excellent cause to give kids fun stuff on Christmas, and they get to learn a little bit about God and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So, great cause. It's for the kids, fun stuff for kids, and you feel good about yourself doing stuff like this, knowing that you're having a direct impact on children around the world. So if you have the ability to do so, I suggest you donate to this charity. It's just one of the ways that you can help. So we will go back to the timeline and pick up where we left off. So this is 11:01 p.m. on February 24, 2017. WTHR reports on the Pizza King benefit. Dave McNally is reporting live from Delphi. Interviews with members of the community air. And I drove by the Pizza King. It's still there. It looks like it's still running just as good as it was back then.
I have 7 kids myself, and if something happened to one of my kids, I would be devastated.
7 kids. Wow. Wow. You can consider this lady a wild animal trainer. 7 kids. Wow. All right, we'll go back. Sorry.
I have 7 kids myself, and if something happened to one of my kids, I would be devastated. And the fact that these people are here and they're doing what they're doing, it's awesome.
A community still dealing with the grief after the murder of 2 young teenagers is using its heartbreak to give back to the families and to help police solve the case.
The number of tips phoned and emailed in now reached a whopping 5,600, all of them potential leads to track down whoever killed Libby and Abby.
The growing interest coming after the release of the recording of the suspected killer's voice found on Libby's phone. The other major clue is this grainy photo of the suspected killer walking along the trail.
Tonight, Eyewitness News reporter David McAnally is in Delphi, where people are doing whatever they can to help find justice for these two girls.
Emory, a very busy weekend for the police as they continue their investigation, but also they have to get ready to move. The task force on this case, they're pretty jammed in here at police headquarters, so they're going to move over by the courthouse to a bigger space. From outside agencies, walk High Bridge Trail, getting more familiar with the crime scene and what's become a national manhunt. With the wind coming up and a storm coming in. Pray for Delphi, and on the other side, Abby and Libby. Teens wear the bracelets and the t-shirt made by a victim's sister. And just before the rain, a careful walk out on the old bridge in the building breeze.
And like everyone would just come out here just to like get away and, you know, clear our heads. And now it's just like you come out here and it's very sad and emotional.
But young people want to reclaim the good that was here from the evil that came 11 days ago.
It's kind of like a conclosure, sort of, because they were out here, last seen here, walking on that bridge. I mean, you're not physically with them, but mentally you feel like you're with them.
It may be the bridge a murder suspect walked, the image the nation sees, but it's still a place that brings memories of good times.
It would give you a lot of memories. And just maybe we just come out here and just like give our thoughts to them and tell them to look over us each and every day.
And every day of the last 2 weeks, neighbors have looked over each other here.
I have lots of childhood memories from here, my grandparents.
Sherry and Michelle Nichols drove in from Logansport, giving stickers to police made by Michelle's drag racing sponsor.
But when it's a little community like this, and it's like, why are there monsters out there that would do such a thing?
Here are the stickers they were working on, and we look around and, well, there's the family again. Here from Logansport for a pizza fundraiser for Abby and Libby at Delphi Pizza King.
So you had a large pepperoni?
Just one of multiple efforts here to boost the reward in the case now stands at $50,000. Some drove up from Indy.
Brought my family with us to just try to help out somehow,
2.5 hours. $35.79.
My heart goes out to them. I pray to God they catch whoever did this to them.
Nourishing pizza tonight. Spiritual nourishment is planned for Monday. An organizer told me that they plan to do a prayer walk around Courthouse Square at 8:30 Monday morning. They say they're going to pray for the police because while other people can go about their daily lives, the police have to stay focused on the horrors of this case. Back to you, John and Anne Marie.
All right, thank you. David McAnally in Delphi tonight. Now, they're also building a reward fund, and if you would like to donate, you can send a check to the Indiana State Police Alliance. We have the address on your screen right there, 1415 Shelby Street in Indianapolis, and we also have it listed at WTHR.com. Make sure you write Delphi Reward on the check memo line. And you can also help by calling the tip line with any information that you have that might help police solve this case. The number on your screen right now, 844-459-5786. We also have that number posted along with an email address at WTHR.com, on the WTHR app, and on our Facebook page.
So Moon Crystal here says, I remember walking through wooded areas as a youth, alone or even with a friend, not realizing how vulnerable I was to something like this happening if the wrong person had been there. Yeah, it makes me shudder thinking about all the things I did as a kid that kids just would never get away with now. Yeah, I was part of like the last generation of kids who went outside and nobody knew where the hell you were until you got home. It wasn't until I was like in my mid to late teens or probably late teens. Yeah, definitely late teens, early 20s when I had access to a cell phone. So yeah, thinking about all the things I did as a kid, just, either out in the woods or just walking through neighborhoods that probably shouldn't have been walking in. Yeah, anything could have happened. Yeah, it's frightening to think about, like, what if. But yeah, if you're going out into the woods, Yeah, bring whatever weapons you're legally allowed to bring with you. Give yourself a fighting chance. Anyways, we'll continue. I don't want to keep harping on the same things. Let's see here. So we're going to go to February 25, 2017. Don't know what the deal with that is. Okay. Yeah, no idea what the deal with that. There's a weird glitch with the YouTube link here. So, move down. Yeah, some of these dates might not have videos on them, like this one here. This is like kind of like a big news date here. So, on February 25, investigators have moved from Delphi's municipal building to the Carroll County REMC building. On that same day, Kegan Kline claims he and his father returned home from Las Vegas. So they get home from Las Vegas, and a search warrant is executed by Indiana State Police, FBI, and the Peru Police Department at the residence of Tony Kline. Tony Kline and his son Kegan Anthony Kline were located in the residence. Multiple electronic devices were seized during the warrant, including an Apple iPhone 4, a 3, a Samsung Galaxy S5. That says SS, but it should be S5. I also got to switch that. Samsung Galaxy S4, Nextbook tablet, and an Apple iPod Touch. Tony Kline is interviewed by Indiana State Police Sergeant Kunstek, ISP Sergeant Kunstek. I'm sorry if I butchered that name. And FBI Special Agent Willman. Tony was read his rights, and he agreed to speak with investigators. Tony confirmed that they did have Comcast as their internet provider, and it was a secured network, meaning nobody else could get onto that network unless they had the Wi-Fi password. Tony told investigators that Kegan did use Instagram and Snapchat. Kegan Kline was interviewed by Indiana State Police Sergeant Kunstek and FBI Special Agent Willman. Kegan was read his rights, and he agreed to speak with investigators. During the interview, Kegan initially denied making fake social media account and talking to underage girls. Later in the interview, Kegan admitted to creating the Anthony Shots profile and speaking to underage girls. Kegan told investigators he created the accounts approximately 6 months prior. Kegan stated he talks to girls he knows personally and girls he doesn't know personally. Kegan stated he meets girls on Instagram. He said he knows the age of the girls he communicates with because he talks to them. Kegan stated if a girl told him she was 16 or under, he wouldn't care and would still talk to them. Kegan told investigators he finds girls on Instagram and then tells them to talk to him on Snapchat. Kegan admitted to speaking to approximately 15 girls that were underage and advised he probably received pictures from every one of them. He advised he saved their pictures to his gallery. During his interview, Kegan stated he was fucked and should have left. Kegan advised he packed another bag and took it to Las Vegas. He stated he was going to leave when his dad was asleep. Kegan told investigators the main phone he uses is the white iPhone 5C. So, yeah, this is a huge news day. This is February 25, 2017. Kegan claims that he was in Las Vegas and just got back. But, I don't know. Kegan is a liar. And, so who knows? Yeah, Kegan was polygraphed. Kegan's polygraph concludes that it was concluded, and I believe they told him he failed his polygraph, and he was transported back to his home. So they find this guy. He has all this child sexual abuse material on his phone, CSAM, and they let him go. And it's not until 2020 when they arrest him. So I'm not sure why they waited so long, even though they had already all this evidence of CSAM-related material being on his phones. Maybe that will be explained at some point down the road. But, yeah, so when Kegan gets home, he starts deleting and uninstalling apps from his phone, including Snapchat and Instagram. Go to February 26th. And someone using Kegan Klein's iPhone 5C uninstalls and deletes Meet Me from the phone. And then he deletes the Safari web browser history. He reinstalls and then uninstalls and deletes Snapchat from his phone. And then he contacts Indiana State Police Cyber Crimes Unit and tells them about the iPhone 5C. Says that he found it on a microwave or something like that. And so after he's gone, or whoever is using the device gets rid of all this stuff, then it's turned into the Indiana State Police Cyber Crimes Unit. Very suspicious activity. Alright, so I found another video here. This is 6 p.m., February 27, 2017. Now, Kegan Kline is arrested, or not arrested, but he's brought in, and then none of this makes the news. We don't know anything really about Kegan Kline until Indiana State Police released a video asking for information about the Anthony Shots count. So, yeah, so they go and question the Klines, and then we don't hear about the Klines until 2020.
From Indiana's news leader, Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock starts now.
Good evening. It's been 2 weeks since Libby and Abby went for a hike and never returned. Today, investigators on the case are nearly doubling the reward to help track down the killer.
And as Eyewitness News reporter Rich Van Wyk found out, the surge in tips has police making some other changes to get justice for the two girls.
The flag here at the Carroll County Courthouse remains at half-staff in memory and in honor of the two girls who were killed. At the same time, police are changing their tactics as they look for a killer.
Our court with the state police.
Is this about this girl?
Yes, it is. State police roadblocks near where the pair were found murdered.
And we were just asking you if you had any information at all.
Hoping to come across someone who remembers something or someone suspicious.
I heard this guy said some people say he looked familiar.
Police are working around the clock to find the person or persons who killed Libby German and Abby Williams. The reward fund continues to grow. This stack of donations arrived over the weekend.
We're here for the long haul.
A task force of 20 police agencies moved into a new, bigger, more permanent headquarters on Delphi's town square. 9,000 tips and more than 100 detectives working almost 2 weeks since the girls were found murdered haven't been able to identify a single suspect.
Well, I think anytime we receive information and we're able to even just cross a suspect off our list, we're making progress. But obviously, it's not as far as we want it to be.
Detectives want this man, photographed by Libby before the girls were abducted and killed. As police search for their suspect's identity, some people have taken it upon themselves to post pictures online of men they think look like him.
I was cleared by the authorities ages ago.
Searchers found the girls' bodies on Ron Logan's property. He's afraid of rumors and what he calls armchair investigators.
Well, because now they're destroying lives with words. And people may never recover from some of these things that they're making accusations about.
Police who are leaning on the public for help want people to leave the investigating to them. Police believe those rogue, unauthorized postings could affect the lives of people who are innocent, have nothing to do with this case, also confuse people and jeopardize their investigation. And
so, yeah, I'm starting to get tired here. I think this is like the first wave of tired. that has come across me. Well, we're going to hang in there. I'm not giving up. We're going to keep moving on here. This is a video I uploaded on my other channel. This is 5:59 p.m., February 28, 2017. WBBM interviews Ronald Logan, Jerry Holman, Mike, and Becky Patty.
The Carroll County community is frightened and concerned tonight as investigators search for whoever killed these two Delphi teens. The bodies of 14-year-old Liberty German and 13-year-old Abigail Williams were found after the two disappeared while hiking.
Tonight, CBS 4 is speaking exclusively with the owner of the property where the two girls were found dead. Alexis McAdams is live in Delphi with more on that and the investigation. Alexis.
That's right, Bob, Debbie. This investigation is active and ongoing. Tonight, investigators are telling us they're using every resource they have to search Carroll County and surrounding areas to find the suspect or suspects who killed these two teenage girls. As you mentioned, we talk exclusively tonight with the owner of the 40 acres here behind me. That is private property, and that's where those girls' bodies were found yesterday afternoon. Tonight, he tells us a few things about where those bodies were found and some of the things surrounding the investigation, but also says that the man who found those bodies was a volunteer who lives nearby. 24 hours after two bodies were found in a wooded area in Delphi, a coroner confirms the town's worst fears. The bodies belong to 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, who were both last seen hiking in that area on a day off from school. We now know the two girls were murdered and their killer is still out there.
We have nobody in custody at this time. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, there is somebody out there that did this horrendous crime, and we're going to track him down.
The gruesome discovery was made on Ron Logan's 40-acre lot, turning his property into a crime scene filled with investigators, dive teams, and FBI officials.
There was hundreds of cars and vehicles and trucks, those generator trucks that keep the lights going, and they had the whole woods lit up. It looked like a football field out here.
Police tell us a volunteer searcher discovered the bodies off of the trail route in the woods. Logan says that searcher is his neighbor who noticed obvious signs of foul play after he found the girls.
Tuesday, he apparently went back there with another searcher, and they found them back there.
Officials searched every inch of Logan's 40 acres and the woods behind the nearby Morning Heights Cemetery, which is just across the stream from the Monon High Bridge, the last spot the girls were seen. Right now, the suspect or suspects who killed these girls is still on the run. After 50 years of living on the land, Logan says the girls would have had a very hard time traveling the wooded area on their own.
It's rough. Back of my property here, there's a ravine on that. It goes way down. It's real deep. The ground runs like this, and it's real difficult to navigate.
We're going to get to the bottom of this. We feel confident, and we're going to do everything we can within our resources to reach justice in this situation.
So who are police looking for, and what could be the possible motive for someone or a group of people to kill these two teenage girls here in Delphi? Well, officers tell us tonight those are questions they cannot answer at this point in this active and ongoing investigation. But what they do need from the public is tips. They've already had hundreds that they have been following up on in this community, but they still need your help. If you were in the area here near that Monon High Bridge, which is the last point where those two teen girls were seen, you took pictures in that area, that could be evidence that could lead to the suspect or suspects that murdered these two teens. If you have information, call the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Reporting tonight live in Delphi, I'm Alexis McAdams, CBS 4 News.
The bodies of those two teenagers were discovered in Delphi 3 days ago, as you know. CBS 4's Alexis McAdams joins us now after walking the property where those girls were found.
And actually, yeah, this is the first time I think that we're talking about this.
Yeah, we were actually down in that area today for the very first time. We were down there with the property owner, Ron Logan, and this is his 40-acre private lot behind me. to trek down to the area where these girls were found. It was so steep down a ravine, it was really actually hard to keep our footing. But Logan showed us for the very first time that crime scene. Tonight, investigators have lifted the crime scene tape from this area and tell us they're going through hundreds of tips trying to find any information that could lead to a possible suspect or suspects in this double murder investigation. So take a look at this video walking through with Ron Logan today. He's showing us the property. He knows this treacherous terrain better than anyone. So in order to get down there, like I mentioned, went down a large ravine that was so steep, we pretty much had to walk sideways to get down that way. And this is where the girls were found. It's less than half a mile from the Monon High Bridge where they were last seen on Monday. Officers still processing evidence that they gathered here. They were out here for hours ever since those girls went missing. They're looking for any clue that could lead to the person or persons who killed 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German. The scene may be clear tonight, but Logan tells me his property won't ever be the same.
I want to show you everything, how they could have got here, because you're going to be as confused as I am. How did these two little girls get here from the high bridge with all this rough terrain without somebody making them come here? The high bridge is right across the creek here. It runs all the way down where this creek and the land joins together. Where they joined together is the last photographs taken of the girls. So they had to come all the way through this territory to get down in here. Not an easy trip.
Right now, we have talked to family members tonight who tell us they're just clinging on to any hope that someone will come forward with information that could lead to a tip in this investigation and bring them closure in this horrific investigation. Right now, they are working on funeral arrangements, and also community members here in the Delphi area, which is very small and tight-knit, like we've both mentioned, Bob and Debbie. They are trying to work on some organized events that could bring money that could help these families rebuild and help out with those funeral expenses. Right now, this is an active and ongoing investigation. Officials asking for anyone with any bit of information, even a photo that was snapped near the Monon High Bridge around those times the girls went missing, to please come forward, because that tip could be a big get in this investigation. Right now, no suspects yet and no one in custody. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Alexis McAdams reporting for us. Thank you. And new information in the Delphi case 6 months after the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German.
And tonight, the killer remains on the loose, but we are learning much more about what evidence police.
All right, and we'll pause it there because, again, this is another video that skips ahead 6 months, and we're still in February concerning these videos. So, well, let that play when it comes to it. So now we're in March. And this is when Pat McAfee donates money. Pat McAfee and Jim Irsay of the Indianapolis Colts. They donate $97,000 to bring the total reward to $200,000. So we'll take a look, and this is Indiana State Police, a video that they released on their YouTube.
How's it going? My name's Pat McAfee, retired punter for the Indianapolis Colts, Hoosier for life. And this is Superintendent of the State Police, Doug Carter. Doug, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
If you've paid attention to anything happening in the Hoosier State in the last couple of weeks, you understand the horrendous things that happened in Delphi, Indiana to Abby and Libby. For those that don't know, what happened, Doug?
They were brutally murdered 2 weeks ago yesterday. We need your help.
How many people have called in to help?
Over 9,000.
How many different police departments are helping?
25.
And now we are calling on you. This could be a nationwide search. We're at $103,000 for the cash reward for any tip finding to an arrest. Jim Irsay and I are going to make up that $97,000 to make this a $200,000 reward. If you can recognize this audio clip or this photo, please call this tip line right here below. Please share this as much as possible. From Doug and myself, we thank you. Hoosiers for life.
So yeah, that was Pat McAfee. And some of you who watch wrestling may know Pat McAfee from Monday Night Raw. And he just recently wrestled at the latest WrestleMania. And this is WRTV reporting on Pat McAfee and Jim Irsay donating to the reward fund to put it up to $200,000. And this is the coverage of that.
The search for the suspect in the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams in Delphi goes on, and now the reward for information has almost doubled thanks to a generous donation from two indie favorites. Today, retired Colts punter Pat McAfee sent out a video alongside State Police Superintendent Doug Carter. McAfee announced in the video that he and Colts owner Jim Irsay donated $97,000 toward the reward, bringing the total now to $200,000.
If you can recognize this audio clip or this photo, please call this tip line right here below. Please share this as much as possible. From Doug and myself, we thank you. Hoosiers for life.
Police have investigated at least 10,000 tips so far, but as Pat said, they need your help. Your piece of information could be what leads to an arrest. If you have something that you think police need to know about this case, call the tip line. The number is 844-459-5786. You see it there on your screen. You can also see the picture of the suspect, hear that audio again, and get all the information on this case right now at the RTV6 app.
Yeah, for a while, all we had was just the 3 words, and then later on, they added the guy's clip to it. So I'm starting to realize now that scheduling this 24-hour live stream on the same night as the election probably wasn't a very good idea. I thought we'd have a lot more people in the chat right now, but not a big deal. We're still going to push forward. This is a good cause, and for the people who have participated, I appreciate you coming by and coming on this journey with me. So, do you guys remember the Singing Contractors? These are 2 gentlemen who sang a song for the girls, and I believe they were big on Facebook, and now they're big on YouTube, and now they're just big, period. Yeah, these guys, yeah, well, we'll check it out.
Go to hell.
An emotional tribute to 2 young girls taken from the world too soon. Tonight, Indy's own Singing Contractors have joined the mission to find that man right there, the main suspect in the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams.
RTV6's Melissa Mahadeo is with us. The contractors just released the tribute to the Delphi girls today.
Yeah, Erica and Jason, they did, as you said, emotional words, an emotional song. But the video features 3 key elements. The song you just heard, dedicated to Abby and Libby, a photo of this suspect, and the audio recording of that suspected killer. 3 elements to hopefully bring about justice.
Oh, how we cried the day you left us.
A different tone and heavy heart.
We gathered around your graves to grieve.
For Indiana favorites, the Singing Contractors.
And it just hit home so hard, and we was just devastated.
Aaron Gray and Josh Arnett are just 2 of thousands searching for this man.
It's just made us very angry that this guy is going scot-free.
Fathers and family friends to Abby Williams and Libby German, they felt compelled to act.
I think what touches home so much with us is we both have daughters close to the age. Yeah. And what if it happened to us? How would we react? How would we feel? And what could we do?
What they've done is made this tribute.
Go to hell.
To help heal our hearts.
Love for the fall.
While the search goes on.
And his son.
Let's continue now. Here's what you can do to help. Share that video. The group has followers all over the country. The hope is it will be seen all over the country online so someone can recognize that suspect right there. Now, we're making it easy for you to share. It is up on my Facebook page, the RTV6 Facebook page, as well as the IndyChannel.com. And we also want you to see this. Investigation headquarters in Delphi decked out with some seriously motivational messages. One of them saying, when you feel like quitting, think about why you started. Another, you are one step closer than you were yesterday. Don't give up. Those posters and messages are from the Delphi High School. 25 police agencies are combing through more than 10,000 tips, hoping one of them will lead to whomever killed Libby and Abby. Also at the headquarters today, the girls' families touring the facility. Abby's grandparents leaving this note on their message board, writing, "Where are the police when you need them? I have uttered these words whenever a speeding or reckless driver nearly runs me or someone else off the road. Where are the police when you need them? They are here in Delphi with us. We pray for your protection, and we are forever grateful for your service." Now, meanwhile, the reward to find the killer is now at over $210,000. The fund receiving a huge boost today, thanks to former Colts punter Pat McAfee and owner of the Colts, Jim Irsay. Now, if you have any information at all on the murder of these Delphi girls, please call the investigation tip line. Erica.
Melissa.
Let's see what the Singing Contractors are up to these days. Well, if you go to thesingingcontractors.com, they have a website. Let's see what their next gig is. Latest news. Oh, the Singing Contractors to make Grand Ole Opry debut. That's pretty neat. That's big news. The Grand Ole Opry is historic. Susan and I actually drove by the Grand Ole Opry on our way from Delphi to Florida. Yeah, we stopped there. And we couldn't get very close to it. I mean, you got to pay to get in. But yeah, we drove by it. Yeah, it's a pretty cool looking building. Yeah, good for the Singing Contractors making their Grand Ole Opry debut. This is 5:04 p.m., March 2, 2017.
The award continues to climb to help police finally find whoever killed Libby German and Abby Williams.
At the same time, people in Delphi are still coming together to support the families and the investigators who are working overtime to find the killer or killers. Eyewitness News reporter Rich Van Wyk is in Delphi tonight with a look at what $200,000 in reward money is doing for this investigation.
The longer this investigation goes on, the more support police are getting from the community. Increasing the reward, though, to $200,000 didn't increase the flow of information to investigators. Pat McAfee's announcement, increasing the reward to $200,000,
And now we are calling on you.
received 1.5 million Facebook viewers and made big headlines, but hasn't generated a big increase in tips. Nothing close to the avalanche of information police received after releasing a picture of the murder suspect and a recording of his voice. Police don't sound disappointed.
Who knows? I mean, if we don't have that reward, do the tips dry up totally, or is the tips help, or the reward helping continue the steady flow of tips? Because we still need information.
Libby German and Abby Williams were murdered more than 2 weeks ago. They were hiking a popular trail and railroad bridge just outside of Delphi. Investigators are getting about 500 new tips every day and waves of support. The community's roughly 1,700 students and teachers signed banners of appreciation and support for police, a morale booster and distraction from their dreary task.
Investigators do get frustrated. We're human just like anyone else.
The local Lions Club received 1,000 orange bulbs for businesses and homes to put in their windows and around their front doors.
I think it's just to acknowledge that we're all thinking and dreaming and hoping that this will end, and we want people to run these bulbs in their lights until the case is solved.
People might assume that at this point, police would be scaling back the investigation. Authorities, though, say it is just the opposite. More manpower has been assigned to find the persons responsible for this double murder.
That's Rich Van Wyk in Delphi tonight. So if you have any information that can help police, you can call the tip line number on your screen, 844-459-5786. We've posted this number along with an email address where you can also send in tips at WTHR.com, on our Facebook page, and on the WTHR News app.
Okay, so we are moving on to March 3rd, 2017, and we're going to learn a little bit about the Orange Lights campaign that was happening around this time in Delphi and other places around the country as well, I'm assuming.
Well, the people of Delphi are making it clear this morning they're not giving up hope on finding the person who killed teenagers Abby Williams and Libby German.
And now there are new ways the community is honoring their memory. Naomi Peskovich joins us now to show us how. Naomi.
Ben and Julia, first of all, that reward to find their killer is still growing this morning. It's now at $216,000. At the same time, though, this is what you'll see around Delphi and surrounding communities. Those orange lights shine brightly when the sun goes down. They are there to support police as they work countless hours on this investigation, and they're for sale at local stores. The proceeds from those lights go to help the families of Abby and Libby. Our David McAnally spoke to one of those family members, a cousin of Libby's who lives nearby in Battleground. She let us know how the family's coping.
Day by day, you put one foot in front of the other, and you know, some days you're just going through the emotions, and but they're doing okay. I think it'll be a long time before the community itself feels at ease and willing to let their kids back out there alone.
Well, that cousin and her husband have more plans to help honor the memories of those two teens, and it involves something Libby loved: softball. They've already planned a tournament for the summer. Teams are starting to sign up, and later this morning on Sunrise, you'll hear more from family members planning that tournament and how they hope to use the money they raise to make sure those girls are never forgotten. Ben and Julia.
So sorry about the delay there. I have to keep the news on. So if the winds reach a certain speed, then Susan and I are going to have to leave. If the winds start approaching like 45 miles per hour, it gets around 30, we got to start to make plans to exit where we are and go somewhere else, because they closed down the causeways, and we'll be stuck over here. So when the winds reach 45 miles per hour, they close down the causeways, and then we'll just be stuck here throughout the whole hurricane. So there's a chance that I might have to leave, and I apologize for that, but safety is paramount. I'm going to keep going as long as I can, and I'm hoping that we can, I can stick this out for the full 24 hours, but I can't promise that'll happen, and I apologize. Anyways, we'll continue on here. About 7 a.m. Good Morning America, live interview with Sergeant Tony Slocum and Pat McAfee.
Now by Pat McAfee and Indiana State Police Sergeant Tony Slocum. And Sergeant, let me begin with you. Just tell us, what's the latest on this investigation?
Well, right now we're still trying to shake the bushes, so to speak. We have officers.
Go ahead.
It's me. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We have officers out shaking the bushes, so to speak, knocking on doors, investigating or speaking to suspects or anybody we believe might have evidentiary information to help us solve this case. That's why what Pat and Mr. Ursay have done is so important in what we're doing here in Delphi, Indiana.
And Pat, what is it about this specific case that made you want to get involved?
Well, George, I think the big thing, thanks for having me on, by the way. I think the big thing about the state of Indiana that a lot of people don't know is that we are like a family here. It's a very tight-knit community. When something goes wrong to one of us, it hits all of us hard. And the news is normally doom and gloom, but these Delphi murders happening in our own backyard really opened my eyes and made me want to kind of help out as much as possible. So when I saw that the reward money was being raised and donations were being accepted, I called Mr. Ursay. Mr. Ursay said he's all in to do whatever we can do. And we thought if we raised the reward money, gave it to a $200,000 cash, and although you don't want to entice people with money to do the right thing, we assumed with the quality of the photo and the sound of the voice audio clip, the only people that are really going to know who this is somebody who's had a long relationship with this person, whether it's family or friends or something like that. And they're probably struggling with loyalty right now, but this is a horrible person. And we thought $200,000 is a life-changing amount of money. And hopefully we just spread the word across the country and find this monster, get him off the street, which would be good for America, good for Indiana, and just good for everybody. And I think this is going to be a great story about the world coming together to catch one monster.
Let's hope so. I know you're hoping to go to Delphi soon and meet with the families.
Yeah, I can't wait to get up to Delphi and meet the people, because this is such a small town. As it was reported in the story, only 3,000 people. And we just want people to know. And I think there's a lot of division that is publicly stated and talked about on the news. But I think America as a whole is a community. And if you're from a small town, we got your back. And I can't wait to get up there and meet the families. And hopefully, although this is a terrible time for Delphi and the families with the loss of two Americans with incredibly bright futures, I think we're going to catch the guy. And I can't wait to get up there to celebrate that, meet the families, and kind of hopefully help them along as much as I possibly can. I cannot wait to get up there and meet everybody.
Yeah.
You gotta love Pat McAfee and his optimism. That guy is full of energy. Move on to March 4th here. Yeah, we're going to start hitting dates with no news, because it does slow down here. It does slow down a little bit as it goes on. And this is kind of a longer video. This is, I'm not sure from which time of day it was, but it's from Sunday, March 5th, 2017. Indiana State Police First Sergeant Rich Myers and Captain David Burston host a roadshow about the murders. So it's kind of like a Indiana State Police podcast type deal they were doing. I honestly don't know if they're still doing this. I believe they are, but yeah. So let's see how long this is. First is 15 minutes. Yeah, we'll let this run, and then I'll tell you all about Abby's Angels afterwards. This will give me a second to take a little break and go get another drink. Maybe take a few puffs off a cigarette. But yeah, we're going to play this, and then I'll tell you all about Abby's Angels. And all right, here we go.
Hello, everybody. You tuned into the Indiana State Police Roadshow, brought to you by the Indiana State Police Alliance, Cops for Kids, a subsidiary of the Indiana State Police Alliance. With me today, of course, is my partner in crime, Tom Trial, behind the camera, behind the scenes, back in black. He's back putting us on YouTube again after his extended stay off of the air. I think he was actually on vacation, Captain Burston.
I think it's probably the vacation that none of us would have wanted to have taken.
I know somebody that didn't want him to take it, Shelly. Shelly, his wife, said you didn't need to be doing that. But I'm glad he's back and he's 100% ready to go. Captain, thank you for being with us today. Captain Dave Burston, the Public Information Officer of the Indiana State Police. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Rich. Appreciate the invitation to be here.
And unfortunately, we've got a sad topic that we're going to be talking about today. But I think the more we can get this out, the more information that people know about and see and hear about this can help out on this investigation. And we're talking about the obviously the double homicide there in Delphi and the unfortunate death of those two little girls.
Yeah, very, very sad, very tragic. I know that now we have a reward that is well in excess of $200,000. We are still looking for tips. We've received 8,000 plus tips. Those are still being looked at, each one of them. Some of us, I know, are getting tips sent to us directly. We kind of discourage that because that can slow down the process, but
right.
We're not going to turn away the information. So we are working diligently to solve this.
Well, let's start at the very beginning. What we do know, what took place. I know you've been involved up there with Sergeant Slocum and Sergeant Riley, the PIOs up there in Delphi, and have firsthand knowledge of what's going on. And during the news release doing the news conference with Superintendent Carter, walk us through from what we know right now from the very beginning.
Well, we know that one of the parents dropped off Abby and Libby, best friends, to go on a walk in the trail there by the Monon railroad tracks that have been abandoned and over the high bridge there. And the plan was to drop them off and pick them up later. And they did not arrive at the appointed time. And, initially, okay, maybe they're just having a good time out. Going to be a little late, but then it goes from being just a little bit late to hours late into darkness, and now true concern about what's happened, what's transpired, and then results in a search the following day. And volunteers that were searching found their bodies, and then we knew that we had a double homicide investigation. And then moving forward from that point, what information that we can publicly share, information that we can't share, because the ultimate goal is to find the person or persons responsible for this horrible crime and to hold them accountable. People talk about giving closure to the family. I look at my son who's almost 18, and if something like that happened to him, even if the person's caught and held accountable and given the death penalty, and I get to watch the execution, there is no closure.
Right.
There's no closure. Yeah. Anybody that's a parent will tell you that losing your child, there is no closure. Mm-hmm. So, but the only thing that we can do is make sure that this person or persons cannot do the same thing again.
And this is kind of a popular place for people to go to walk. It's very, it's kind of remote, but a lot of people use it.
I think it's something that's locally known and is popular. There's the historic bridge. The tracks, as I recall, were decommissioned in 1985. The rails were pulled off the bridge, and it's 65 feet above ground, I believe is what I was told as it goes across this area. And it's a popular trail area to be walking, and it's by all indications, it's a nice, peaceful area to take a hike. And now we have this happen, and it's never going to be forgotten for what happened there now because of the two girls being killed, because of Abby and Libby losing their lives.
Let's talk a little bit, and you and I were discussing this earlier today before we went on the air, and we've received questions on this, and I know you have. Is there some information out there that we're not releasing?
No, there certainly is. And often people ask that they're not involved in law enforcement. Well, why aren't you releasing everything? And sadly, I have to sit here and tell you, I know you know this, but people that are listening or watching today, there are people that will call up and they will claim responsibility for crimes, or they will call up out of a want for attention, and they will give what they say they have this solid tip information that they want to provide and share. Right. And they've gleaned it from what's been released. The example that I often give, I said, imagine, if you will, that we go to investigate a burglary. And we get there and then we find out actually it's been a homicide. And the person was killed because they were stabbed twice in the back and they were hit in the head with a lead pipe. If we release that information, then the tips we get all have that same information. Whereas if we don't release that information and then we get a tip that says, yeah, I was at Joe's Bar and Grill. I heard this guy talking about how he had broken into a house and he stabbed a woman in the back twice and hit her in the head with a pipe. Well, if we've not released that information, we get that as a tip. We know, hey, this is some good information.
Right.
Well, there's specific information in this investigation that we're not releasing that if it comes to our attention, we're going to know that's a good tip. We need to really pay close attention to that. Now, that said, we're investigating every tip, and there's been over 8,000. We are not going to rationalize away a tip without thoroughly investigating it. And that's what we're telling people. Don't assume, don't make an assumption, oh, this couldn't have been it.
Right.
So what information do we have? What have we released? We've released the audio tape that says, you hear the voice saying, down the hill, down the hill. It's a distinctive enough voice that somebody that knows that person could say, boy, that sounds like fill in the blank of the name.
Right.
Those are the people we don't want you to rationalize away that thought, oh, Bill could never do that. Call us, tell us, let us go talk to Bill. If Bill can validate where he was at that time and we can rule him out of the investigation, that will happen. But if Bill can't do that, and we find other inconsistencies that indicate that he's possibly a valid suspect, then you will have helped us solve the crime. Don't rationalize.
What about suspect as opposed to suspects? Has that been addressed?
What we have publicly addressed is people want to make the assumption that the voice saying down the hill, it belongs to the person that's captured in the image from the cell phone. That's not necessarily the case. We're not making any assumption about that. We have more video, we have more audio, but it is specific to the investigation, and that's why it's not being released at this time.
Well, again, you're listening to the Indiana State Police Roadshow, brought to you by the Indiana State Police Alliance, Cops for Kids, a subsidiary of the Indiana State Police Alliance. I'm speaking with Captain Dave Burston of the Indiana State Public Information Office, and we're talking about the senseless crime that happened there in Delphi, Indiana, to Abigail Williams and Liberty German when they were senselessly killed up there in Delphi. Dave, you were talking earlier about not releasing some information, and I know the public may have a hard time believing this, but there are people, and you kind of maybe address, do call in and say, yeah, I did this.
Yeah, the people do that. And they will call up and take responsibility. Is there an issue of mental illness with people that do that? I would think so. Is it just a lack of attention and they want to have their 15 minutes of fame? I don't think that way. You don't think that way. Most people listening to this program today don't think that way.
Right.
So there's really no way to answer that, but we know it does happen. And that's why we want to minimize. The best example of that is off the subject a little, but Shannon Sherrill, still an unsolved little girl, 1985, was 5 or 6 years old, vanished from her home, never to be seen again. And then it was about 10 years ago, we had a woman call up and say, I think I'm Shannon Sherrill and I've been abducted. And she was giving all this information. It was very detailed. Well, she had gleaned it all from the internet. Yeah. And this woman had a mental illness. The Sherrill family put them through a living hell thinking that their long lost daughter had been found and was alive. And there's no indication that Shannon Sherrill is alive. There's no indication that she's dead. So that's why hope lingers on for the Sherrill family, all because of so much information that was out.
Right, exactly. And with the internet having so much information, and we're using it ourselves, to get the information out there, but there's some people can use it, unfortunately, the wrong way.
They certainly can. And, the other thing that we haven't touched on, our show sponsor, the Indiana State Police Alliance. It's the Indiana State Police Alliance that is handling the donation funds. Okay. Carroll County is the lead investigating agency, right. But they had no way to have anything set up. Something that the State Police Alliance reached out and said, hey, we think we could do that. They've run a number of accounts for because they're a 501(c) corporation. So they are taking on that responsibility, and we're hopeful to receive that tip that leads to an arrest, that will lead to a conviction of the person or persons responsible for this, and will gratefully write that reward check out.
So how many different agencies are involved in this investigation right now?
We've got about 25 different agencies. Again, Carroll County is the lead investigative agency, but also a lot of resources from the FBI, a lot of resources from Indiana State Police, and then just the private citizens and corporations that have come forward. You heard me mention the rewards up to $200,000. Yeah. A week or so ago, it was at a little over $100,000. And Pat McAfee, former punter for the Indianapolis Colts, came forward and was getting ready to make a sizable donation. And Jim Irsay, owner of the Colts, reached out and said, Pat, whatever you do, I'm going to match. And the next thing we had, a $200,000 donation. We've had public service announcements. The FBI, the resources that they're bringing forward, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of billboards across the nation that have the information on Libby and Abby on the billboards and the image of the person we're looking for. So the FBI has brought that to the table. So lots of things have come together, and it is very frustrating to go this period of time without an arrest, but we are resolute in our resolve to solve this case.
I was just looking here on the computer at the billboard that is available, and the tip line 844-459-5786. Again, that's 844-459-5786, and that goes directly to the tip line and that's the best way to.
That's the best way. And if you weren't able to jot that number down, if you go to the Indiana State Police website, the first billboard that comes up on our website is linked to the Delphi murder investigation. If you click that will give you the email tip line. It'll give you the 800 number, all that information that if you have a valid tip to pass on to us and how to get it to us.
And I know that this has greatly affected that small community up there.
Oh, it certainly has. I've been up there twice, and it's small town Indiana.
Yeah.
And Delphi is I believe is the seat of the county, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a population of less than 3,000 people.
Well, again, just to reiterate, Captain Dave Burston's with me today on the Indiana State Police Show, and we're talking about this senseless crime that happened in Delphi, Indiana, to Abigail Williams, Liberty German. They were senselessly murdered up there in Delphi, Indiana, while dropped off at a walking path, the Monon, which is an abandoned railroad track that they were let off at, and then unfortunately found the next day and had tragically been killed. So we want to get this information out and have hopefully somebody with that piece of information.
We know that there's somebody out there that knows or is strongly suspicious of somebody, and we urge that person not to rationalize it. Provide us that tip. We've got all the resources from what we've talked about today to do it.
Great. Well, you've been listening to the Indiana State Police Roadshow, brought to you by the Indiana State Police Alliance. Cops for Kids. Captain Dave Burson's been my guest. I appreciate you coming in here and talking about this subject, and let's help this family out in this community. Thank you for listening to the Roadshow. We'll talk to you again next week on the Indiana State Police Roadshow. The Roadshow is out.
That was actually pretty informative show they did there. A lot of the things they said, it's, in the context of Richard Allen, it sounded like they were talking directly about Richard Allen with the things they were saying. And one thing I hadn't noticed before is that they said that there is more video and there is more audio. And I imagine they only selected the portions of the video and audio from the video that were kind of insignificant. And well, I wouldn't say insignificant, but less significant than the other stuff that they didn't show, because the other stuff is probably information that they're holding back to only information that the killer would know. I think Guys Down the Hill was like the bare minimum of what they could release respectfully and while giving people a clear sound of what this guy sounds like, or so people understand. But I don't recall ever hearing that before. All right, we're moving on to March 6th. No news footage on that date. Yeah, many of these dates probably won't have news footage. All right, so this is 10 a.m. on March 9th. Mike Patty, Liberty German's grandfather, speaks to media for the first time since deaths of Abigail and Liberty. He thanks community for outpouring of support and says he believes tips will help solve the case. And that is yet to be seen whether a tip did come in that helped the case. We shall see. But let's let Mike take the floor here.
From Channel 13 Eyewitness News.
And good morning to you. I'm Ben Hill. That breaking news is out of Delphi this morning, where we are waiting to hear from the grandfather of Libby German. Libby, of course, is one of the two teenagers killed on a hiking trail last month. This is the first time we're hearing from family members since their murders. Again, we are moments away. We'll take you for a live picture there before this press conference is set to begin. It appears, of course, as you see, family members gathered, authorities gathered. We admittedly don't know what to expect. Perhaps a statement will be read here just moments away as you see everyone gathered there in Delphi. Many media members awaiting this press conference to hear from family members again. We're going to go ahead and listen in. We'll join you in just a few minutes.
Statement. They also are going to read a statement on behalf of the family of Abigail Williams. We'd like to start by request of the family with a word of prayer from Pastor Todd Ladd of the Delphi United Methodist Church. Pastor.
Thank you for joining us today. If you would, join me in a word of prayer. Holy God, our loving Father, we thank you for your love and your mercy. And today, I pray for Liberty's family. God, hold them in the comforting arms of your Spirit. Draw them near to you in the protection of your love as they're vulnerable today in sharing their hearts about Libby and about Abby. Lord, they're sharing their hearts about their love for her. God, in your wise ways, guide their words so they may express their deeply held desires of their hearts that reflect their love for Libby and Abby. God, I pray that their response would demonstrate the love of Jesus Christ that has sustained them in the midst of the deepest and darkest valley. God, I thank you for all these individuals who have come today to tell the story that needs to be told so that more tips may process and we can begin to find justice. Lord, we pray for justice here on this earth, but Lord, we also ultimately hold hope for justice on the other side. So that all of this, we put our trust in you. Bless them, bless their words, and allow us to tell the story in ways that give hope. We ask this in the name of Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby.
Good morning. My main purpose this morning is to thank each one of you for being here. I also want to thank our community, and I want to send out a huge net of thank you to everyone that's even had this on their mind for the last few weeks. Without your help, without your involvement, we feel like that we wouldn't be where we are right now. We continue to move forward, we strive for justice, and we will get that justice. At this time, I want to introduce Mike Patty, Liberty German's grandfather.
Thank you, Tobe. I wrote down some stuff so I wouldn't forget what we'd like to communicate. My family put this together. So obviously my name is Mike Patty. This is my wife, Becky. We'd both like to thank you for showing up here today. I'd like to read a statement. I've got to put my glasses on for this. So show my age a little bit. This is a statement from Abby's family. Abby and Libby loved each other. Throughout this tragedy, we have honored their memory by caring for and respecting each other. We respect Libby's family decision to speak publicly at this time, just as they respected our family's decision not to speak publicly, the family of Abby Williams. I would also ask that the media to respect their choice. Let them reach out to you if they so desire to do it. A little over 3 weeks ago, February 13th, our girls went missing. On February 14th, they were found victims of a double homicide.
Oh, I forgot. So it's 10:18, and I went a little bit long here. I was supposed to bring up Abby's Angels, so that's what we'll do now real quick, and then we'll come back to this video. We'll start it at 4 minutes when we come back. Bring up the Abby's Angels information, and then we'll actually play a video that comes later in the timeline, but is relevant. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Delphi Timeline Live. And today we are raising money for Abby's Angels. Abby's Angels is a charity run by Anna Williams through Samaritan's Purses, Operation Christmas Child. Samaritan's Purse has collected shoebox gifts filled with toys, school supplies, and hygiene items for children around the world. Since 1993, more than 198 million children in more than 170 countries and territories have received an Operation Christmas Child shoebox. The project delivers not only the joy of what for many kids is their first gift ever, but also gives them a tangible expression of God's love. Now, if you look here on your screen, you'll see what kind of items go into these shoe boxes. You have school supplies like crayons, colored pencils, markers, erasers, ink pens, pencils, pencil sharpeners, small notebooks, personal items and hygiene like chapstick, non-liquid chapstick, bars of soap, bandages or band-aids, combs, small brushes, individual packages of tissues, hair ties, clips and headbands, socks, t-shirts and shorts, underwear, toddler size 14, small sewing kits, and then wow items like toys, dolls, Barbie, soccer ball or football with manual air pump, small stuffed animal, small musical instrument, little box puzzles, yo-yo, stickers, Play-Doh, card games, jump rope, matchbox cars, and Slinky. So when I was a kid, I had like card sets like Go Fish and stuff like that, and I had a lot of fun with it. So yeah, and I guess you could get creative with some of this without going crazy. This is just kind of the kind of stuff that they're looking for. But I'm sure you could do different types of toys. Like I'm sure they would accept action figures. Like they might be classified under doll. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe just stick to what they got here. If you're in the area, you can drop these items off at WMRS Radio, 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. But what I'm suggesting here on this 24-hour live stream is that you send monetary donations in the form of a check to WMRS Radio, attention Abby's Angels, 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. And checks can be made to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels or Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. If you are feeling generous and you would like to donate, this is a great cause. You're helping underprivileged children from around the world have a good Christmas and learn a bit about God and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So yeah, and if you don't have the money now and you want to donate later, anything that doesn't reach them by the cutoff for this year will be used towards next year. So there's a chance that by time you guys send in your donations that it might be used towards next year. Well, that's not a bad thing, and this shouldn't discourage you from donating, and because it is still going to be helping children. It doesn't matter if it's this year or next year. Your donations are greatly appreciated. But anyways, I'm gonna go here and going to pull up a video about Abby's Angels. Bring up the first mention of it on the news. So let me see here. I believe it was at the end of 2017. Yes, October 31st, 2017. Take that off the screen, and we'll put this on the screen. And add that. And this is a video from October 31st, 2017, 4:59 p.m. is when it aired. WRTV reports on Abby's Angels, a charity Annie Williams started in participation with Samaritan's Purse. The charity Operation Christmas Child fills shoe boxes with quality toys, school supplies, and personal care items and gives them to underprivileged children.
Anna Williams is sharing a family tradition. This year, it's difficult because of the death of her daughter, Abby, who helped her fill shoeboxes with toys, school supplies, hygiene products, and much more for children as part of the Samaritan's Purse program.
It's not really about our family.
they're going to get a beautiful gift that will be in her honor. And hopefully they'll be able to use those things to continue their schooling and enjoy reading a book and playing a game with their friends, something that they haven't been able to do because they didn't have one of these boxes.
Abby and her friend Libby were killed in February in Delphi. No arrest has been made. In Abby's memory, Anna launched Abby's Angels with the goal of packing 200 shoeboxes.
I just think it's great. It's just a way to do a little something for somebody else and to remember Abby.
It's just been phenomenal what people are wanting to do, and the money that's coming to help with shipping and more supplies. It's just amazing.
And while that was wrapping up, veterans are gathering here at the gazebo at the Carroll County Courthouse. They will escort trick-or-treaters tonight throughout the city of Delphi. In Delphi, Rafael Sanchez, RTV6.
Now that I remember that I can play this video, I'm going to probably play it on the hour every hour when I give people information about how they can donate. You heard it straight from Anna Williams herself, and what it means to her. So, again, if you guys want to donate, it's for a great cause. So, all right, we'll get back to the timeline here. And look up Mike, Patty, press conference, March 9th. And we were at the 4-minute mark.
This is breaking news from Channel 13 Eyewitness News.
Their choice. Let them reach out to you if they so desire to do it. A little over 3 weeks ago, February 13th, our girls went missing. On February 14th, they were found victims of a double homicide. This horrible crime has torn a hole in our families that'll never heal. It's the small things that seem to hurt the most. It's just natural to holler for them to come to dinner or in the mornings to get up and get ready for school. Then expect them to come through the door after school. The silence when we don't hear their voice. Our girls were excited about the upcoming softball season. Just the day before all this happened, they had their equipment out playing catch, working on their batting in the backyard, going to the ball field with Anna to hone their skills for the upcoming season. But they'll never get to play a single inning again. There are too many ways to count how our lives will forever be impacted to share here today. I imagine most people listening that have raised or are raising children know how kids can be. A phrase that was jokingly attached to Libby and our family, from asking her to pick up her shoes, her school backpack, her coat, her first reply would almost always be, "I will, in a minute." We joke with her about this all the time. I believe if she were able to speak, she would ask people, please give her the 1 minute she always asked for. To really study the picture and listen to the audio clip. Someone out there knows this person or persons. He's someone's neighbor, coworker, family member, friend, husband, or acquaintance. If and when any new information is released by law enforcement, please take another minute from your day to review all the information and help us collect the pieces of this puzzle. Both of our families are requesting everyone to please help Abby and Libby. Look for someone who's recently changed their appearance, cut their hair, shaved, or started wearing different clothes. Have they changed in some strange manner that just seems a little odd? If you think it could be, but then say, no, he's not like that, go with your initial instinct. Let law enforcement run that information and make that determination. However small it may seem, it is extremely vital to capture every tip we can get. Please, we need your help. At this time, I'd also like to thank law enforcement and officials, along with our employers, pastors, the people and businesses of this great community across the state, nation, and beyond, who have pulled together around us, providing help and support in so many ways. From fundraisers, food for our families and law enforcement, to the hugs, handshakes, kind words, all of these items help. But again, we're asking everyone to take 1 minute and study the picture and audio, then reporting information you may have to the tip or email line. We also say thank you for all the generous donations for the reward fund. To the individuals, groups, businesses, all of which are too numerous to name. A couple that stand out are Pat McAfee and Jim Irsay. With their donation, the reward fund is now well over $200,000. The other donations we've received in Libby's name have been utilized to establish a scholarship fund in her name. And the rest of the funds we hope to be used to build a softball field and park in the memory of the girls, so they'll be remembered forever and have something for everyone to enjoy. Now, I would like to thank the news media. I've had several conversations with many of you. Your professionalism and respect for our families has been honorable. We've lost our children, and nothing will bring them back. But through your persevering coverage and help with this investigation, we are confident that together we can bring justice to those responsible for this horrible crime. We appreciate your time and help. Thank you very much.
If anybody has any questions for Mr. Patty, now would be the time to ask.
Mr. Patty, your granddaughter was heroic in her final moments. She was able to press record on her cell phone and provide key evidence to police, the voice that we heard. How did you guys react when you learned that she was able to do this?
Well, I'm glad she had the wherewithal to do that. And I certainly hope that that proves to be the vital piece, that helps bring resolution to this. Obviously, we're proud. It's too bad it had to happen like that, but yeah, it was glad she had the wherewithal to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Patty, first my condolences to you. A similar question, the state police specifically called Libby to press conference for reporting what she did on that phone. When you hear them call your granddaughter a hero, what was your reaction?
Well, first off, I'd like to address that is both the girls were heroes. They stuck together. I don't know exactly what happened out there that day, but I imagine there was probably an opportunity for one or both to separate and try to make a break different ways. But those girls loved each other. They were good friends. Neither one of them left each other's side. Both those girls are heroes in my book.
Can you talk about the last thing that you said to your granddaughter, a moment that you shared?
Absolutely. In our house, it's always, I love you, every time. That was without standing all of our grandkids, all of our children, everything. That's just it. Before they go to bed, when they get up, drop them off for school, whatever it is, send a text message. It's always, I love you.
Going through obviously the sexual to your family, but at this point, like you said, you're doing everything we can to keep together as a family and grieve. But at this point, what can you say about not having any solid information? How are you coping with that part at this point too? Any suspect at this point would be a component for questioning. Is that really difficult at this point for your family?
Well, obviously, yeah, we would like to see somebody, responsible for this, but I'm relying on law enforcement, and the efforts that they're putting forward. They've been kind enough. They walked me through their process of how they're evaluating this. I'm kind of a process-oriented guy, so they walked me through that. I'm very impressed with the steps that they go through whenever they receive tips. And trust me, every tip, every call is checked. There's nothing that's just going into a bucket, even if it seems so silly. There's the cohesive, work between the state police, the county police, the FBI, and the city police, and officers from all over that are coming in is just truly impressive. I truly feel we're going to get to the bottom of this, and that's why I'm asking for help out there. Any tips we can get is monumental, and it could really bring this case to resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Patty, you have seen from the community an outpouring of support, as you mentioned, people using orange lights all over the area to remember these girls. How is it helping your family get through this right now? When you look around and see these posters and see the ribbons and just everything that people are doing?
It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. The support that we receive from the community, the schools, her friends, law enforcement, just the public, our friends, coworkers. It's overwhelming, and it's the love that's poured upon us, and the support is welcomed. And we could sure use that right now. Thank you for that.
How many times have you and your family looked at that picture or listened to that audio? Looking that up a lot?
Daily. Multiple times.
Chance to talk to somebody out there, like you mentioned, that knows something, that maybe it's their dad, it's their friend, and they don't want to speak out even with that reward. What can you tell them right now to get them to talk about what they took away from your family and why they need to come forward today?
Well, I'm hoping through the, if you want to call it the speech, or you know what I mean, that we developed or that we put together there and read, and I'm just reaching out to them to help put closure. This is a hurdle and a path that we're going down that, I mean, the pain will always be there forever, but this is a hurdle that needs to be knocked down, and with the help of law enforcement, I truly believe it will, but we need somebody out there. Somebody knows something. Somebody has to know this person, recognize that voice, and I encourage them to call in and give us that vital piece of information. No matter how small it may seem, it may fit into another piece of the puzzle that'll help put closure to this.
It's been more than 3 weeks now since your daughter's murder, or that was murder. How are you maintaining optimism that she will still be found, or that a photo will still be found?
Well, that's a lot of what we have right now is optimism, and in the pouring in of the tips and the support of the public, and again, all of our friends and everything that is coming into us. I mean, that's where we're gaining our strength right now. That and through our pastor, who's been a rock for us as well. Both of our families, we support each other. Abby's family and ours, we're in contact, so we help each other get through this.
Two more questions.
Have you heard any of these reports that there was a similar case in Iowa?
I'll talk about the rumors here shortly. Yes.
This is one person. How troubling is it for you knowing that there's a very dangerous person still out?
Well, obviously, it's troubling for us as well as the whole community, the state, the nation. Somebody's out there that's done this. They need to be brought to justice, and that's why we're holding this conference. We need somebody out there who has that vital piece of information to turn this in. Help this community, help this state, help our nation, help our families to bring this to justice.
Trails very well in that area. Your gut instinct at this point from your family, do you think it's somebody that lives around here or that knew those trails very well?
Well, we're not going to speculate right now on where they're from, and I'll get into that here shortly. So one more over here.
Mr. Patty, what would you say to this person who's out there who's responsible for this?
I don't know that I have a comment right now. I haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest with you. So try to be a Christian man. So I'll put more thought to that.
Last one here.
Why do you think Libby had the presence of mind to press her for that day? Is that part of her personality? Is that something you guys taught her?
Obviously, she's a smart girl. She really was. But we talked a lot about having the presence of mind of your surroundings, and obviously, she's kind of a photo buff anyway. That's why the girls were out there taking pictures. That's why they went out there in the first place, to catch the scenery, do some video with each other, and that's just part of what kids do. And trust me, there's hundreds and if not thousands of pictures at home on all of our computers and stuff where all of them have done it over the years. So that's just part of their natural activity. But obviously, she had presence of mind. Sensed something a little strange there. I'm glad she did. Very glad. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So yeah, Mike Patty there, kind of like the spokesperson for both families at that time. Yeah, Mike Patty's a good dude. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, he's everybody's rock when they needed him. So I'm not sure if this is. I'll just play it for a few seconds, see what it
The
is.
cash reward, thanks to incredible, generous donations from the community, from organizations.
Okay, so yeah, this is a different video.
The
This is John Perrine. He also spoke during Thursday's news conference. So we'll check out and see what John Perrine said after Mike Patty spoke.
The cash reward, thanks to incredible, generous donations from the community, from organizations, to bring the person or people responsible for this crime to justice is now over $224,000. Now, we know historically cash rewards aren't always claimed. We like to believe that somebody with the information would come forward out of the goodness of their heart to do the right thing. But there might be somebody out there that is motivated by this cash reward, and we would ask that person who knows something to come forward. There have been more than 11,000 tips come in to our command center. Of those 11,000, right now, 2,000 of those tips have been cleared with 110% positiveness that they are not related. There are currently 1,500 tips in the queue that need to be assigned to investigators to be looked into. There's a vetting process that these tips go through to ensure that we're not getting duplicates, to ensure that there is some merit behind the tip. But we want to encourage people to continue to submit those tips via email, by calling the tip line, send us social media, however you want to get that tip to us, we will look into it. Not one tip gets overlooked. There are rumors that are going around via social media that would lead people to believe that we know this person is not local, or vice versa, that we know this person is local. I want to reiterate and emphasize that we do not have that information. We don't want people to rationalize away their tip because they believe this person cannot be local. We don't want them to rationalize away their tip because they think this person is not local. So please, if you know anything, if you think you know something, trust your gut and give us a call. If you know somebody who owns a blue coat, if you know somebody who frequents those trails, if you know anything, we're asking for those tips because we will investigate. There are rumors that started to go about this being connected to other crimes throughout the nation. As protocol with any investigation of this nature, we compare to unsolved crimes throughout the nation. Part of that is the double homicide that occurred in Iowa. At this time, I can assure you, we have spoken with the investigators in Iowa. And at this point, it does appear to be coincidental that the two cases are similar, but based on the evidence, we are not able to connect the two cases at this time. I'd be happy to take a few questions. However, as much as you know, there's no new information to report. Yeah, Mike.
I know you just denied some of the rumors, but as you know, there's a lot of people, thousands of people spreading speculation, letting their imaginations run on social media. You have a global audience here, no doubt. A lot of them are watching you right now. But what do you want to say specifically to people who are spreading unconfirmed information on social media?
Yeah, spreading unconfirmed information or rumors could be detrimental to our case because it could lead people to believe, people who might have information about this case, to believe that we're closer to solving it or that we have information that we don't. Spreading those unfactual rumors could be detrimental. It could slow the process. We're asking people, if you see something on social media, if you hear something, make sure it comes from a reliable source. That reliable source will likely be the Indiana State Police. If it does not come from us, please hold off on spreading those rumors.
With a lot of arrests that have come from this or warrants that were served, it's ended up finding other people that have committed unrelated crimes. Because I know a lot of people have said, well, this person was questioned and now he's been taken into custody. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we've talked to thousands of people in Indiana throughout the nation. And in talking to those people have led us to other crimes. Crimes that aren't related to this case, but people that have arrest warrants, people that have drugs, people that have things they're not supposed to have, and those become their own criminal investigation. However, there has not been an arrest related directly to this case in Delphi.
Can you tell us where the DNA testing stands at this point? Has that come back, and have you been able to compare it to any database?
Yeah, so part of any investigation involves a human element, also involves a scientific element. The scientific element of that investigation does include searching for DNA. At this point in the case, I can assure you that we are using every tool necessary, every tool available to us to find the person responsible, which would include looking for those clues.
There was some mention of whether it be coincidental or again, one of these rumors about somehow being connected to the occult, the number 13, number 36. Any comment, anything that looks close?
We're looking into everything, and so we are open-minded. We're not discrediting the possibility of anything being possible. And so, absolutely, if it's possible, we're looking into it, I can assure you.
Do you think this is a person, based on your experience, that likely is dangerous and is out there and will likely kill again?
It doesn't matter what I think, it's what our investigation is going to lead us to. And our investigators are working around the clock. They're so resilient. I can assure you, every morning I walk into that building, and these investigators are positive. The common phrase of the day is today's the day. Not today might be the day. Today's the day. They're optimistic. I've never seen a coordinated effort that I'm seeing right now. More than 25 police agencies, hundreds of officers have been involved in this. Incredible teamwork, and we are very optimistic that we are going to find a resolve to this case.
Do you think there's any realistic credibility to this whole, occult possibility?
You're asking me to speculate, and I'm not willing to speculate in an investigation of this magnitude.
Can you talk a little bit, the guys listening, like we've mentioned before, for a suspect profile, they could be obsessive about the news coverage and watching it. So if he's watching it right now, or anyone that's involved, what would you want to tell him to let him know they're getting closer to him every single day?
The investigation is eliminating people that we know are not involved. We are confident and optimistic that our investigation is going to lead us to the person responsible, and we're going to continue doing that until it does so.
Can you say that definitively if you are looking at
We're looking at everything. I'm not telling you yes or no to that question because I'm not aware of a specific investigation leading us to that. But at this point, we're open to anything.
The question was, is this person out there is dangerous? Could they do this again? Has the FBI developed beyond this picture of voice any kind of definitive profile about who this person is, how he acts, what he does?
Yeah, those things take a lot of time. And I can assure you that they're giving every resource they have to this investigation, which would include those. But at this point, we don't have any definitive answers.
Profile too. So we got the picture, we got the voice. This could offer with these analysts can come in with behavioral analysts. They can give you more of that personality or characteristics of that person. So that could be really beneficial, right?
Anything we have in this case is going to be beneficial. And so if that's a tool that we have in our toolbox available to us to benefit this case and to move it forward, then we're absolutely going to use it.
Have they completed their profile?
You would have to speak to the FBI about that. I have not been given information either way. So any other questions?
So do you think that Mr. Patty speaking today, as you mentioned before, the police talking and the first press conference is very emotional, all the officers are taking it personally. When you get a family member up like that, do you think that could be somebody who will break down and this could be the tip you're looking for?
Yeah, Alexis, this is emotional for all of us. I can tell you that it's not easy, and a lot of people are putting a lot of work into this, and we're hoping that the tip's there, and we're going to find it. Thank you. We'll be available for individual interviews if you need so. The Patty family has asked not to be contacted today for an interview, but they are willing to do that in the future, and that should be coordinated through us. So thank you very much.
Okay, Sergeant John Perrine with Indiana State Police, their public information officer. Again, just fielding some questions there and giving an update. If you're just joining us, again, this is a live picture in Delphi. And what we heard from Sergeant Perrine just then is that technically there was no new information to report today in regards to the case of the murders of those 2 teen girls. Now, prior to hearing from Sergeant Perrine, we actually heard from the grandfather of Libby German. His name is Mike Patty. He read a prepared statement. Again, the grandfather of Libby German, Libby, one of the 2 teens murdered more than 3 weeks ago during that afternoon hike in Delphi. He made a public plea for answers in the deaths of 14-year-old Libby and her friend, 13-year-old Abby Williams. He thanked police and the community for their support and for being their rock in the wake of this tragedy. He did say that Libby and Abby loved each other, were both heroes in the moments before they died. We did also learn today that the reward amount is now up to more than $220,000. They are still, though, searching through hundreds of tips. And again, Sergeant Perrine even mentioned that 1,500 tips still need to be vetted in this case, so they are not taking any tip lightly. We do want to take a moment to remind you about some of the key evidence, though, in this case. Police are still looking for this man pictured right there on your screen. They say he is the main suspect in this case. And as we've reported, Libby was actually able to take this picture of him before her death. So please take a close look, see if you notice anything about him, his clothes, his posture. Police also tell us Libby was able to record the voice of her killer. Her grandfather this morning calling her a smart girl who amazingly had the presence of mind in that moment to capture this evidence. A few weeks ago, police, of course, released a portion of that recording, all in hopes someone will recognize this voice. So we're going to play it for you here. Please listen closely to the man saying, "Down the hill" on a loop.
Down the hill. Down the hill. Down the hill. Down the hill.
Again, down the hill. If you recognize that voice, please call police. You can remain anonymous. Again, we're told this man was involved in the murders of Libby and Abby. Police aren't sure if the man in that photograph that we've shown so many times is the same man as the voice that you just heard in that recording. If you do know who that man is, or you recognize the voice in that recording, please call this tip line. It's right there on your screen. The number is 844-459-5786. Police this morning urging people not to rationalize away any of their tips and to call them with any possible clue because they're not ruling anything out. Sergeant Perrine did mention that they're not sure, or they're not saying if this person is local or not local. So not let that rule anything out if you are to give a tip. Again, we have this number posted for you on WTHR.com and all of our social media accounts. Please do say they're confident they will solve this case. And the minute we learn any new details in this case, we'll put it on our website and send you a push alert on our free WTHR News app. We will have updates on air all day long, starting on Eyewitness News at noon. Our Emily Longnecker is live for us in Delphi. She'll have much more coming up at noon and, of course, all throughout the day. For Eyewitness News, I'm Ben Hill.
Okay. I am officially tired. Yeah. But I'll bring back the energy a little bit here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Delphi Timeline Live. Today we are raising money for Abby's Angels. Abby's Angels is a charity run by Anna Williams through Samaritan's Purses, Operation Christmas Child. Samaritan's Purse has collected shoebox gifts filled with toys, school supplies, and hygiene items for children around the world. Since 1993, more than 198 million children in more than 170 countries and territories have received an Operation Christmas Child shoebox. The project delivers not only the joy of what, for many kids, is their first gift ever, but also gives them a tangible expression of God's love. All right, let me pull up the flyer here. And these are the type of items that will be going into these shoe boxes. Three different categories here. We have school supplies, which includes crayons, colored pencils, markers, erasers, ink pens, pencils, pencil sharpeners, small notebooks, personal items and hygiene chapstick, non-liquid chapstick, bars of soap, Band-Aids, combs, small brushes, individual packages of tissues, hair ties, clips and headbands, socks, t-shirts and shorts, underwear, toddler size 14, small sewing kits, and then wow items, which are like toys and stuff. You have dolls, Barbie, soccer ball or football with manual air pump, small stuffed animal, small musical instrument, little puzzle or little box puzzles, yo-yos, stickers, Play-Doh, card games, jump ropes, matchbox cars, and slinkies. If you live in the area, you can bring shoeboxes and these type of items to WMRS Radio on 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. So if you live locally, you can drop off items. And remember, all items will be shipped in a shoebox, so they can't be too large. And also no liquids or no candy or food. By the time the children get these boxes, any type of food will be stale or and no good. So no food, no candy or anything like that. And also no liquids or anything that will be very messy if the packaging breaks open. It would not be very nice if these children open the box up just to find that everything has been destroyed because of certain items that are being placed in the box that weren't. So also no toothpaste or, so no liquids or anything that's really messy. But if you don't live in the area, I'm suggesting that you send a monetary donation in the form of a check to WMRS Radio, and I would like to thank Brandy at WMRS Radio for giving me, helping me out with this information. But yeah, you'll send a check to WMRS Radio. Attention, Abby's Angels, 132 North Main Street, Monticello, Indiana, 47960. Checks can be made to Anna Williams / Abby's Angels or Anna Williams with Abby's Angels in the memo. And we will bring back up the actually, you know what we'll do? We'll do it over here. Go back. And where are we leaving off here? So this is March 9th. We just watched the John Perrine video, but we're going to skip to 2018. November 16, 2018. That was my birthday. And this is a WTHR reports on Abby's Angels interview with Anna Williams.
Students in Delphi are already getting into the Christmas spirit.
Right now, they're packing up boxes, and they're doing so in memory of their classmate, Abby Williams. The students at Delphi Community Middle School volunteered their time after school to fill these care packages for other children who are living in other countries. They're calling this effort Abby's Angels. Her mother says it was part of a project that they worked on as a family the Christmas before Abby was killed in February of last year.
Our community has done so much for both of the girls, but this to me is something that she took to heart, was just doing something nice for other people, and I want to keep doing that for her.
This project is tied in with Samaritan's Purse. You might have heard of Operation Christmas Child and that big project there. These boxes will start being shipped out next week. And during an event this morning, the FBI talked about that investigation to find the person who killed Abby and Libby nearly 2 years after the murder in Delphi.
Yeah, police have investigated thousands of tips and have pictures and audio of the suspected killer, but so far he has not been caught.
It's still an ongoing active investigation. We're still engaged with state police and our local counterparts in Delphi. We're committed to solving this case along with our partners, and we're not going anywhere. So we're still in it for the long haul.
The FBI says agents are working.
All right, I'll pause it there. I just wanted to show you the Abby's Angels portion of that news clip. So we'll go back to where we were, which was, let me look it up. So we were on March 9th. We'll continue, see if there's anything else for this date. This is a clip, so we will skip that. All right, so this is 4 p.m., March 9, 2017. WRTV reports on the press conference.
This horrible crime has torn a hole in our families that will never heal. Those are the words of a grief-stricken grandfather desperate for justice.
There are too many ways to count how our lives will forever be impacted to share here today.
Mike Patty is seeking justice and pouring his heart out from the small city of Delphi to cameras that broadcast all across the world.
This is a hurdle and a path that we're going down that, the pain will always be there forever.
Libby German and Abby Williams died after taking to the Monon High Bridge on February 13th. State police called Libby a hero for capturing audio and video of the suspect on her cell phone.
Both the girls were heroes. They stuck together. I don't know exactly what happened out there that day, but I imagine there was probably an opportunity for one or both to separate and try to make a break different ways. But those girls loved each other. They were good friends. Neither one of them left each other's side. Both those girls are heroes in my book.
And certainly not forgotten. Mike says it's the small things that hurt the most. Yelling that dinner is ready or to wake up for school. Calls that now come unanswered.
The love that's poured upon us and the support is welcomed, and we could sure use that right now.
Mike is asking everyone, everywhere, to look at the suspect's picture and to listen to the audio.
We need somebody out there who has that vital piece of information to turn this in.
And Mike Patty was the only family member who talked today. However, he did read a short statement from the family of Abby Williams saying they are honoring the girl's memory by caring for and respecting each other. For now, we're live in Delphi this afternoon. For the Now Indy, Mike Pelton, RTV6.
Mike, thank you. And as the search for Abby and Libby's killer presses on, the case is giving new hope to a father in Iowa. He's hoping it could lead to a break in the abduction and murders of his daughter and niece. On July 13th, 2012, 8-year-old went out for an afternoon bike ride and they never returned. Elizabeth's father is now pointing out the eerie similarities with Libby and Abby's murders. Both sets of girls taken in a secluded area. Their bodies found in the woods, and both crimes committed on the 13th of the month.
2 kids at once is a very uncommon thing to have happen. 2 kids being taken at once, and also just being on the 13th of the month just kind of struck me as really odd, all the things together.
Investigators here in Indiana say they've compared notes with investigators in Iowa, but at this point, they say it appears coincidental that the 2 cases are similar. And based on the evidence, they are not able to connect the 2 cases at this time. And the case in Iowa isn't the first one that someone has tried to connect to Delphi, and it probably won't be the last one either. And state police are warning all of us not to listen or spread rumors that you hear or see on social media about this case.
Spreading unconfirmed information or rumors could be detrimental to our case because it could lead people to believe, people who might have information about this case, to believe that we're closer to solving it or that we have information that we don't. We're asking people, if you see something on social media, if you hear something, make sure it comes from a reliable source. That reliable source will likely be the Indiana State Police.
This case has generated tens of thousands of tips, but investigators still want to hear from you. If you have any information on the murders of Libby and Abby, please call the number on your screen. We also have all of the information on the case, including the picture of the suspect and the sound of the possible suspect captured on Libby German's phone on the RTV6 app. The FCC is now investigating last night's Attn 911 outage. That outage left cell phone customers in several states, including Indiana, unable to call 911. A spokesperson for the company is not commenting on how many customers were affected or what exactly caused the outage. In a statement, AT&T says it will share information with the FCC. Well, right now, the search is on for whomever broke into a home on the city's north side early this morning. Officers were called to this house in the 1500 block of East 73rd Street a little after 4 a.m. When they arrived, the suspects were gone, but a woman who lives in the home had to be taken to the hospital. Officers say the home has been a center for drug activity in the past, and they believe the suspects were targeting the victim's son. Tonight, members of the 10-Point Coalition will be in Muncie, helping officially launch a community activist.
All right, so apparently this clip is 33 minutes, but it's not all about the case. It looks like it's just straight up news for that whole segment. So we'll proceed forward. So 5:59 p.m. March 9, 2017, WRTB reports on the press conference.
Loved each other. They were good friends. Neither one of them left each other's side. Both those girls are heroes in my book.
Pride amid heartbreak. Libby German's grandfather speaks out today as the investigation into the murders of his granddaughter and her friend Abby Williams stretches into its 4th week. And he has a message for everyone. And that message, take 1 minute to take a close look at this picture of the suspect and listen to the audio recorded on his granddaughter's cell phone. In a minute was a phrase he says Libby often used when asked to do something.
And tonight he's asking all of us to take that minute that could help to lead police to the information needed to crack the case. RTV6's Mike Pelton joins us from Delphi tonight.
Well, Libby German's grandfather tells us it's the small things that hurt the most, saying it's only natural to yell that dinner is ready or to wake up for school. Those are calls that now come unanswered.
There are too many ways to count how our lives will forever be impacted to share here today.
Mike Patty remembers his granddaughter, Libby German, and her friend, Abby Williams, as two close friends who enjoyed the outdoors.
Our girls were excited about the upcoming softball season. Just the day before all this happened, they had their equipment out playing catch, working on their batting in the backyard, but they'll never get to play a single inning again.
Mike wants you to listen to the audio and look at the picture of the suspect captured on his granddaughter's cell phone.
But we talked a lot about having the presence of mind.
Sorry, I just wanted to respond to this comment real quick. Kel Bergan, welcome back, by the way. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello and joining us again. Kel says, before learning about the Kleins, etc., I was sure Iowa was unrelated. Now I'm not sure at all. Sleuth Intuition is, he's been doing some, I think he described as deep dive, or he's doing research on the Evansdale case. And he's going to be shifting the attention of his channel gradually over time to the Evansdale case. And so if you're interested in Evansdale, stay glued to Sleuth Intuition's YouTube channel. And yeah, make sure you go subscribe to Sleuth. And he should be coming out with Evansdale content at some point in the near future. So, welcome back, Cal. Thanks for stopping back by. We'll get back to the video here.
Of your surroundings, and Obviously, she's kind of a photo buff anyway. That's why the girls were out there taking pictures. That's why they went out there in the first place, to catch the scenery.
State police tell us they've taken in more than 11,000 tips and are looking over each and every one to find the killer, while Mike says no one could break the bond the girls had with each other.
I don't know exactly what happened out there that day, but I imagine there was probably an opportunity for one or both or to separate and try to make a break different ways. But those girls loved each other. They were good friends. Neither one of them left each other's side. Both those girls are heroes in my book.
And Mike Patty is pleading for anybody with information to come forward, saying, help this community, help this state, help this country, and help those two families. In Delphi tonight, Mike Pelton, RTV6.
Mike, thank you. And state police say no piece of information is too small or insignificant. Please call the tip line with any relevant information right now, 844-459-5786. Libby's grandfather also says that some of the donations coming in will actually go to a scholarship fund in Libby's name. They also hope to build a softball field and park in the girls' memory.
It is 11:11. Make a wish. Means I have been streaming for 11 hours and 11 minutes. Getting close to the halfway point here. Not gonna lie, your boy is tired. I'm starting to get pretty tired, and I got 12 hours and about 48 minutes to go. But yeah, just to let you guys know that this might not go the full 24 hours because Susan and I are going to be evacuating at 7 a.m. from where we are on Melbourne Beach to somewhere inland in Florida, to the last place we were staying in Florida. I would like to continue, and maybe I'll try, but yeah, it's very likely that the stream will be ending somewhere around 7 a.m. because that is roughly when the tropical storm Nicole will be turning into a hurricane, an H1 hurricane. So, yeah, sometime around 7 a.m. is when this stream, unfortunately, may end early. So, but if you're, I don't think anybody's been sticking with me for this entire 11 hours, but I know some people have checked back periodically. I know Kel was here earlier, and now Kel is here now, or maybe not here now. But I'd like to thank you all for spending your time with me. And thank you for taking an interest in this charity. And we're going to hear a little bit more about the Evansdale case here in this clip. So, here we go.
The grandfather of one of two Indiana girls who was murdered last month made an emotional plea to the public today. The bodies of Liberty German and Abby Williams were found near a railroad bridge in the town of Delphi. The girls were just 13 and 14 years old. Well, today, Liberty's grandfather, Mike Patty, urged people to study two grainy images of a man who police are calling a suspect. Police have hailed her as a hero for recording potentially crucial evidence. Investigators believe the audio track is of the murderer saying, "down the hill." Now, listen closely. We're going to play it for you 3 times.
Down the hill. Down the hill. Down the hill.
We're not stopping. The poster in front of you. Someone knows who this individual is.
Well, German and Williams were found dead February 14th in a rugged, wooded area near Delphi. The friends had vanished the day before while hiking along a trail. On that particular day, they were off from school. Russ?
All right, so this brings us March 10th. And NBC News Nightline. This is national news here. ABC News Nightline reports on the press conference and also reported that the murders were not linked to the murders in Evansdale, Ohio, or Iowa. So a little more Evansdale information. Like I said, Sleuth Intuition is going to be gradually shifting the focus of his channel to Evansdale. He's not going to stop reporting on Delphi. He's going to stick with that. He's definitely going to stick with Delphi to see it through to its conclusion. And but he did say that he's going to start gradually shifting attention over to Evansdale as he's been doing a deep dive on it. So a little more Evansdale news in this clip here. If anybody is wondering why Evansdale kind of popped up, it's because people thought it was linked with Delphi. So, all right, here we go.
The grieving grandfather of one of the two teenage girls murdered in a small Indiana community, pleading with the public to help bring her killer to justice. Police have been circulating an image and voice recording of the potential suspect, captured on one of the victim's phones just before her murder. Here's ABC's Alex Perez.
She loved taking pictures of anything and everything.
These idyllic woods of Delphi, Indiana, now a crime scene.
We are a very close-knit, small community, so this hits very hard.
This community still on edge after the horrific murder of two young teens.
I think it's terrible. It makes me sick to my stomach. It made me feel kind of sick going down to the bridge thinking one of my friends died down there.
Investigators now piecing together those last moments of 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German.
This horrible crime has torn a hole in our families that'll never heal.
Friends and family shattered by the sudden loss. Tonight, a killer still at large. This voice and photograph, possible clues, authorities say recorded on the victim's phone that fateful February day. It's around 1 p.m. on Monday, February 13th. A family member drops the girls off for a hike.
Authorities believe the girls walked through this nature trail, and we know about an hour after they started their hike, they ended up right here on this railroad bridge.
At 2:07 p.m., Liberty uploads this Snapchat photo of Abigail walking across the train tracks over this bridge. That would be their last communication. Less than an hour later, the teens are scheduled to be picked up, but they never show.
They started looking for him around 5:30. They got law enforcement involved.
Hundreds of volunteers combed the trail looking for any sign of the girls. Police checking those Snapchat pictures for clues. Liberty's grandfather speaking to WLFI.
Missing, abducted, we don't know for sure. Cell phone has been pinging around town.
Describe that search, the volunteers. This is something that really, really impacted the community.
It did. We had estimating well over, I'd say 200 to 300 volunteers. And then, of course, emergency responders, which included law enforcement, local firefighters. We searched well into the night and the early morning hours.
But the next day, detectives discover their bodies 3/4 of a mile from that very bridge seen in Liberty's last Snapchat.
This is rural Indiana. Most of the people that are born and raised here stay here. It is very uncommon for that to happen in a small community. It's not something that you get here.
A community heartbroken.
Now to think something could have happened here in our own town, it's scary.
I think everybody is just ready to know what happened and why and who did this.
Two families reeling.
It's the small things that seem to hurt the most. It's just natural to holler for them to come to dinner or in the mornings to get up and get ready for school. Then expect them to come through the door after school. The silence when we don't hear their voice.
Officers combing through thousands of tips. Authorities not revealing information about how the teens died, but releasing this chilling audio they believe to be the killer.
We think that there's enough there that somebody would recognize that voice, and we want that person to call us.
It's always easier to crack a case early. You've got witnesses who've got everything fresh in their memory. You're getting all the tips early on, and you hope that the person might still be in the area.
Investigators hunting for this man, who they call a suspect. Authorities revealing that this audio and image came from Liberty's phone in her last moments, managing to hit record.
She's a hero because she had presence of mind. She didn't feel comfortable about something. She turned on her video camera.
Hope now that those efforts will lead to a tip and an arrest.
As poor as this picture is, somebody knows. And if you're watching, we'll find you.
The public has the potential to be the best ally in this investigation. Do you know that guy? Do you recognize the voice? Do you know someone who looked like him who was in the area? Anything they can get is helpful.
This morning, Liberty German's grandfather appealing to the public for help.
However small it may seem, it is extremely vital to capture every tip we can get. Please, we need your help.
As mystery still clouds Delphi, Indiana, 400 miles away, a father in Iowa hoping this case could help lead to answers in his own daughter and niece's abduction and murder.
Everything just started coming back to me, thinking about what the parents and the family are going through, and just what I had gone through and my family has gone through. All those things just come back to you when you see one of these cases.
On July 13th, 2012, 8-year-old Elizabeth Collins and her 10-year-old cousin Lyric Cook went for an afternoon bike ride and never returned.
The last 5 days have seemed eternal.
Yeah, just like, it's just forever. Like every day is just, we're like, when is it going to end, you know? When is it going to end? When is this nightmare going to end?
Their bicycles were recovered on this trail near a small lake after they were reported missing.
Whoever's out there, we're just begging you to bring our girls back home.
The bodies of those two girls were found 5 months later. Elizabeth's father points out the eerie similarities with Liberty and Abigail's murders in Indiana. Both sets of girls seemingly taken in a secluded area, their bodies found in wooded terrain, and both crimes committed on the 13th of the month.
Two kids at once is a very uncommon thing to have happen. And also just being on the 13th of the month just kind of struck me as really odd.
The authorities hunting Liberty and Abigail's killers telling ABC News they've compared notes with investigators in Iowa.
At this point, we're not comfortable saying, yes, there is a connection, or no, there's not. We just don't have enough information.
On the surface, these cases have similarities. You have underage kids on trails, remote areas of two different states, killed during daylight hours. But once you get beyond that, the cases really aren't similar. You have an abduction in the one in Iowa, and you also have a number of states in between these two crime scenes. And so the idea that it's the same guy, I think, is not likely.
Still, as communities grieve in two separate states, the families holding on to hope for answers.
One of the biggest advantages of talking about this Iowa case now publicly is that when cases get publicized, people do come forward.
Tributes seen across Delphi over the last month for these bright girls taken too soon as a community waits anxiously for an arrest. For Nightline, I'm Alex Perez in Delphi, Indiana.
More national news there. Mind you, we're only in March. On March 10 of 2017. So I've been live streaming now for 11 hours, 24 minutes. And granted, I have been talking between videos, and I've been telling you about Abby's Angels on the, well, not on the hour, but around on the hour, every hour. And well, I've been playing this timeline pretty much consistently, and we're only to March. In 11 hours and 25 minutes, we've only made it to March. So the news really picks up from here, and it really doesn't let down. All right, and there's a few lulls here and there, but like it's endless seemingly. All right, so I wasn't sure exactly which time of day this was. This falls under question mark territory. Crime Watch Daily, which is in association with Chris Hansen, who you may remember from, I believe it was NBC's To Catch a Predator. He's affiliated with True Crime, or Crime Watch Daily, which is part of True Crime Daily. I recommend checking out their videos. Very professional videos. So we're going to take a look here, and it looks like more information about Evansdale. Looks like the Evansdale girls in the thumbnail here. So, all right, let's check it out.
Chris, this is the very first time we're hearing from Libby's grandpa since those girls' bodies were found in the woods here in Delphi. It was extremely emotional to listen to the family speak, and every single person who was in the room listening to Mike Patty talk takes this case extremely personal.
This horrible crime has torn a hole in our families that'll never heal.
A grandfather's unimaginable grief. A moment that tore at America's heart as police in Delphi, Indiana, pleaded with the public to help them catch the savage killer of teenagers Abby Williams and Libby German. Libby's grandpa, Mike Patty, speaking out at the press conference.
But those girls loved each other. They were good friends.
Crime Watch Daily on the ground and in the air early on, joining in the massive manhunt for this man caught on Libby's cell phone before she was led to her death near the hiking trail. Her attacker's horrifying commands recorded too.
I'm glad she had the wherewithal to do that, and I certainly hope that that proves to be the vital piece, that helps bring resolution to this.
Nearly a month after the murders, the hooded man is still on the loose, but Crime Watch Daily isn't giving up. His image striking terror in the small town of nearly 3,000. Indiana State Police doing their best to quash rampant speculation about a possible link to another unsolved murder of 2 innocent girls.
There are rumors that started to go about this being connected to other crimes throughout the nation.
10-year-old Lyric Cook and her 8-year-old cousin Elizabeth Collins were killed while they were riding their bikes on a trail near their home in Iowa back in 2012. Is there a serial killer on the loose?
At this point, it does appear to be coincidental.
25 police agencies, hundreds of detectives working on the case, 11,000 tips, and the reward fund growing thanks in part to retired Indianapolis Colts punter Pat McAfee and his former boss Jim Irsay, the billionaire owner of the Colts, the two kicking in $97,000.
Jim Irsay and I are going to make up that $97,000 to make this a $200,000 reward.
Sergeant Tony Slocum from the Indiana State Police took our Narissa Knight to the crime scene, a popular hiking trail cutting across the farms and fields of rural Indiana. The trail continues across this old railroad bridge, Ground Zero. It's close to where police believe the girls were attacked, their bodies dumped near this creek.
Their DNA evidence, you have his voice on tape. Do you feel confident about this?
We are confident that we're going to catch the person or persons that killed these young ladies.
Abby and Libby loved spending afternoons hiking on the trail. This photo Libby took of Abby on the bridge is the last image of her alive. We launched a helicopter to show you a bird's eye view of the trail.
Their bodies were found downstream near the banks of Deer Creek in an isolated area. No one around. No one could hear their screams.
You think this is one person or 2 people?
Well, quite frankly, we don't know. We're open to all possibilities. We know at least we believe, the evidence indicates that the person in the photograph has participated.
And the FBI has put up thousands of digital billboards with the suspect's face. Libby's grandfather reminding America just how evil the crime is for the families.
Our girls were excited about the upcoming softball season. Just the day before all this happened, they had their equipment out playing catch, working on their batting in the backyard, going to the ball field with Anna to hone their skills for the upcoming season. But they'll never get to play a single inning again.
Both families and Crime Watch Daily pleading for your help. We must catch the killer or killers behind this.
Neither one of them left each other's side. Both those girls are heroes.
So apparently police believe that Delphi and Evansdale is not connected. People have drawn many similarities to the case, but yeah, it seems that police don't believe it is connected. And I am glad that Sleuth and other channels are going to be shifting over the attention of their channels to the Evansdale murders. It could be a case that might benefit from having more eyes on it. There's a lot of different cases that would probably benefit from having more eyes on it. And even my channel at some point is going to be shifting focus. I mean, I'm always going to continue following the Delphi case primarily, but Susan and I are going to sit down together at some point, and we're going to research some cases, and together we're going to decide which case we think would benefit most from having more eyes on it. And so yeah, in the near future at some point, you'll see other videos from me discussing other cases. And what you kind of see here is kind of what I am planning to apply to another case. This same attention to detail and collecting and archiving information and putting it in order so it paints a more complete picture. Because sometimes it's easier to understand information if you see what information came before and then came after it, so you can compare and contrast what you've seen. But yeah, so yeah, at some point in the future, we will be exploring other cases here on this channel. I truly feel like the Delphi case did benefit from having as many eyes on it as it has. I'm sure there's also some downfalls that came along with this much attention. And yeah, there's some bad things that have happened. But we're going to try to focus on the positive elements here. And I've seen a lot of really great people come together and to attempt to have a positive impact on this case. And a lot of great communities have formed, and a lot of great friendships have formed because of this case. And yeah, so some good has come from this. And there's bad too, but like that's life. You got to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good. I mean, there's no choice around it. Bad just happens when it wants, and the good just happens when you will it to be. So, moving on to March 11th. No videos. March 12th. No videos. March 13th. No videos. 14th, and we're on March 15th at 4:59 p.m. WTHR reports Delphi resources are dropping. So we're just over a month from the day the girls were reported missing. So we'll just push play here, and we'll see what this is.
From Indiana's news leader, Eyewitness News at 5 o'clock starts now.
We know that resource is going to start dropping off, and it has already started.
A month and a day after searchers found the bodies of 2 murdered teenagers in Delphi, police are trying to make sure tips in the case don't slow down. They say they're determined to bring justice for 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams.
Now, the number of tips increased after a news conference took place last week with Libby's grandfather, but the number of investigators working this case now is decreasing. Our Rich Van Wyk tonight is in Delphi, where the focus is still on finding the killer or the killers.
In Delphi today, we learned there are now fewer police detectives looking for the person or persons who killed Libby and Abby. At the same time, we found people here just as scared today as they were the day the girls' bodies were found. At the height of the investigation, roughly 200 officers from more than 20 local, state, and federal agencies were working the case.
We've probably lost just a few of the departments, and I know some other departments have already mentioned that they're going to have to pull out and go back to doing their job also.
At last count, police were checking 2,200 tips to the identity of this man, a man they suspect murdered Libby German and Abby Williams. Some tips are redundant or cover ground police have already checked. However, others are prompting investigators to take second and third looks at potential suspects.
So yes, there are some that we have went back at and looked at, and there's some more that we probably will do that too.
This isn't television, you know. It's not going to be solved in 30 minutes.
Jennifer Webb and Debbie Smith work at Delphi's only florist. They talk to a lot of people.
But everybody's, I think, still a little bit scared. You know, it doesn't happen here. Is it the neighbor?
A month later, you're
a month later, sure.
Jennifer says she didn't let her children off their front porch until yesterday. Yesterday was the first time you left
First time, yeah, in a month. Yep. I can't keep them locked up forever over it.
A student built and donated this bench to the reception area of the investigation headquarters, where the word hope hangs on the wall next to Abby and Libby's picture. Even with the reductions in manpower, I'm told there were 70 or 80 investigators in this morning's briefing, John, waiting for their assignments as they try to track down the killer or killers of Abby and Libby.
All right, thank you. That's Rich Van Wyk in Delphi tonight.
So I say the resources were dropping March 15, 2017. I don't think that lasted very long. I think that was them kind of saying, hey, we need more money. Yeah, I mean, they could have reported on that privately behind closed doors, but they went on the news. It was probably like a wake-up call or something. So this is 12:30 p.m., March 17, 2017. WTHR reports that police are searching Ronald Logan's home and property. Rich Van Wyk is reporting live in front of Ronald Logan's home.
This is breaking news from Channel 13 Eyewitness News.
It's 12:30, and our breaking news today is a development in Delphi. We have Rich Van Wyk, who is live on the scene there with what he's learned about where police are today and what they're looking for. Rich?
Anne-Marie, right now, a team of about 15 police officers are searching the home of Ron Logan. Ron Logan owns the property where the Delphi girls, Abby Williams and Libby German, were found murdered 4 weeks ago. Police say they are acting on leads they received. They are looking for information, in their words, to determine whether Logan is a suspect or not. They arrested Ron Logan last week on a probation violation. The man in his mid to late 70s has a history of drunk driving and drunk driving convictions. I've spoken with Logan several times since the girls were found. He seems shaken by what happened here. He is friends or acquaintances with one of the girls' family. He has denied any wrongdoing when we've spoken to him before. We've not been able to speak with him today. He's jailed without bond on that probation violation. Police say they have searched about a dozen homes and other properties throughout this investigation, now entering its fifth week, as they search for the person or persons who killed Abby and Libby. Anne-Marie, it's a story we're going to stick on throughout the day. When something happens, we'll let you know.
Rich, just real quickly for perspective, I know you're really familiar with that area. You've been covering this case now for the past month. Tell us the proximity of this property that he owns to the trail and where the girls were found. How large of a property is this, and how close is it to the trail?
The trail or the bridge where the girls were their last known location is less than half a mile from his home or where they were found to that bridge. Getting there, there's a couple of different ways to get there. You would have to hike through some pretty treacherous land. There's kind of a pathway through there, but it's very steep. There's ravines, there's ridge lines. One wrong step and you could fall into that creek, Deer Creek, or Buck Creek, that runs through there. Driving would require those girls to have walked back down the trail to the road, and then perhaps a third of a mile from where the trailhead is, the access to the trail, to where the property is. So it is fairly close proximity, but it's not something that is as easy as walking around the corner. It would be a tough walk.
All right, Rich Van Wyk live on the scene there, and we'll check back as there's more developments. Thank you, Rich.
Oh boy. Yes, I am getting mighty tired. We are almost at the halfway point. 11:41, and just 19 more minutes. We have reached the halfway point. Yeah, crazy. And this does not have a thumbnail. This might not play. About 3 p.m. on March 17, 2017, Inside Edition reports that police are searching Ronald Logan's home and property. Plays doesn't have a thumbnail.
A new twist in the hunt for the killer of those two Indiana teenagers. Investigators executed a search warrant at the home of this man, Ron Logan, who owns the property where the bodies of 13-year-old Abigail Williams and Liberty German were found. Cops took away a white Ford pickup truck during the search.
Who is safe here or anywhere else anymore?
Ron Logan is now in custody on an unrelated probation violation. I recently spoke to him about the murders.
You just cannot believe this terrible thing that happened to the community and the families actually happened here on my property in my backyard.
He told me he has an alibi, buying tropical fish 20 miles away.
I was not home during the time that all this was happening. I was in Lafayette.
Yeah.
And I didn't get home till approximately 6:30 in the evening, and then the neighbor stopped to ask for permission to look back here for the girls.
Liberty German shot this chilling image of the suspected killer approaching the girls on a hiking trail, and she recorded the killer's voice.
What do you hear on there?
Nothing that I recognize at all. No one. I don't recognize the voice at all.
I asked Ron Logan to repeat those same chilling words.
Down the hill.
And that image of the suspect?
The picture is of such poor quality, it doesn't look like anyone I've ever seen.
Police have not revealed what led them to search his home, but said in a statement, "We basically are here to try to eliminate him or put him as a higher suspect in our case." Ron Logan told me he is devastated by the discovery of the bodies on his property.
That was like being hit with a bolt of lightning on my property. I mean, you just can't put words to it.
Sorry, I was having a little snack there. Shout out to, what is this? Flavor Blast Extra Cheesy Pizza Goldfish Crackers. Yummy. So, continuing on here, 4 p.m., March 17, 2017. WRTV reports that police are searching Ronald Logan's home and property. Mike Pelton is reporting live in front of Ronald Logan's home.
Well, Candace, more than a dozen officers from local, state, and federal agencies are serving a search warrant right now on that home right there. You can see that White House. You can also see a lot of the investigative cars parked there next to the driveway. Now, we want to give you a better idea of what this area is like. Now, the bodies of Abby Williams and Libby German were found right there to the right. We're going to pan to the right. They were found just a short walk through those woods. Now, investigators tell me they did have probable cause to get a search warrant on the home based on new information they received. They came here to the property just before noon today. Now, the homeowner here, his name is Ron Logan. He's a man in his 70s who we interviewed last month. Now, authorities are not calling Logan a suspect in the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German, but say they are looking for evidence that could possibly link him to the case. Investigators say, of course, the search warrant could also clear him in this investigation. Now, police will not say what specifically led them here today, but they do caution everyone against jumping to conclusions.
It's just a normal course of this investigation. As we talked before, this isn't the first search warrant we have served. And if you go by the social media sites, we'd have 1,000 people in jail by now. So we're just letting people know, let the investigation run its course. And this might not be the last search warrant we serve. It's part of investigating a double homicide.
Now, in total, investigators note they have now served roughly a dozen search warrants in this case without making any arrests. Now, the property owner, Ron Logan, is currently in jail, but I want to be clear about this. While he is in jail, that is on an unrelated probation violation, police stress. At this point, he is not under arrest in connection with the double murder. For now, we're live in Delphi this afternoon. For the Now Indy, Mike Pelton, RTV6.
Mike, thank you. And if you have any information on the murders of Libby and Abby, please call the number on your screen. We also have all of the information on the case, including the picture of the suspect and the sound of the possible suspect captured on Libby German's phone, all on the RTV6 app.
Man, I guess all I needed was just a couple handfuls of goldfish crackers. Because I tell you, after I ate them, I immediately got a burst of energy. So cool. And also shout out to Red Bull. This has also been fueling me. Probably a poor idea because it's eventually going to make me crash hard. And I got pushed through this, so I don't know. I may be making things harder for myself down the road, but those goldfish crackers worked out pretty good. Now I'm a boost of energy here. So this is 4:59 p.m., March 17, 2017. WTHR reports that police are searching Ronald Logan's home and property. Rich Van Wyk is reporting live in front of Ronald Logan's home.
At this point in time, but as we have gone into the investigation and have talked to other people, things are just not adding up.
This afternoon, police searched the home of the man who owns the property where Delphi teens Libby German and Abby Williams were found last month. Now, police want to reiterate that this does not mean that Ron Logan is a suspect.
Investigators are telling us, though, they are just following up leads to figure out if Logan is a suspect or should be ruled out. And we just got this statement from the attorney of property owner Ronald Logan. It reads in part, stated simply, Mr. Logan had no involvement in this heinous crime. You probably got the push alert when we broke this story around noon today. We've got Rich Van Wyk in Delphi for us tonight. He's got more on today's search. Rich?
Scott, investigators arrived here about noon. They've been hard at work all day. From what we're told, they may be here working through the night. It's an exhaustive and extensive search. It starts back there with the home and the garage near the street, the barn buildings behind that. And then as you continue to look, you can see horses in the open field. In addition to horses, there are investigators searching the area by hand, also with electronic equipment. The bodies of the murdered girls were found a couple of 100 yards away into the woods next to a creek. Investigators worked for hours, searching Ron Logan's home, his garage, barns, and property. They are looking for clues to whether Logan is connected to the murders.
Basically, we're trying to either clear him or look at him even harder. That's what we're trying to do here.
Abby Williams and Libby German were found murdered on Logan's property. Days later, he walked us to the secluded crime scene, appearing shaken by what occurred here.
I can't really wrap my emotions around it. It's just so mind-boggling.
Later, when someone used social media claiming Logan resembles investigators' prime suspect, the 77-year-old was understandably angry.
I was cleared by the authorities ages ago.
Since then, investigators received new leads and found new information, prompting the search and putting new attention on Logan.
As we have gone into the investigation and have talked to other people, things are just not adding up, and we're just trying to get things added up.
Police arrested Logan earlier this week on a probation violation. He has numerous drunk driving convictions. He's being held without bond. Investigators searched with the help of a canine. They carried away armloads of potential evidence and seized Logan's truck. Police, though, warned against rushing to any conclusions.
This is part of the investigation. This is not our first search warrant. We've done several others other than this residence. We've done some polygraphs. We've done all kinds of things to other people.
Mike Patty, Libby's grandfather, drove through this search area today. We called him for reaction. In a text, he replied, "My reaction is I hope the investigation, wherever it takes police, leads to the arrest of the person or persons involved." Scott, police aren't saying exactly what information brought them here or what exactly they are looking for. It is noteworthy that they've known about Ron Logan since the day the bodies were found. They've been in and out of this property many times. To see an investigation, a search like this is extraordinary.
And we know you'll continue to dig for answers on those questions. Thanks, Rich. And if you have any information that might help police, please call this tip line. You don't have to give your name. The phone number's on your screen, 844-459-5786. We've got this number posted and the tip email address on WTHR.com and on the WTHR app.
So, Kel, Brigand. Yeah, I'm not going to be the one who's driving around 7 a.m. when we are going to be evacuating. My lovely Susan will be driving. Yes, I will be far too tired to want to make that drive. It's not super far, but yeah. Nope, that will be my lovely Susan's job. So, 5:59 p.m., WTHR reports that police are searching Ronald Logan's home and property. Rich Van Wyk is reporting live in front of Ronald Logan's home. Rich Van Wyk must live, like, pretty close. Because, like, he seems to be, like, the guy who's always in Delphi reporting.
Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock starts now.
We're finding out that there was things that were said that were not true, or that things that were that we've uncovered since the interviews that we're just double checking to make sure everything's lined up.
That brought police back to the Delphi property where the bodies of Libby German and Abby Williams were discovered. We broke that story today with that push alert that you got around noon. And we want to stress tonight, the homeowner has not been arrested for or charged with the girls' murders.
The homeowner is being held on an unrelated and alleged probation violation. Just hours ago, his attorney reached out to us and told us the landowner had, quote, no involvement in this heinous crime, saying in a statement, quote, I would like to caution the public to avoid jumping to conclusions before law enforcement has completed the ongoing investigation.
Still, as Logan sits in jail tonight, we've got Rich Van Wyk, who's been sitting outside his house as police went through it today with a warrant. Rich?
Scott, this investigation here, search started 6 hours ago. There's no sign of it letting up soon. We have the FBI, state, and local police searching the house, the garage, the outbuildings, the field behind the outbuildings, even into the woods. This is just a few hundred yards away from where the girls' bodies were found. Police seized hands full of evidence, hauled away Ron Logan's pickup truck, and searched the home, garage, and farm buildings with the help of a canine. Investigators aren't saying precisely what brought them here or what they're looking for.
We want to either clear him or look at him even harder.
The girls' bodies were found just a few hundred yards away from Logan's home in a secluded, wooded area of his property. In the weeks since the murders, the 77-year-old has talked with us often, walked us back into the crime scene.
Largest tragedies in Carroll County history.
He's denied having any connection to the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German.
I was cleared by the authorities ages ago.
But since then, police say they've received leads and other information, leading them to believe the details Logan gave investigators don't add up.
We're finding out that there was things that were said that were not true, or that things that were that we've uncovered since the interviews that we're just double checking to make sure everything's lined up.
Police arrested Logan earlier this week